Chapter 151 Deputy Township Chief. Fong Qingqing limped excitedly and asked loudly, "How is Director Zhao? Is he okay?" When he reached the big pit and poked his head, Fong Qingqing knelt down with a plop. Down, covering his mouth and screaming. Why is this woman so panicked? She has no composure at all. How about a degree in criminal psychology? Fong Tang shook his head. His ears almost went deaf. Fong Qingqing started to vomit and kept vomiting. In the deep pit of the elevator, Zhao Zhongqing was still lying on his back. More than a dozen broken steel bars penetrated his body, one of which penetrated directly between his eyes. There seemed to be glass fragments and sharp tiles underneath. You could see Bureau Zhao's chest and abdomen bulging, and blood had flowed into a stream along the construction waste underground. Fong Qingqing stared with wide eyes and kept calling, with a little bit of luck in her heart. Maybe Director Zhao below can still be saved? At this time, a burst of footsteps came quickly. Fong Tang turned his head. I saw a slender middle-aged man appear in the hall. He seemed to have come down from upstairs, yawning with a worried look on his face. Seeing Fong Tang and Fong Qingqing, the middle-aged man's eyes changed, and he hurriedly bent over and rushed over. Did Officer Zhao come with you? The matter is very urgent now. We just received a weather warning, and the autumn tide is coming. Hujirai Island. The autumn tide is more powerful than the typhoon. We must go quickly. His words stopped abruptly. He looked at the young man in front of him with confusion and frown. Where is Officer Zhao? Is Officer Zhao Zhongqing? Seeing Fong Tang's serious expression, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand uneasily. I am the Deputy Mayor of Huawu Township. Are you here for the case? Well, where is Officer Zhao Zhongqing? He asked again. Fong Tang said nothing and did not shake hands with him. The Deputy Mayor retracted his hand in embarrassment. He was wearing a brand new jacket. This style was very popular 20 years ago, but now it looks a bit retro. Fong Tang smiled faintly. Are you alone? Yes. I am the only one in the office building. Everyone else is out on business. The Deputy Mayor hurriedly explained. I was sleeping on duty in the office and came down after receiving the text message. Huh? What's going on with this girl? He turned around and saw the blonde girl on the sofa and was stunned for a moment. Is this a foreign girl? The Deputy Mayor was completely confused. Fong Tang smiled. The setting of the game scene this time was too casual and unreasonable. This time, the Shanghai Special Police came to Huawu Island to work together. It was a very high-level operation. Not to mention it was a working day. It was a day off. The entire Huawu Township staff should have been mobilized. Now there is only one person who is not awake yet. The Deputy Mayor is full of flaws. Fong Qingqing's face was pale now, and she didn't seem to have recovered yet. No one can accept the fact that Bureau Zhao was killed unintentionally. The Deputy Mayor wandered over at this time. Well, this elevator is broken. I always take the stairs to come down. He saw the body in the elevator shaft, and his body trembled. He's dead, Fong Tang said in a deep voice behind him. He said, Yes. Below is the Zhao Zhongqing you are going to meet. The elevator shaft was so miserable that it might be difficult to tell whether it was Zhao Zhongqing or not. The Deputy Mayor didn't dare to look. His eyes were rolling. Then he took a deep breath and quickly took out a Nokia mobile phone. It was an old-fashioned feature phone, but it still looked brand new. He seemed to be calling the police, but he quickly put down his phone and stamped his feet. Girl, how did this person fall? His voice also trembled. It's the autumn tide now, and the island will be closed soon. All the lighthouse villages near the sea have been evacuated. We originally had 3 police officers stationed at the police station here. Unfortunately, 2 of them had diarrhea and asked for leave. There is only 1 left. Since there is only 1 police officer left on duty, it is useless to call the police on this isolated island. Fong Qingqing was now a little more stable. No, it's okay. It won't take long before the second team of the Shanghai Special Police will arrive. There are also Coast Guards around. Don't worry. I won't run. Run? The Deputy Mayor was completely confused. Why are you running? Fong Tang exclaimed. And now the whole place was in chaos. Fong Qingqing was completely stupid. She thinks she accidentally killed Bureau Zhao. So does she want to surrender? After coughing, Fong Tang smiled at the Deputy Mayor. Do you have a car? The Deputy Mayor wiped his sweat and was still a little dizzy. There is a Honda Accord in the village, and the key is in my office. Fong Tang frowned. Your car is too old. Can this kind of antique be used on the road? The Deputy Mayor scratched his head. This is a newly purchased car. He was about to get the key, but he was confused. But he took the wrong one. He lost his direction and almost hit the cabinet. Fong Tang stopped him. Wait a minute. When did this elevator break down? The deputy mayor's face turned pale. I don't know. I found out it was broken when I went downstairs. Which floor is your office on? Fong Tang asked again. The deputy mayor looked very strange now. He looked everywhere and kept scratching his head. It's on the 4th floor. But I can't seem to find the stairs. Fong Tang was speechless. Didn't you just say come down from the stairs? Really? The deputy mayor was still scratching his head. I was half asleep at the time and came down the stairs in the dark. He wiped his face and looked around blankly. It's really weird. This hall, why has it been renovated? I can't even recognize this place. Fong Tang frowned. You can't even recognize the lobby of your own office building? The deputy mayor murmured and shook his head. Yeah, it's really a ghost. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed to the corner of the hall. There used to be an electronic keyboard over there, but now it's a piano. And there are also filing cabinets on the west side. I remember there were bookshelves here yesterday. He didn't seem to be lying. Fong Tang secretly nodded. It seemed that this was a game scene, and it must have been modified by Infinite Company. He comforted the frightened deputy mayor. You are confused. Just sleep and you will be fine. The deputy mayor nodded subconsciously. At this moment, the door of the office building was slammed shut in the strong wind, followed by a strange clicking sound, and metal plates fell crazily from the door and windows, completely sealing the entire space. The agency suddenly appeared. Fong Qingqing, who had been in a daze, jumped up immediately. The deputy mayor even squatted down with his head in his hands. Fong Tang's eyes remained unblinking. He had long been accustomed to such sudden changes. The entire hall was extremely quiet now, with only the chandelier overhead buzzing, the rain and thunder, and the distant roar of the waves. All became extremely faint. This is enough to show that the hall is completely isolated. The deputy mayor spun around in a circle, suddenly shouted, and rushed towards the gate. His body hit the metal plate with a bang. Poor guy. Really freaked out. Then he started looking around frantically for an exit. Finally, the deputy mayor found the location of the stairs. But the entire staircase was also sealed off by a huge metal plate. Not only that, metal plates also appeared in the corridors leading to both sides of the hall. It is surrounded by copper and iron walls. Fong Qingqing screamed again. Fong Tang rubbed his ears. At this time, the system's game prompts kept popping up. Fong Tang closed his eyes and opened the system's game prompts. Before he could see clearly what the prompt was, a red light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This is the special effect for a VIP to appear. And this gorgeous and familiar special effect represents. Please note, the Super VIP appears. Super Anonymous VIP 89 followed the player Fong Tang. And the system automatically sent 3,000 game coins for a lottery draw. Another Super VIP. Judging from the numerical ranking, he is far above Ji Bing Wang. But unexpectedly, Ji Bing Wang's barrage suddenly appeared crazily, with an angry tone. Little girl, what do you mean? Don't you know that Fong Tang is a member of the Ice Royal family? Super VIP 89 sent a strange message picture. The picture shows a penguin with a crown being grilled over a fire. Then there was a series of icons representing ridicule. Ice King. According to the rules of the game, I can follow whoever I want to follow. Can you stop me? Super VIP 99. You broke the guild's rules. Super VIP 89. Ice King. You are not qualified to tell me the rules. Super VIP 99. Why did you come to ruin my situation? Super VIP 89. Uh-huh. This time Fong Tang took the initiative to contact me with the rubbings. I came here by invitation. I have nothing to say to a waste like you. Super VIP 99. Little girl, don't be too arrogant. You lazy parasite. You can't even speak Chinese. Right. Why are you relying on translators to send out barrages now? Super VIP 89. I have purchased the Memory of Chinese Classics package in the mall. Hey, come on. Let's talk about the Book of Songs. Shanshu? Super VIP 99. Wait. I'm going to buy the secret memory of the European royal family. All assembled. I want to take a good look at the dirty life of a parasite royal family like you. The two bickered and kept sending barrages. Then came the ding-dong-dong. Countless prompts. VIP 8,762 follows players. VIP 209 follows players. In an instant, at least 3,000 fans poured into Fong Tang's game system. Chapter 152 Gambling. The number of fans increased inexplicably. Then, there are crazy game currency rewards. At this time, the barrage in the system was already causing a lot of noise. Fong Tang frowned and directly said, "Shut up." The scene suddenly became quiet. Then a flying system prompt appeared. Super VIP 89 establishes a gambling game. The gambling game is established successfully. Gambling content at the Huawu Island level. Fong Tang will die. Please place your bets. Currently, Fong Tang's probability of failure and death is 51%, and his probability of successfully passing the level is 49%. The odds for both are 1:2. Super VIP 99 joins the gambling game. VIP 247 joins the gambling game. VIP 2199 joins the gambling game. Super VIP 89 serves as the dealer. And the bet is 200,000 game coins. After calculation, because the dealer's bet is too high, in order to balance this round of gambling, the odds of Fong Tang's failure and death are reduced to 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. The odds for Fong Tang players to pass the level are increased to 1:3. Super VIP 99. This time, I want you to pay for the underwear that this girl can't even afford. Super VIP 89. Okay. I'll just put a few styles on the shelves. New weapons can be earned back. Ice King. I tell you, Fong Tang is dead. Super VIP 89 listed Fong Tang as a subject of special attention. And player Fong Tang received 1,000 game currency rewards. Fong Tang looked at Super VIP 89's barrage. Just put on the shelf some new weapons. Weapon Maker World Snake. He was suddenly shocked. Could this be Super VIP number 89? Still thinking about it, Ji Binghuang's private chat barrage has appeared. Brother, be careful. This Super VIP 89 is the president of the World Snake. A little girl with no hair. Damn it. She is really anxious this time, and has brought the entire guild to pay attention to you. Ji Binghuang's barrage hesitated. Fong Tang understood that the Snake of the World had brought more than 3,000 distinguished guests to ruin the situation, and directly opened an astonishing bet. It seemed that he had a certain degree of confidence, and he was sure that Fong Tang would not be able to pass the level of Huawu Island. Brother, the difficulty of this game is S level. In fact, it's not that scary compared to Silent Town. But this little girl from World Snake never fights a battle she's not sure about. She must have gotten the inside story of the game. I doubt this. The actual difficulty of the game is far beyond S level. So you must be careful. Fong Tang sent a smiley face icon, and then opened the system properties panel that he had not looked at for a long time. Player name, Fong Tang. Level, intermediate player. Mall permission, intermediate. Game instructor, Skylark exclusive. Level tip, the next level is for advanced players. Please keep up your efforts and upgrade as soon as possible. Fans follow 4,300 people, of which 3,298 are VIPs. 2 people are Super VIPs. Game currency balance, 75,000. Pet, North Star. Fong Tang opened his eyes. And in the closed hall of the office building, the uneasy atmosphere became more and more intense. The deputy mayor walked in circles, anxious and frightened. He took out half a pack of cigarettes, lit one tremblingly, and handed the cigarette case to Fong Tang. Fong Tang waved his hand. The deputy mayor quickly lit up a second cigarette. The cigarette, but was stamped hard under his feet, and the smell of smoke filled his nostrils. Fong Tang took a look and said, "Deputy head, you are quite addicted to cigarettes." The deputy head skillfully reached out and pinched out the cigarette butt. "Yes, you can't live without this. At least 2.5 boxes a day. By the way, don't shout. My name is Li Haisheng. Hey, I'm a native of the island." He smiled reluctantly, showing his white teeth. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. He shook hands with him and smiled. "Mr. Li, you take good care of your skin." Li Haisheng's hands are small, what is often called women's hands, among the people, and the skin is delicate, and it feels like holding it. It's like touching a baby's little hand. Fong Tang's ridiculing words made Li Haisheng very embarrassed. "Don't say that, boss. My hands are small, but I am also a fisherman. 10 years ago, I was the captain of the largest fishing boat in Zhoushui. Only later did I become the captain." A cadre. His words were very simple, and he looked very honest. But he is a completely different person now than when he first appeared. Just now, this gentleman looked nervous and seemed to be very concerned about the case. But now, he didn't ask any questions and started to pretend to be confused. Fong Tang sneered in his heart and asked lightly, "Is there any dentistry on our island?" This question was too abrupt. Li Haisheng was stunned for a moment before replying, "Well, There is a small clinic over there in Dingting Village. It can only treat rotten teeth and give injections. Leader, do you have a toothache? The clinics over there are closed. Fong Tang smiled. Can that clinic do teeth cleaning? That's not possible. Our island has only developed in the past few years. Even the hygiene habit of brushing teeth is forcibly promoted among the people. They don't understand teeth cleaning at all. Lee Township Chief, have you ever had your teeth cleaned? The leader is joking. I really haven't. I heard that they use a small awl to drill holes in the teeth. That's too scary. So, Township Chief Lee has not seen it either. Are you going to have porcelain teeth? Hey, when the son of the Red Army from Beacon Village came back from the city, he was wearing a set of dentures, which was quite rare at the time. But later, when he was eating fish, the dentures broke and his mouth was full of blood. He was infected within a few days and was dragged out of the island to the city, but died before arriving. Li Haisheng sighed. Fong Tang felt strange in his heart, and he hummed and said, But Mr. Li, your teeth are very good. You smoke often. 2.5 boxes a day. And your teeth look like they have been washed. Li Haisheng scratched his head, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Panicked. Well, I don't understand this either. Speaking of which, I used to have toothaches all the time. Which made the leader laugh. At this time, Fong Qingqing stamped her feet and shouted, Headley, don't call him leader. He's a criminal. A criminal who has killed people. Ah! Li Haisheng trembled and jumped back like a cat. He didn't dare to look directly into Fong Tang's eyes now. Ah! He is a murderer? What's going on? Why are you bringing a murderer here? Fong Tang smiled. You are not high enough. I am an international criminal. Li Haisheng was speechless. Fong Tang stared at him, observing his expression, especially the changes in his pupils. Li Haisheng's behavior and language are all problematic. And the problems are not small. But the panic he is showing now is so real. He smokes 2 packs a day, but his teeth are healthier than those in the city. He said he was born into a fisherman, and 10 years ago he slept and ate on a fishing boat. But his palms had no calluses at all, and his skin was as delicate as a baby's. He is using an old mobile phone, and his words and clothes are incompatible with his status as a deputy mayor. Even if the office building has been renovated, he can't even find the stairs in the lobby. It is really illogical. Fong thinking of this, Tang showed a horrified expression to Li Haisheng. You? The back of your neck? Li Haisheng was so frightened that he almost jumped up. He stretched out his hand to touch the back of his neck. What? What is there? What is there on my neck? He at this time. I even felt itchy on the back of my neck. Fong Tang stepped over. Don't move. Don't move. Li Haisheng was about to cry now. His body stiffened. Fong Tang reached out and pressed his neck. Huh? There is nothing unusual. If Li Haisheng were a player, even if he could hide the flash of the chip, he could not hide the touch. Fong Tang let go and could only judge that this person was not a player. Then the mystery surrounding him becomes even stranger. Fong Tang let go of his hand. It's okay. It's just a little bug. Li Haisheng sat on the ground in a state of collapse. You really know how to joke. Chapter 153, Closed Land. Time is passing. Fong Qingqing in the hall. Li Haisheng became increasingly anxious. They repeatedly confirmed that there was no way out. This is an absolutely closed space. Fong Qingqing took out her mobile phone at some point, but hesitated. Call outside? Wait for the SWAT to arrive. It's all bad for yourself. But being trapped here is even scarier. Li Haisheng faced the metal plate and muttered something. Darkness. Darkness. I want to fly out of this darkness. It's really interesting that this person is actually reading poetry, which was popular in the 1990s. Fong Qingqing couldn't bear it anymore, so she had to call for help. Miss Fong, you seem to have forgotten that Director Zhao's mobile phone has no signal when you are outside. Fong Tang Yu's voice came. Fong Qingqing turned her head and was stunned for a moment. That damn criminal Fong Tang was looking through the service desk in the lobby of the office building, and the vicious dog was following him. He and the dog were ransacking the house, opening all the drawers. At this time, Fong Tang found a bottle of mineral water and 2 pieces of wrapped coconut bread. You murderer, are still in the mood to find food. Fong Tang shrugged. There is no signal on the mobile phone. We are completely trapped here. Of course, I have to replenish my strength as soon as possible. Fong Qingqing looked at her own as expected. The Apple phone had no signal at all. She was feeling sad and angry, and panicking. She grabbed her long hair and walked barefoot on the cold floor. Li Haisheng raised his mobile phone high at this time. My mobile phone seems to have a signal. Fong Qingqing was overjoyed. Bring it quickly. Li Haisheng trotted over and handed over the mobile phone like a treasure. Fong Tang was a murderer in the scene, and Zhao Zhongqing died tragically. So only this girl was the leader. Fong Qingqing clumsily used this feature phone from more than 10 years ago to dial a number. But there was no response from the phone. You crappy phone. Fong Qingqing gritted her teeth. The signal is fake. Right? No. I received a text message before I came down. Fong Qingqing held her phone and confirmed again that there was no signal. Li Haisheng was staring at her iPhone in shock. This is also a mobile phone? It's colorful and has such a big screen. It's really clear. Even clearer than a TV. Fong Qingqing wanted to give it to him now. Kick! What are you pretending to be? This is an Apple phone. Apple still has this kind of mobile phone brand? Fong Qingqing glared at the demented Li Haisheng. You don't even know about iPhones. Right? Li Haisheng shook his head like a rattle. At this time, Fong Tang found a few more pieces of wine-filled chocolate and 2 packages of ham sausage. He came over with the trophies and took Li Haisheng's old mobile phone. Well, Mayor Li, your phone is broken. It doesn't even have the time and date. Let me check the text messages. There were several text messages on the phone. There are weather forecasts, autumn tide warnings, as well as reports on the evacuation progress from Beacon Village, as well as several messages asking for leave. Fong Tang turned the page. Headmaster Li, you are so meticulous in your work. Do the policemen from the Dingta Village Police Station have to report to you when they ask for leave? Li Haisheng smiled bitterly. You don't understand the situation on our island. In fact, in our township, it is equivalent to a big village elsewhere. As for Dingao Village, there are less than 300 households in the whole village. He sighed. The registered population of Huawu Island is 2,400. But the young people have gone out to work to make money. Those left on the island are the old, weak, sick and disabled, totaling only 400 people. Fong Tang nodded. No wonder. You are in charge of all the affairs here. Where are you? The mayor and other cadres? Li Haisheng was silent. After a while, Haosheng looked at Fong Tang for a while, and then said slowly, Our township chief's son got married yesterday. We all went to help yesterday. I guess we will have to work hard tonight. I will be left on duty here. At this point, Li Haisheng showed a strange expression. Our mayor's son is the only college student on the island. And the wife he brought is a girl from the city. You should all know. Aren't you just here to attend the wedding? He said, bringing the wife with a certain uneasy and expectant look. This man's words don't match his words. You know you are here to handle a case. Why are you talking about a wedding? Fong Tang snorted and opened the last text message. The content of the text message was very strange, with words such as test, transfer base station, and code completed mixed in among the large garbled characters. Fong Tang's heart moved, and he opened the previous text message again. Li Haisheng watched uneasily. He was very afraid of Fong Tang's identity as a murderer. Fong Tang smiled at this time and threw his phone to him. Chief Li, the person who sent you the text message is a virtual base station. Oh? Li Haisheng was confused. I understand the base station. But can it also be virtual? Fong Tang shook his head. Shaking his head, he was now sure that Li Haisheng was just a game, NPC. The text message sent to Li Haisheng was not a real person, but the content set by the game. So there were garbled codes, such as the transfer base station and code completion. Over there. Li Haisheng touched his cell phone and walked towards the blocked door again. The thick metal plate made a clanking sound when knocked. And the same was true for the windows. Now there was not even a gap in the entire hall. Fong Tang patted Beixing's head and told it to keep an eye on Fong Qingqing, who was not far away. Since Li Haisheng is an NPC, what is Fong Qingqing's identity? This woman was definitely not from the Foreign Administration Department. Zhao Zhongqing's suspicion before his death almost exposed this woman. Fong Tang has been waiting for the game prompts. This S-level Hanajirishima game, according to the rules, seems to be a process game that needs to be cracked level by level. The subsequent content must be unlocked by passing the previous levels. Moreover, the more difficult the challenge game, the fewer the prompts. Now I won't even tell you the theme of the game. Li Haisheng scratched his head and came over crying. We can't get out. We really can't get out. We are trapped here. Fong Tang smiled slightly. The more terrifying thing is yet to come. He didn't mean to scare Li Haisheng on purpose. He just wanted to tell Fong Qingqing. How long can this woman hold on? Fong Qingqing coughed and looked at Bei Xing in front of her uneasily. But she couldn't help but gritted her teeth and yelled, "You murderer! Don't scare people here!" Fong Tang interrupted her. "Have I killed anyone? There is no trial." "But you killed Director Zhao in front of me. This is a fact." Fong Qingqing's face suddenly turned horribly pale. Her lips trembled. She wanted to explain something, but couldn't. Fong Tang snorted coldly and came to the sofa carrying the loot. Li Haisheng stood there, looking at the two people blankly, not knowing who to trust. At this time, Fong Tang opened the mineral water, bread, ham sausage, and chocolate, all placed on the coffee table in front of the sofa. He first picked up the water, opened the unconscious blonde woman's mouth, and took a sip. Then he got some bread, ham and chocolate, and fed them to the blonde girl. Fong Qingqing stared at him mockingly. "How come you, a murderer, are so kind-hearted all of a sudden and feed the prisoners?" Fong Tang turned his head, and his expression became even more mocking. "Idiot. I am making sure whether these foods are poisonous." Fong Qingqing was breathing heavily, and her chest was rising and falling. She felt extremely humiliated, but she had nothing to say. This murderer Fong Tang happened to be very good at what he did. He can even think of using a blonde girl to test poison? Li Haisheng witnessed all this and walked gently towards Fong Tang. After walking to Fong Tang, he whispered, "I'm going to look elsewhere to see if there are any useful tools." Fong Tang looked at him, and the two looked at each other. Li Haisheng's eyes were sincere. His meaning is also very clear. Girls are unreliable, and we two men can cooperate. Ha ha. The deputy mayor has indeed been pretending to be stupid. He is actually smarter than anyone else. Fong Tang looked around. "Be careful. Don't try to break open those metal plates. It's useless. We can only stay in this hall." Li Haisheng immediately began to search around the corners of the hall. Chapter 154 Identity. Fong Tang played with the food he found and kept observing the blonde girl's condition. The blonde girl on the sofa was breathing steadily, showing no signs of intoxication. "What's going on with this woman?" Fong Qingqing finally couldn't help but ask. Fong Tang said coldly, "On the helicopter, she wanted to capture me alive. She took out a syringe, and I snatched it away and gave her an injection. It was probably a powerful sleeping potion." Fong Qingqing looked at her carefully. She looks like she's asleep." Fong Tang untied the blonde girl's sweat uniform. "What I'm curious about is her identity." Fong Qingqing frowned to stop him. "Please give this lady some respect." Fong Tang scanned. He glanced at her and pushed her away with a palm. "A little respect? If this woman is still awake, she will definitely shoot you without hesitation. Fong Qingqing, please put away your sympathy first." The blonde girl, there was only one set of underwear under the police uniform, and all the pockets had been turned over. Apart from the SWAT's tactical daggers, first aid kits, intercoms, and other conventional equipment, there were no clues. Fong Tang stared at the blonde girl who took off her police uniform, looking at her very seriously. Fong Qingqing looked at the man suspiciously, and when she saw Fong Tang's fixed gaze, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and annoyed. "Pervert!" Fong Tang exclaimed. "Who do you think is a pervert?" "I don't know who is a pervert. You are committing a crime by staring at that girl's body for so long, and the other girl has no power to resist," Fong Qingqing said fiercely. Fong Tang sneered. "You idiot! I'm trying to identify her." Fong Qingqing snorted and laughed. "Identifying? What an awesome excuse. So you can identify someone by looking at their body?" Fong Tang, they didn't bother to pay attention to her, and continued to watch. Fong Qingqing came over, a little curious. It seemed that Fong Tang was not peeping, but really observing. What is he looking at? There's not a clue about this blonde. "Miss Fong, I remember when we were at the base. You told Director Zhao that you had a degree in criminal psychology?" Fong Qingqing coughed, and the panic in his eyes flashed. "Yeah. What's wrong? Just pretend," Fong Tang snorted. "If you understand criminal psychology, then I am the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes." Fong Qingqing stepped on the cold floor with bare feet, listening to the man's teasing, and said angrily, "Okay. Then please, detective. Please explain. What did you see? What is this person's identity?" Fong Tang stood up and opened the mineral water, drank it slowly, ate half a piece of coconut bread, and finally gave a piece of ham to he looked at Bei Xing and then wiped his mouth. "I have seen a lot of clues. The truth is right in front of me." The man had a teasing tone, like a great detective. Fong Qingqing wanted to give him a slap, but she felt her mouth was dry and her stomach growled hungry. But she could only endure it and gritted her teeth. "Please tell me." Fong Tang smiled faintly. This girl's name is Alice. She has her elder brother or younger brother is called Green. This brother Green was once a soldier of the U.S. Delta Force, but later died for unknown reasons. In order to inherit the legacy of her family brothers, Alice signed up to join the army and tried to join the Delta Force, but failed. But she was later absorbed by the CIA and became an operational agent. Fong Tang finished speaking in one breath and continued eating bread. Fong Qingqing was dumbfounded and giggled for a long time, bending over with laughter. Okay, Mr. Fong Tang, I'm really convinced by you. You wrote the story so seriously and hard. I almost believed it. Fong Tang looking at her laughing wildly, until the girl could no longer laugh. She said in a deep voice, I never make up stories. Everything I just said is all inference. Now we can verify it. How to verify it? Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. After losing her glasses, her black eye sockets were particularly conspicuous. This is a sign of lack of sleep. Fong Qingqing often stays up late. Fong Tang had automatically memorized this piece of information. He himself doesn't know why, but it seems that it has become an instinct to observe the opponent and look for flaws and intelligence in the opponent. This is no longer human logical thinking, but more like the way artificial intelligence thinks. Bai's influence on him has penetrated deeply into his brain. Fong Tang shook his head, came out of this weird mood, and looked around. I need a knife. Fong Qingqing's eyes trembled, and she rushed forward to grab the blonde girl's tactical dagger. She was backing up. I will never allow a murderer to get a murder weapon. Fong Tang shrugged and pointed to the blonde girl's shoulder. Come on! This woman's right shoulder is close to her armpit. There may be something hidden under the skin. I speculate that it is some kind of small chip that can be implanted into the human body. Fong Tang said. The chip Tang was talking about was not the nanoworm chip from Unlimited Company, but an agent chip that could release location signals and store a small amount of data. Fong Qingqing held the dagger and asked stupidly, Are you serious? How do you know there is a chip under her shoulder? Fong Tang took a step forward impatiently. It's very simple. I just tried the pulse of her right arm since that some of her blood vessels were blocked, especially the lower right part of her shoulder. This situation must be caused by some kind of implant affecting the human blood vessels. Fong Qingqing swallowed. What you said is true. But she couldn't help but doubt that what Fong Tang said was true. Because in traditional Chinese medicine, the magical skill of taking the pulse can indeed detect vascular sclerosis and even thrombosis. But Fong Qingqing did not have the courage or skills to cut open the flesh and blood of a living person. In a daze, his eyes blurred, and the dagger in his hand fell into Fong Tang's hand. I don't know how he did it. At this time, the dagger held a shining blade in Fong Tang's hand, and the flame lit up. After the man disinfected with a lighter, he flashed the dagger in his hand delicately, and the unconscious blonde girl swayed and fell into a deep sleep again. Bright red blood flowed from her shoulder. Fong Tang flicked his finger, and the sharp dagger tip bounced up. On the blood-stained dagger blade, a black chip the size of a fingernail shone brightly. Fong Qingqing took a few steps back and almost fell down. It's true. This blonde girl really has a chip. Fong Tang had already taken out the first aid kit and threw it to Fong Qingqing. Stop her bleeding. Don't worry. My technique is absolutely top-notch. She just has a flesh wound. The man washed the chip with mineral water and frowned at it. Unfortunately, there isn't any equipment here to crack the chip. At this time, Fong Qingqing stood up from the sofa and wiped his sweat. Let me have a look. Fong Tang raised his eyebrows. Do you have a way to crack it? I can try. Fong Qingqing's tone was much gentler now. Tang Yi became polite. Please believe me once. Fong Tang handed her the chip and patted Beixing in front of him. Go and see Mayor Li. Don't let anything happen to him. Beixing immediately rushed to the southwest of the hall at the corner. Li Haisheng was still looking through windows and cabinets for tools to open doors and windows. Fong Qingqing wiped the chip clean with a paper towel and looked at it under the light. This is a chip with a special coating. It is a very high-end technology. It will not cause infection when implanted in the body, and it can penetrate the skin and release signals. I have only heard of this kind of thing before, but I didn't expect that it can be actually used. As she said that, she took out an instrument the size of a charger from the small bag, and put the small chip into the standard adapter, then connected it to my mobile phone with a data cable. The movements are extremely skilled. I made this kind of transcoder myself. No matter what architecture the chip is, as long as it contains data, it can be converted into text that can be recognized by the mobile phone system. Fong Qingqing said lightly. She definitely doesn't understand criminal psychology. And she's definitely not a translator for the Department of Foreign Affairs. But she is definitely a geek who is proficient in electronic products. And may even be a hacker like a mouse. Fong Qingqing had connected to the chip, and was decoding it on her iPhone. Then she shouted in disappointment. What a complicated password! Chapter 155 Scandal. Fong Qingqing patted her phone in frustration. Fong Tang came over and handed her the mineral water. Drink some water first. What level of password is this? Fong Qingqing took a big sip, took the bread in Fong Tang's hand, and stuffed it directly into her mouth, chewing vividly. Well, it's a mixed password, and it changes dynamically. The principle is like what we call cloud passwords. Every once in a while, a signal is sent to the chip on the cloud server to regenerate a new one. Password. She had already sat down, grabbing her hair while trying. To crack this kind of password, you must use a cracking program. First, capture the data packets on the cloud server, and you must hide it from the other party. And then crack the data package, find the source code inside, and use it to analyze the rules of password changes. Any dynamic password has rules, but the complexity is different. Fong Tang also sat on the wooden table beside him. We don't have much time. If you can't crack it, don't waste your time. Anyway, I have deduced her identity. Fong Qingqing was completely immersed in her familiar world at this time, forgetting the situation at this time, let alone Fong Tang, the murderer. Identity of. She deciphered it without saying a word, muttering something in her mouth. After a while, Fong Qingqing threw down her phone dejectedly and bit her lip. I can't crack it. She was very frustrated. I am afraid that only the hackers of Zhuang can crack such a strong password. Fong Tang frowned. Hackers from Zon? Fong Qingqing smiled bitterly. You must have never heard that the most powerful hackers in the world now belong to two major organizations. One is the Loose Zon, and the other is the so-called Innocent Builder, Shadow Island. In the online world, from a technical perspective, Zon's hackers are more neutral. Fong Tang interrupted her. Or, I have a way to crack the password. Fong Qingqing shook her head. No, maybe. Fong Tang looked at her phone. Can your Apple write code? Well, what language is the code? The most commonly used one. OC language and Swift language. Or Android's Java or C language. Fong Tang frowned and thought for a moment. OC language. Fong Qingqing was still doubtful, and couldn't believe what kind of code this guy, who didn't even understand mobile phone programming language, could write. But she still opened a document box with white text on a black background on her mobile phone. You can write directly. Fong Tang closed his eyes. What he was thinking about now was the Ice King slave girl. The powerful hacker Singed. That girl cracked the CIA 16-digit mixed code in 30 seconds in a Chang'an hotel suite. If the passwords used by CIA agents were all the same. Fong Tang closed his eyes and tried to remember. Then a series of green data streams clearly appeared in front of me. This is the code used by the alchemist Singed to crack the suitcase chip. It's amazing. At that time, I only glanced at it. But now I can easily retrieve it from the depths of my memory. The fragmented data hidden in the deepest part of the memory suddenly appeared so clearly. Is this what brain development does? As long as it is information and data that has been glanced at, it can be remembered at any time. And it can also be expanded and extended to extract key information from those fragmented knowledge. This is not only photographic memory, but also a manifestation of operating fragmented knowledge to the extreme. Fong Tang quickly copied it. In less than 30 seconds, Fong Tang threw the phone to the woman. Run it and try it! Fong Qingqing snorted. If you can write a usable program in such a short time, then I will. Suddenly, Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. Her mouth opened, and she was speechless. This is code that only the best hackers could write. Perfect yet efficient. Simple yet safe. In the world of hackers, this kind of code is a precious work of art. A masterpiece. Fong Qingqing couldn't understand some of the code. She ran quickly. After 30 seconds, the chip password was unlocked and countless words popped up. Fong Qingqing looked up and looked at Fong Tang with eyes that changed. Weird, admired, shocked, and a little bit in awe. Cracked. You are so awesome. I have never seen such a concise code. It is as if it was written by the gods. Fong Qingqing murmured. Fong Tang smiled. It's not too late to worship me later. Let's take a look at the contents of the chip first. The chip on the blonde girl decoded 1.5 M of text data, without any images. It seems to be designed to maximize the storage of more data. It's all in English. And there are black boxes everywhere on these English materials divided into files. The word, confidential, is written in English under each black frame. Fong Tang pouted. I once saw a real CIA document, which is exactly the same as this one. They just like to put black boxes on the documents. Depending on the confidentiality level, the information you see is different. Even so, now the mobile phone, the information seen above is enough. Her name is really Alice. Fong Qingqing opened her mouth again and licked her lips subconsciously. Your reasoning just now was not just made up. This does not require reasoning. On the helicopter, her accomplices directly, I called out this girl's name and continued reading. Fong Qingqing flipped through the pages. Family information. His father is an ordinary blue-collar worker in Ohio. His mother is an accountant. And he has an older brother named Green. His older brother, Green, was once a member of the Delta Force, a second lieutenant who won the Congressional Medal of Honor, but later stepped on a landmine during a military operation in the Middle East and died. Fong Qingqing breathed heavily, secretly looking at Fong Tang, and her heart was extremely shocked. Even the blonde girl's brother figured it out. But Fong Tang just stared at this woman's body for 2 minutes. This is beyond what Fong Qingqing can understand. I'll explain later. Fong Tang took the phone directly. What he wants to see is the intelligence behind it. For what purpose did Alice and her fellow agents infiltrate the base? And why did they want to capture themselves alive? The following information is very clear. Operation Pebble failed, and an alternative operation was activated. Codenamed Operation Sea Fishing. The mission requires that at all costs, sneak into the magic city of China and find the target Fong Tang. According to existing intelligence analysis, the ore from Kunlun, the board has fallen into the hands of the target, which is very important for our battle with the snake of the world. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. At the end of the cracked information, there is a 20,000-word description of the world serpent. But what attracts the most attention are a few sentences. The scandal file of the leader of the world snake is our best weapon against this organization. During Operation Cobblestone, the scandal file was stored in the jammer of the suitcase, so it must be retrieved. Fong Tang was shocked. Then, he couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart. It turns out that the snake of the world was desperately trying to snatch back the suitcase. What he wanted was not some rubbings, but the scandal files in the electromagnetic jammer. Holy shit. I almost missed it. I couldn't help but touch my chin, thinking in my mind, I wonder what kind of scandal the leader of the world snake has fallen into the hands of the CIA. Ding dong! Ding dong! Fong Tang sensed the barrage in the game system. Crazy barrage. Barrage from Super VIP 89. Fong Tang. Damn it. Don't show CIA intelligence in the game. Shut it up. Fong Tang. I'm warning you. Don't make me angry. Fong Tang. Shut it up. Shut it up. From angry to coquettish, the leader of the world serpent is already a little insane. Super VIP 99. Wow. Little girl. No wonder you have been criticizing the CIA during this period and almost started a war with the largest intelligence organization in the United States. It turns out that the handle fell into someone else's hands. Super VIP 89 tips Tang 6,000 game coins. Fong Tang reached out and took out the cylindrical jammer from his pocket, looking at it with a smile. Fong Qingqing beside her was confused. You? What are you doing? Why are you giggling? Fong Tang waved his hand, played with the jammer, and walked aside. He started to send a barrage. This Super VIP 89. You just started a bet, and you want to buy me to death. Super VIP 89. You? Don't do this. The system prompts appeared crazily. Super VIP 89 canceled the gambling game, determined that the banker failed, and 200,000 game coins began to be distributed. Suddenly, the players from the Ice Royal family cheered. They all bought Fong Tanging, and now they are collecting money before the game officially starts? Ji Bingwang seemed shocked. Little girl, you are crazy. 200,000 game coins. You are giving up now? Super VIP 89 sent a private chat barrage. Fong Tang opened with a smile. Super VIP 89. Hey, how are you going to give that thing to me? Fong Tang replied. We'll wait until I get out of this alive. Silence. Fong Tang sent a private chat barrage. If I fail, I'm sorry. The files in this jammer will be sent directly to all social media on the internet. Do you like this? Still silent. Then Super VIP 89 sent 3 barrages in a row. Fong Tang. First of all, you must be prepared. The last boss of Huawu Island is a super monster. Second, according to the information obtained by our world snake, there is a hidden mission in this level of the office building. The hidden content is to get a certain prop in the middle room on the 4th floor. Please remember, the prop is a riddle, And the riddle is born from the earth, living on wood. If metal is combined, water and fire are the same. If you solve this riddle, you can get a hidden reward. A super weapon customized for you. This reward is very rare, and is usually only available to masters. Only games with level 1 or above will appear. Finally, the theme of the Hanajiri Island game is Dragon King's Coffin. After 3 barrages, the system popped up in red font. Warning! Super VIP 89 is trying to interfere with the game process. Warning! Super VIP 89 is interfering with the game process and has entered the punishment phase. Punish! Super VIP 89's amnesty rights are cancelled. The little girl of World Snake has really spent a lot of money, and her right to amnesty has been cancelled. In total, she has lost 300,000 game coins before and after. The game barrage has gradually calmed down. Super VIP 89 is offline. Ji Bingwang sent a private message. Fong Tang, I don't know what to say now. The little girl is very pitiful. So please send me a copy of the document in the jammer first. This guy. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Brother, let's talk after we pass the test. Close the system. Hidden mission. 4 riddles. Special reward. Fong Tang repeated in his heart. Born on the earth. Living on wood. If metal is combined, water and fire are the same. This is a riddle with the theme of the changes in the 5 elements of metal. Wood, water, fire, and earth. It looks difficult. At this time, Fong Qingqing's shout sounded in his ears. Hey, what are you doing? Fong Tang opened his eyes. Okay, let's continue the game. Fong Qingqing blinked. Do you think you are playing a game now? Fong Tang appeared in front of her, and his fingers pressed on her neck at some point. Fong Qingqing felt like she was being hugged by a man, and her face changed color. But Fong Tang quickly let go of his hand and shook his head. It turns out that like Mayor Li, you are also an NPC. Fong Qingqing gritted his teeth. I don't care what crazy talk you are talking about. But how did you deduce Alice? Identity? This was the part she couldn't understand the most. Fong Tang smiled and pointed at the blonde girl on the sofa. All the clues are on her. Ah. Fong Qingqing watched with attention. Without a clue. What exactly is on her body? Tattoo. Chapter 156 Tattoo Reasoning. Tattoo? Fong Qingqing subconsciously looked at the blonde girl again. Sure enough, American women's somewhat rough skin is covered with tattoos. This is also a characteristic of big American girls. Tattooing has always been a culture there. But Fong Qingqing didn't understand what these tattoos could show. Fong Tang took the blonde girl's right arm and pointed under it. Look at the English tattoo here. Fong Qingqing immediately translated it. Well, this sentence means for you. Dear Green. There is an arrow behind the letter tattoo, pointing to the ribs. The blonde girl also had letters tattooed under her right rib. The glory of the family. My dear brother. Fong Qingqing exhaled and looked at Fong Tang with admiration. Awesome. It turns out that Alice has a brother named Green. That's the reasoning come out. Fong Tang pulled open the left side of the blonde girl's sweat uniform and pointed to the position below her heart. Look at the tattoo here again. It was a triangle made of lightning shapes. And in the middle of the triangle was a dagger. Fong Tang explained in a deep voice. This pattern is the logo of the Delta Force. You see there is a Medal of Honor with Green's name tattooed on top of the pattern. So I inferred that Alice's brother was once a Delta Force soldier. And this special congressional medal, generally it can only be obtained by sacrificed soldiers. Fong Qingqing sighed. So it can be inferred that Alice's brother was not only a special soldier, but also sacrificed. That's why we can explain what Alice said. For her dear brother, and for the family the meaning of the tattoo of glory. For her brother in honor. She wants to join the Delta. Fong Qingqing murmured. Then wondered. But how do you know she failed? Didn't join the army? Fong Tang smiled. Pointed his finger at the bottom of Alice's tattoo. Look here. That is a small English word. Loser. Loser means loser. Fong Qingqing shook his head. Such a small tattoo is covered by hair and scars. But you can still see it. Fong Tang glanced at her lightly. Don't doubt my eyesight. Like you. I just take a look. I know that you often stay up late. Don't sleep well during the day. And have had heart surgery. Fong Qingqing's face turned red. You are talking nonsense. When implanting a cardiac stent, some special patients need to have an inhalation surgery on the neck. Although the scar on your neck has almost disappeared, I can still see it. Fong Tang looked at the woman. You had a major heart surgery when you were very young. Judging from the extent of the scar healing, it must have been more than 10 years ago. Fong Qingqing subconsciously raised her collar to cover her neck. She gritted her teeth. Stop talking about me. Last question. Alice is that CIA agent. How did you deduce it from the tattoo? She actually didn't care about such details anymore. She just wanted to change the topic. Fong Tang exclaimed. You can't tell this by looking at the tattoo. He stretched and said, Alice once said on the helicopter that after completing the mission, there will be a ship on the high seas to meet her. Fong Qingqing let out a sigh. Since she is so confident, isn't it normal for her to have a ship to pick her up? Fong Tang smiled. You forgot what Director Zhao and the leader said about the Interpol commissioner and the American representative coming to Huawu Island to cooperate. Then Bian came by boat. Fong Qingqing was still a little confused, but she seemed to have grasped something. That can only mean that Alice is someone sent by Interpol or the American police. Fong Tang hesitantly said, It seems that you are not very sure. Understand the U.S. Secret Service system. Neither the police nor the FBI have the authority to operate overseas. Only the CIA has this authority to direct such a large operation and risk diplomatic risks for agents to invade. Fong Qingqing let out a breath. We were fooled. Yes. Fong Tang knocked on her head. Yes. Cooperation is just a cover. The U.S. representative traveled from the high seas to Huawu Island by boat in order to meet these two CIA agents. Fong Qingqing looked deeply, looking at him. At that time, Director Zhao was talking to the leader. But you were far away. How did you hear this? Fong Tang refused to explain. With Beixing's perception system, he can hear any conversation. Fong Qingqing picked up another piece of bread. But before it could be put into her mouth, Fong Tang snatched it away. She looked up sullenly. The man's eyes were cold. The identity of the blonde girl has been confirmed. And the lie of cooperation in solving the case has been clarified. Now it's time to talk about your identity. Fong Qingqing reached out and touched her back. With a click, the Type 92 pistol appeared in Fong Tang's hand. The man sneered. It's useless to give you a gun. You didn't even turn on the safety. He turned the safety and loaded the gun again. And a bullet jumped out. Fong Tang held the bullet and unfolded it. The bullet was spinning in his palm. Fong Qingqing, you are not a translator from the administration department. And you don't understand criminal psychology. You are a liar. Fong Qingqing swallowed. The bullet in the man's hand was pushed into the pistol. And the muzzle was raised. He can't shoot. Fong Qingqing was still thinking. There was a pop and her ears buzzed. She stumbled back and covered her left arm. Blood stained the uniform shirt. Fong Tang shook the pistol. I won't be so accurate next time. Fong Qingqing's left arm was in burning pain. But in fact it was just the bullet grazing the skin. Of course she didn't know. She just felt that her arm was going to be useless. The girl burst into tears. With a click, Fong Tang raised his gun again. Wait a minute. Fong Qingqing screamed tremblingly. I can explain. Because the gun had just been fired. The muzzle of the gun was already hot. And it was pressed against her hair. Fong Tang was expressionless. Don't think that I won't kill women or anything. I don't kill only innocent people. When you sneaked into the helicopter, followed here, and killed Zhao Zhongqing in front of me, he is a sinner. The man's words were full of arrogance and madness. He seems to regard himself as a law enforcer representing justice. Fong Qingqing lowered her head and wiped away her tears. You're right. I'm not a translator. And I don't understand criminal psychology. They were all made up on the fly. I'm just a programmer. A code farmer. Fong Tang agreed. He said, Continue. I have to come to Huawu Island. Especially at this special time of autumn tide. I have a certain reason. Fong Qingqing's eyes suddenly became strong. But I booked the boat ticket in advance. Before boarding the ship in the morning. I heard that Huawu Island was sealed. Fong Tang frowned. It should be for this cooperation to solve the case. So the island was temporarily sealed. Fong Qingqing raised her head. The muzzle of the gun was still pointing at her hair. She stood up slowly. And Fong Tang put away his gun. Fong Qingqing treated the wound on her arm. He was secretly shocked that the man's marksmanship was really just a flesh wound. She is very hungry. Fong Tang handed her the piece of bread again. When a person is nervous, the body will secrete a type of dopamine, which causes the human body to be extremely hungry. Fong Qingqing glared at him. Don't show off your knowledge at this time. Fong Tang sighed. He didn't mean to show off. But he said it subconsciously. This is still the legacy left by that artificial intelligence, turning him into half a robot. Fong Qingqing bit her bread and suddenly whispered. Sealing the island is not as simple as you said. You see, the second SWAT team has not shown up so far. No matter how bad the weather outside is, helicopters can still do something. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Of course, this was a big move by Infinite Company. Blocking off an isolated island is not a problem at all. Last time, they even sealed off the entire mountain range of Sneaky Slope to create a game scene. Fong Qingqing was still analyzing. I suspect that there is a big problem on the entire island. The higher-ups must have noticed it. So they isolated it. Huh? It turns out there is a ghost on this island. She sighed and continued. I couldn't enter the island at that time. So I had to think of other ways. I also looked for private fishing boats. But no matter how much money I spent, no one was willing to send me there. Those fishing boats said that there was a Dragon King appearing on Huawu Island during the autumn tide. So I couldn't come. Those who offend the Dragon King. Dragon god worship is a common worship in the East China Sea Islands. This is understandable. Fong Qingqing finished the last piece of bread. Just when I had no other choice, I accidentally saw a message on a travel app one developed. It was the message of two foreigners. They located the flower on the travel map. Kirishima. Fong Tang stared at her. Those two foreigners are Alice and her partner. Right? Fong Qingqing nodded, feeling aggrieved. Don't look at me like that. This woman used a fake name at that time. With a fake passport. I pretended to be a couple with that man. I just saw their whereabouts on the app. Fong Tang sneered. Isn't this kind of information supposed to be private and confidential? Fong Qingqing curled her lips. What do you think I have made money from over the years? All the apps I developed have backdoors. Everyone who uses my app will be invaded by Trojan packages. I can sell their data for money. Some people pay electronically on my app. I can still crack it and make a big fortune. Fong Tang interrupted her. Keep talking. You found out that Alice and the others are coming to Huawu Island. What next? Fong Qingqing nodded. Of course I don't know the target of those two people was you. And I didn't know that they were planning to kidnap you and leave the high seas from Wujirai Island. But I thought that foreigners might have a way to come to the island. So I followed the two people. She swallowed at this point. I used my mobile phone to locate the location and tracked it all the way to the SWAT base. Then I saw the two of them knocking down the SWAT police, stealing the equipment, and sneaking into the helicopter. Fong Tang had completely understood. At this time, you just got on the helicopter. Fong Qingqing smiled. It's crazy, right? But it's also very successful. Because there were 3 people on the helicopter at the time. The driver didn't know anything. And the 2 special police officers were all disguised. I said who I am? They don't know how to ask and don't dare to ask. The unlucky Zhao Zhongqing was also confused and was deceived by Fong Qingqing with just a few words. Maybe I'm lucky. In fact, as long as Zhao Zhongqing asks a few more questions or calls the leader to confirm, I'm done. Fong Qingqing grabbed her hair. I just have to come here. And it must be it's October 13th. Tomorrow is October 13th. Chapter 157 dedicated to Alice. Fong Tang looked at the woman silently. Fong Qingqing felt the pressure and raised her head again. As for landing on the island, I can't tell you the reason. If you insist on asking, then shoot me to death. Fong Tang shook his head. You are just an NPC, and all secrets will be passed through the game. The process is slowly unraveling. I'm not in a hurry. It's just a game. Fong Qingqing was stunned. Don't say such things again. It sounds scary. Fong Tang stopped talking and looked around. Mr. Li, why are you still rummaging through things? Beixing's voice came from the other side. The two of them looked together. I saw Li Haixing squatting in front of a piano, immersed in what he was doing. He's very involved. Even the gunshots just now didn't even alert him. Fong Tang and Fong Qingqing walked over together. Li Haixing stuck his head out from under the piano. Come and take a look. There seems to be something underneath. Fong Tang pulled Li Haixing away and leaned over to look. Under the piano stand, a floor tile can be opened. It seems that Li Haixing spent a lot of effort to dig out this moving marble brick. Chief Li, how did you see this mechanism? Li Haixing's fingers were red and swollen. He was so anxious that he forgot to use tools. I know this floor, he said, rubbing his fingers. Fong Qingqing frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? You can still recognize the floor? Li Haixing blew on his red and swollen fingers. Don't believe it. Our Huawu Island has a tradition in recent years that all houses must be oriented according to the east. A special place for worshipping the Dragon King. When he said this, he stared at his fingers, a little confused. How come my fingers are so pampered? I used to pull ropes at sea, and my fingers were even worn out. It hurts so much. Fong Tang patted him. Don't be distracted. What did you say about offering sacrifices to the Dragon King? Li Haixing nodded. Dragon King of the East China Sea. There are sculptures. This is the rule on our island. But when this office building was built, because the township government at that time required the elimination of superstition. So it was determined not to build a tablet of the dragon god. He was very honest at this time. I was really worried. So I secretly dug a floor tile and buried a tablet of the dragon god underneath. He stretched out his feet and stepped on the floor tiles. It is buried in the east according to the direction. I was looking around for things just now, and suddenly I thought of it. So I came to touch it. Li Haisheng swallowed his saliva. Who knew that the dragon god was under this floor tile? The tablet is gone. But there is a strange thing. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. You all stand back. Li Haisheng and Fong Qingqing backed away subconsciously. Fong Tang whistled at the loosened floor tiles. Beijing came over like lightning and lowered his head to sniff. It barked. Fong Tang nodded. And the tactical dagger appeared. When he picked it up, the floor tiles flew up. Below is a small pit, which was dug by Li Haisheng when he secretly buried the dragon god's tablet. In the small pit with a diameter of only 5 centimeters, a piece of white gelatin appeared. Fong Tang stabbed the white gelatinous substance with his dagger. Pulled out suddenly. It's soft and elastic, like a square film. Fong Qingqing and Li Haisheng both came over. This seems to be pigskin? Bleached? Li Haisheng reached out and touched it. He was not afraid of anything because he had no idea what the situation was. But Fong Qingqing was more cautious. Don't touch it. It looks like plastic film. Fong Tang's fingers trembled at this time. You are all wrong. This is human skin. Ah. Fong Qingqing and Li Haisheng both jumped up. Fong Tang gently put down the dagger and looked at the white skin. Didn't you see it? This is the belly button. This is the skin of the abdomen. It has been processed as a specimen and coated with a layer of preservatives. Fong Qingqing covered her hands. Mouth. I can't help but vomit again. Li Haisheng's eyes widened and he looked hard. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. We encountered a storm at sea that year, and an old sailor on our ship was pulled down by a wire fishing net. When he came up, his whole skin was gone. Fong Qingqing was no longer afraid. Unable to bear it, he vomited all the bread he had just eaten. Can't you say something else? Fong Tang hissed at this time. Wait, there are words on the skin. The handwriting on the human skin was very subtle. Sacrifice to experimental subject number 11. The incomprehensible handwriting. But the appearance of sacrifices, experimental subjects, and numbers is a bit weird. Fong Tang watched silently and spat for a long time. This handwriting was made by mixing fish oil with paint and pricking it with a needle when the person was still alive. When he said this, Li Haisheng suddenly screamed strangely. Ah, isn't this the tattoo technique of our Boss Hai? Who is Boss Hai? What kind of technique? Fong Tang asked immediately. Li Haisheng licked his lips. Hai Chaosheng, the head of our township, is the most prestigious old captain here. We usually call him Boss Hai. He couldn't help but touch the human skin. Look at this craftsmanship. Even if Boss Hai didn't inject it himself, it was still the craftsmanship of his son. Everyone on the island knows about their family's tattooing skills. In the past, only the sailors who fished the most were qualified to get tattoos from Boss Hai and his family. Hua. When Kirishima fishermen go to sea, they always get tattoos of gods such as Dragon God and General Fubo to protect their bodies. This is a tradition. That's why Heike Shanghai passed down this craft to his family. Fong Tang slapped Li Haisheng's hand away with a dagger. Don't touch it. I'll take a look again. The dagger slid across the belly button of the human skin, and Fong Tang exclaimed, It's a piece of woman's skin. Fong Qingqing immediately covered it. He came over and said, What woman? How do you know? Fong Tang gently tapped the human skin with his dagger. Look here. It's the stretch marks after cesarean section. Only women who have given birth will leave them. Right here. Under the stretch marks, tiny symbols suddenly appeared. To be exact, it's the music score. The strangest thing is that these music scores are not tattooed, but more like they were carved with a knife. Li Haisheng's eyes widened. It's weird. Why is Boss Hai's human skin tattoo in the hole I dug? How did the music score be written on it? Fong Qingqing's face turned pale. Her whole body trembled, and she vomited again. Fong Tang patted her back. If you can't bear it, go over there and wait. Fong Qingqing's eyes were dazed, and it took her a long time to tremble. Let me see the score. She glanced at the human skin, turned his head and trembled, took another look, and turned his head uncontrollably. After struggling for a long time, he said hoarsely, This is piano music. Although it is difficult to see clearly, this piece of music is so famous that you can guess it with just a few notes. Piano music? Fong Tang's eyes lit up. Now! Isn't there a piano right in front of me? This is the clue of the game. Now the system will no longer prompt. But this scene, the weird woman's belly skin, and the music score on it all point to the piano. Can you play? Fong Tang asked. Fong Qingqing took a deep breath. I can try. Fong Tang carefully put away the human skin, and Fong Qingqing had already sat in front of the piano. Her fingers were still trembling, and it took her a long time to play the first note. Then it becomes smoother. The beautiful sound of the piano echoed in the closed hall. But nothing happened. There are no mechanisms activated and no abnormal phenomena. Fong Qingqing played it twice more. This is just this section of the score. Do you want me to play the whole piece? Fong Tang shook his head. There is only this section on human skin, so the clue must be in this section of the score. What went wrong? Are there any clues you haven't noticed? Over there. Li Haisheng smacked his lips. It sounds really nice. I've heard this piece before. It seems to be by Beethoven? Fong Qingqing was silent for a moment and whispered. This is the famous song for Alice. Li Haisheng slapped his thigh. This is the song. Fong Qingqing lowered her head and said nothing. But Fong Tang's eyes lit up, and he slapped the piano hard. Dedicated to Alice. Ha ha! What are you laughing at? You're so scary. Fong Qingqing, stomp your feet. Fong Tang looked at her. Idiot! Don't we have an Alice here? The two of them looked at the blonde girl on the sofa. Agent Alice from Ohio. Chapter 158 Activation. Agent Alice was like a doll on the sofa, not even moving except for breathing. Fong Tang walked along the piano to the opposite direction and stared at the back of the piano. Sure enough, the corner of his mouth curled up. You two NPCs, come and take a look at this place. Fong Qingqing rolled her eyes. This guy was talking nonsense again. She let go of her hair, rubbed it gently, and walked towards Li Haisheng. Li Haisheng seemed to have discovered something at this time and kept staring at Fong Qingqing. He almost bumped into the piano because he looked so seriously. Chief Li, what are you looking at? Fong Qingqing was dissatisfied. Li Haisheng smiled and scratched his head. It's okay. It's okay. The two came to Fong Tang and followed the direction of his fingers and saw a diamond-shaped mirror on the back of the piano. It's like a camera mounted on a wooden board. Dozens of small holes flashed out on the diamond-shaped mirror. This is a biometric laser identification device. Fong Tang touched his chin. When you play the piano, every changing note will activate a small spotlight inside, and the identification light must shine on Alice. Can it finally be activated? Li Haisheng couldn't understand what Fong Tang said, but Fong Qingqing understood it. I don't believe you just said a game. The smart girl's eyes widened. Is this kind of mechanism design really a secret room cracking game? Fong Tang shook his head. It's not what you think. He didn't know would like to say more because the rules of the game do not allow it. Fong Qingqing's face changed at this time. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the ceiling, walls, and metal plates crazily. Then she shouted, I know there are people watching from behind. What surveillance camera are you using? The woman bit her tongue. Lips. Is this a reality show game? Or a prank? Staring at the file cabinet in the opposite hall. By the way, your camera is right here. She was about to rush over, but Fong Tang grabbed her from behind. Wake up! There are no cameras here. Fong Qingqing was still struggling, but was pulled in front of the man and immediately received a loud slap in the face. Are you awake now? Fong Tang's face was gloomy. Fong Qingqing touched her face and said hotly, Let me go! After Fong Tang let go, the girl sat on the ground, holding her knees with her hands. You are right. There is no mobile phone signal here, and it is raining heavily outside. Thunder and lightning can't be a live reality show. I figured it out. Let's get Alice over here and sit down. Fong Tang had already pulled a small sofa and pushed it to the position directly opposite the perforation of the piano mechanism. Fong Qingqing stood up, and together with Li Haisheng, helped Alice up and carried her to the small sofa. After putting the blonde girl into a sitting position, Fong Qingqing returned to the piano, took a deep breath, and started playing again. The notes were beating, and each note would bring a beam of light, which would be scanned to Alice. This is really a piano piece dedicated to Alice. The biometric light keeps flashing, but it is actually very weak because the light flashes too fast, which is why I didn't notice it just now. As the last note of this piano music stopped, a beam of light appeared on Alice's forehead. A sharp sound sounded above everyone's heads. It seemed to be some kind of electric sound. But Fong Tang has closed his eyes, and the game prompt has arrived. Dear Fong Tang player, congratulations. You have successfully triggered the main process task. The office building of the Legend of Wajirai Island. Players are now asked to enter the game carefully. There will be no system prompts for the game process. All clues are in the game scene. The mission goal of the office building in the Legend of Hanajiri Island is completed if you successfully reach the 4th floor and leave from the 4th floor. This round of game rewards 10,000 game coins and 2 random lottery tickets in the mall. Fong Tang repeated in his mind. Successfully reach the 4th floor. If you leave from the 4th floor, you have completed the game. Following the game prompts, a burst of electricity suddenly sounded from the top of the office building lobby. The powerful sound of electricity quickly disappeared. The lights dimmed, became extremely dark, and the ceiling above began to shake. And then drops of water fell. Fong Qingqing and Li Haisheng both touched their bodies. Water leaking! Only Fong Tang looked solemn. There's something wrong with the water! The next moment, the lights in the hall were completely extinguished. Wow! The heavy rain fell from the ceiling, which was extremely real. And there was even a strong wind in the enclosed space. In this violent storm, a thunder rumbled. Then the lightning struck one after another. Fong Qingqing subconsciously threw herself into Fong Tang's arms. But Li Haisheng remained calm. After all, he had been the captain of a fishing boat. The sound of wind, rain and thunder was nothing compared to the real storm on the sea. How did the only slightly scary weather phenomenon happen in this closed hall? Not only were there violent storms in the enclosed space, but even the thunder and lightning were so real. In the white lightning and the strong wind, Fong Qingqing's long hair was spread out. But Li Haisheng looked at the girl again. The deputy mayor showed doubts, and shock. He squatted down and kept patting his head. No way! How could it be her? The rain fell violently like water columns. Fong Tang looked down at the water that had covered his shoes, and his expression changed. This place is completely closed. Fong Qingqing also trembled. The rain is so heavy that it will drown us. According to the speed at which the water was spreading, Fong Tang calculated in his mind. We only have 15 minutes. In just 30 seconds, the water rose by 10 centimeters. In 15 minutes, the water will exceed 3 meters, and the closed hall will become a jar filled with water. Fong Qingqing looked up. In the bright light of lightning, her face was extremely pale. What should we do? Another lightning appeared. In the strong wind, Fong Qingqing's long hair was rolled up, and her face was even more frighteningly pale in the lightning. Li Haisheng, who had been squatting on the ground to peek at her, his eyes widened. He suddenly screamed, jumped up, and then fainted with a plop. The water has rolled up. So damn. Li Haisheng fainted at this time. Fong Qingqing was stunned and didn't know what to do. Fong Tang rushed over and yelled at the girl. You, Alice, and I, Li Haisheng, find a high place. The highest place. The water under his feet had reached his trouser legs. Fong Qingqing understood what the man meant. Stumbled to the small sofa, and used all her strength to carry Alice on her back. Over there, Fong Tang was already carrying the unconscious Li Haisheng, stepping into the water and whistled. Amidst the sharp whistle, Beixing appeared from behind and led him straight to the east side of the piano. Without Bai's help, the sensor system connected to Beixing was a bit slow, and the information obtained was vague. But it was enough. In darkness and lightning, the North Star is the best way to navigate. It took Fong Tang and Fong Qingqing to find the best location in the hall, the 2-meter-high file cabinet. Fong Tang exerted his strength on his shoulders, and used some skill to throw the unconscious Li Haisheng onto the top of the cabinet. He turned around and took the blonde girl from Fong Qingqing's back, and threw it up as well. Then he hugged Fong Qingqing. Relax? Fong Qingqing couldn't relax at all, and felt a strong force coming from her knees. She jumped up involuntarily, waved her hands subconsciously, and landed on the top of the cabinet. This long filing cabinet had enough space, and Fong Qingqing sat on it. There was a space of about 1 meter above it, and below it was the water that continued to spread. Fong Tang, come up quickly. Hurry up, Fong Qingqing cried. Don't worry about me. Fong Tang walked around the house with Beixing. What are you doing? Fong Qingqing really cried. She was scared and afraid. But she also understood that Fong Tang was everyone's only hope, and he was the strongest person in the field. I'm looking for clues. Clues to open this secret room. Fong Tang's tone was calm. The game has been activated, and you must reach the 4th floor. According to the existing game flow, the situation you are facing is obviously an escape room game. At the top of the stairs, Fong Tang's heart moved, and he took Beixing and walked straight away through the water. Chapter 159 Tips. In the closed hall, the rain suddenly became heavier again. The water seemed to rush past the knees in an instant and reached the waist and abdomen. Fong Tang sped up and his hand had already touched the steel plate at the top of the stairs. There must be some mechanism. This is the only way to survive. Only by opening this metal plate can you leave the hall and enter the subsequent game process. He touched the steel plate bit by bit, dived into the water, started tapping from the bottom, and followed the accumulated water until he reached the top. There is no mechanism. Not even a gap. Wrong direction? Fong Tang could only swim back. The water was now so high that people inside could touch the ceiling with their hands. Rain kept falling along the specially made gaps. Fong Tang licked his lips and said with a bitter and salty taste, "It's seawater!" Yes, this is seawater extracted from outside the office building and under the cliff on the island, and poured into the lobby of the office building through some kind of pipeline. The lightning was emitted from the ceiling where the chandelier used to be. The crazy lightning stung people's eyes, and Beijing suddenly barked. Fong Tang frowned and saw a flash of yellow light when lightning appeared. He shook his head. Maybe he was dazzled. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. What was he doing analyzing these? Although he was familiar with the design of Infinite Company's rainwater mechanism, it was of no help in cracking the secret room. Fong Tang swam to the filing cabinet. Fong Qingqing turned on her phone. She turned on the light and looked at Fong Tang sadly. "I'm sorry. I'm hiding something from you." At this moment, Fong Qingqing seemed to have let go of everything. The water overflowed the filing cabinet, and the moist and bitter sea water kept slapping the unconscious two people on the filing cabinet. Fong Tang quickly put Alice and Li Haixing into a sitting position, so that they could hold on for 2 minutes. Fong Qingqing held up her mobile phone, her eyes becoming more and more sad. "I should have told you a lot of things, but alas, let's forget it. I came to this island with no intention of going back alive. Oh, even if I escape successfully, it's just waiting to die." She covered her heart, her lips turning purple. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. He grabbed her bag, reached out to fumble around, and found a small medicine bottle. With the help of lightning, I saw that the oral TRR fixative is indeed an imported specific drug for the treatment of congenital heart disease. And it is an experimental drug that has just been launched in the United States. When Fong Tang was treating the melanocytic virus, he accidentally saw a promotional video of this drug in the hospital. Each bottle of 30 tablets is worth $30,000. No wonder Fong Qingqing wants to do illegal things like app backdoors. She does it to make money and save lives. Fong Tang quickly took out one, stuffed it into Fong Qingqing's mouth, and forced her to swallow it. "No matter when the time comes, don't talk about life and death." Fong Qingqing's lips trembled. "I am very tired from living. You don't know how tired I am. This time I am really free. My only regret is that I am sorry for Director Zhao. I really didn't push him hard at that time. It was an accident. I didn't want to hurt anyone." The water has covered everyone on the filing cabinet. Fong Tang spit out a mouthful of water. "I know. That's not your fault." Fong Qingqing sighed. "It's a pity that Director Zhao died in the deep pit under the elevator. I'm afraid he will be buried under the elevator forever." With a crash, Fong Tang the body turned like a fish and swam desperately in the other direction. "You?" Fong Qingqing was confused. "What are you doing?" Fong Tang was now secretly cursing himself for being stupid. If it weren't for Fong Qingqing's last words, he would have completely forgotten about the elevator. Beijing brought a splash of water beside him and guided him to the elevator entrance. The closed elevator building made the sound of rushing water. Fong Tang exerted his strength with both arms, and the locked elevator door slowly opened. The water around Todoroki finally found a vent under the high pressure, and flowed violently towards the deep pit under the elevator. The water instantly dissipated by 10 centimeters. Fong Tang cheered, and Fong Qingqing on the filing cabinet also shouted in surprise. "You are great. You are so amazing." It was a very simple principle, but I just didn't think of it in the chaos. There was enough space in the deep pit under the elevator shaft. But after a while, more than half of the water in the hall dissipated. Fong Tang came back from trading water. "Fong Qingqing, turn off your mobile phone to save battery. There is no signal here. What's the use of a mobile phone?" Fong Qingqing is now active after the disaster. In case it's useful. Fong Tang leaned on the top of the filing cabinet and opened her small bag. "As you just said, this is an escape room game. So levels like this have clues." Fong Qingqing flipped through small bag. "Keychain. Lipstick. Skin cream. Why are you looking through my bag?" Fong Qingqing snatched it back. Fong Tang frowned. "Who just cried and opened his heart to me?" Apologizing and crying at the same time. Fong Qingqing's face turned red. "Well, didn't I think I was going to die here?" Fong Tang looked serious. I know this kind of secret room game better than you do. So there may be clues anywhere. And maybe you have the key to the secret room in your bag. Fong Qingqing has completely listened to his words now. Left to open the bag. And with the help of the mobile phone light, flipped through looking at it. They are all my things. Fong Tang noticed the movements in the girl's hands. A careful hidden movement. And secretly hid a photo in his bag into his sleeve. Fong Tang directly held her wrist. Shook it. And the photo fell. Fong Qingqing was in pain and turned pale. It seems you still don't trust me. Fong Tang opened the photo and saw a beautiful mother and daughter photo together. The beauty in the photo is holding a baby girl who is only about 2 years old. The baby girl had big eyes, holding a balloon full of goldfish in her hand, and a smile on her lips. But she looked a little thin with a bandage on her neck. And that beauty looked so much like Fong Qingqing, except for her loose curly hair and slightly melancholy expression. The water in the hall continued to flow into the deep pit under the elevator, and the rain above gradually became smaller. The floorboards were exposed. Fong Tang looked at the photo. Is this your mother? You two look alike. Fong Qingqing blushed and tried to snatch the photo back. But Fong Tang pinched her tightly. Don't move. Let me see if there is anything on it. There are no clues. Fong Qingqing yelled. This is my private photo. This is the only one. How can there be any clues? Your head is broken. That's not necessarily true. Fong Tang glanced at the ground. His expression changed. Cold, pointing to the floor where the rain had dispersed. Look below and see for yourself. There was no lightning anymore. And in the darkness, Fong Qingqing's mobile phone light shone on the hall floor. The water was still stagnant for a while. But while it was flowing slowly, 2 large characters appeared on the 3 floors near the elevator. It's the word. Photo. This is so crazy. Fong Qingqing muttered to herself. Fong Tang smiled faintly. It's not madness, but a mechanism with clear logic. Do you still remember how Zhao Zhongqing died? If you didn't push hard, then he slipped. Fong Qingqing was shocked. What do you mean? On the floor. The 3 blocks near the elevator are covered with a layer of yellow wax. You didn't kill Director Zhao. He accidentally stepped on the wax, slipped backwards and hit the trap. Fong Tang looked at the square tiles. Words. As the rainwater trap above opened, the heavy rain that fell was seawater. The corrosive effect of seawater melted the yellow wax, and the words photo appeared. Fong Qingqing heard her head buzzing. This is too complicated. There are no lights. Only lightning and mobile phones. Who would have thought that there are mechanisms on the ground? Fong Tang shook his head. No. We should have thought of it earlier. The moment Director Zhao died, we should have checked the ground. If we were lucky, you could have discovered the yellow wax at that time. And you could also have found the key hint and photo of the secret room. Fong Qingqing was shocked. Who can do that? I could have done it. But I didn't know the theme of this level of the game at the time. So there was a mistake. Fong Tang said. But he missed Bai very much in his heart. If Bai was still there, he would definitely be able to find it. Now! He and Fong Qingqing stared at the photo together. Some of the yellowed photos still have dates from early digital cameras. October 13th, 2001. Chapter 160 The Hanged Man. 19 years ago. October 13th, 2001. The date on the photo made Fong Tang's eyes flash. But Fong Qingqing seemed to be deliberately avoiding it. This date has no meaning. The clue must be somewhere else. Ha. There really is no 300 taels of silver here. She didn't say anything about it. Well, having said that, the importance of this date is even more confirmed. It was so important that Fong Qingqing was willing to risk his life to land on the island on this date. Fong Tang continued to look at the beauty in the photo. Fong Qingqing's mother. Well, what is your mother wearing under her coat? Is it an evening dress made of that material? Fong Qingqing shook her head. I was too young at that time and can't remember anything. I just remember that I was about to have an operation. Hard stent surgery. Fong Tang nodded. Look again. There is something weird about the photo. Fong Qingqing turned the phone, and the strong light hit the top of the photo. She suddenly let out a sigh. Above, at the top of the photo, her mother on top of the woman's head. A layer of shadow was faintly visible in the changing light. But the shadow was fleeting. Strong light sensor. Your photo has been tampered with. A new image was engraved on the top 2 inches with a laser. Fong Tang's eyes shrank. Impossible. Fong Qingqing shouted. I have always hidden it in my wallet. Don't talk nonsense. It's not easy for the organization I know to do something. Fong Tang took the photo and raised it gently got up. What are you going to do? Stupid woman. I want lightning. Lightning? Yes. There must be something wrong with the lightning that was released from the ceiling just now. Didn't you notice that there was something wrong with one of those lightnings? Fong Qingqing shook her head desperately. Fong Tang sighed. I don't blame you. If it weren't for Beijing, I wouldn't have seen the abnormality in the strong lightning. One of those lightnings was a light yellow light. Now that I think about it, it was the laser that unlocked the clues in the photo. He shook the photo. I want to reactivate the lightning and let the laser hit the top of the photo. Then we can see the image hidden in the shadow. Then reactivate it. Fong Tang held Fong Qingqing and held it steady. Land firmly. Then get Alice to the piano. Fong Qingqing wiped the piano keys with her sleeves. You must be careful. If there is another heavy rain, I don't know how much water will be stored under the elevator. The piano music dedicated to Alice played again. Alice fell asleep like a puppet. The mechanism is activated again. It rained heavily. Fong Qingqing hugged Alice and sat on the piano. Fong Tang raised the photo and pointed it upward, waiting for lightning to appear. Finally, the yellow light appeared. Fong Tang jumped up and held the photo high. A strange light yellow light shines on the photo. The shadows at the top of the photo changed suddenly. Fong Qingqing had already shouted, "Quick! Show me!" The lightning continued. Suddenly as bright as day. Suddenly as deep as night. In a flash of lightning, the two finally saw the shadow in the photo clearly. Ah! Fong Qingqing screamed. Fong Tang also felt cold on his back and numb on his scalp. In the shadow of the photo, a swollen corpse was clearly visible. The corpse's body had been swollen from being soaked. Its eyes were wide open due to the pressure in the body, and its hands were raised as stiff as chicken feet. This is a male corpse. The most terrifying thing is the position of the body. He was hung upside down on a hook. Fong Qingqing no longer dared to look. But Fong Tang held back his nausea and carefully distinguished every detail. What is the significance of a picture of a hanged man? At this tense moment, a grunt suddenly came from behind the two of them. Gula gula. In the already quiet hall. This sound was not only weird, but also seemed to be ringing in my ears. Fong Qingqing closed her eyes and grabbed Fong Tang's sleeve. Yes! What is it? Fong Tang took a deep breath and turned around slowly. A dim yellow light lit up behind. Elevator entrance. The elevator entrance is bubbling. A small light came on above the elevator at some point. Under the dim light, gurgling bubbles popped up one after another, as if something was about to float up from below. Fong Tang swallowed. You'd better not look back. Fong Qingqing covered her eyes with one hand, turned her head uncontrollably, opened a slit with her fingers, and immediately covered her mouth. From the deep pit under the elevator, a fat corpse was slowly floating up. Zhao Zhongqing's body looked very strange, with water coming out of his mouth and holes all over his body. Those wounds were from being pierced by the steel bars when they fell. The water poured below gave the corpse enough buoyancy, and the floating corpse that had been soaked for a long time was like an inflated balloon. With a pop, Zhao Zhongqing's body spat out another water arrow. The putrid gases inside the body kept ejecting water under pressure. Fong Tang sighed. That's what the hanged man meant. Zhao Zhongqing's body and the hanged man in the shadow of the photo now look almost exactly the same. Fong Qingqing finally plucked up the courage to open her eyes. And now she is somewhat accustomed to it. Mainly because Fong Tang was by her side. This man seemed to have an aura that made her feel safe. Fong Tang! This is the hint in the photo! But I still don't understand. How can we use the corpse to open the secret room? Fong Tang waved his hand. Give me some time. Let me think about it. The clues have been given. It depends on how to use it. As he looked at the body, he looked down at the hanging man in the photo. I don't know how long I watched, but there was a sudden click in the hall, and there was another strange movement. The ceiling is slowly opening. It unfolds like the leaves of a fan. Along the unfolding ceiling, arcs of electricity appeared. Between the arcs, a waterproof electronic watch appeared, and numbers began to dance on the giant electronic watch. 9:59, 9:58, 9:57. We have less than 10 minutes. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched. Did you see those arcs? When the countdown ends, real high voltage current will be released. Fong Qingqing was desperate. I looked around. It was all water. They were all soaked too. Water conducts electricity. Now you can imagine the scene of everyone being burned by high voltage electricity. In despair, the girl gritted her teeth and hugged Fong Tang. You? Please leave us alone and find a way to get out. Fong Tang frowned. Fong Qingqing said sadly. I can see that without us dragging you down, you and that dog would have been able to get out. Fong Tang was also sad. If this was not a game, with his current strength and finding the right tools, he would indeed have a chance to escape by force. But that's just a chance. Besides, he can't leave here. Don't say stupid things. Escape rooms will not be a dead end. The clues are here, but we haven't figured them out yet. Fong Tang cheered up and looked up at the ceiling. The electric arc flickered faintly, flickering and extinguishing, and a steel cable suddenly appeared from behind the ceiling. The steel cable reflects the electric light, but it is hidden very deep. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he stared at the steel rope. He turned his eyes along the direction of the cable. The end of one side of the cable was clearly above the metal plate at the entrance of the stairs, while the end of the other side of the cable was at the entrance of the elevator. Fong Tang smiled. I saw the mechanism. Huh? Fong Qingqing was surprised and delighted. Where is it? Chapter 161 The Life of a Hanger. Behind the ceiling. The steel cable is connected to the metal plate at the stairwell. If I thought correctly, behind the steel cable is the gear structure requires only a certain amount of force to drive the gear and then pull up the metal plate. When Fong Qingqing heard this, she hugged Fong Tang and started to kiss him. Genius. Let's hurry up and find the agency. The two of them quickly arrived at the elevator entrance. The water below was slowly receding, but the floating body was hanging in the elevator shaft. It turned out that the collar of the corpse was caught on a triangular iron in the elevator shaft. Fong Tang's heart moved. Quickly! Bring Director Zhao over. He can be useful. Zhao Shongqing was the body of the hanged man. Fong Qingqing held back her nausea, closed her eyes, and together with Fong Tang, tried their best to drag up Zhao Zhongqing's body. Due to the injection of large amounts of seawater, the weight of the body has more than doubled, and is now at least 200 kilograms. Fong Qingqing panted and washed her hands in the puddle on the floor. Have you found the mechanism? Fong Tang had already stepped on the edge of the elevator shaft and reached out to touch the hanging cement and steel bars. Don't worry about me here. Pay attention to the countdown on the electronic watch and tell me the time at any time. Fong Tang shouted. He quickly touched a groove under the cement, hooked a steel wire with his finger, and pulled it. But it didn't move. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart, and used his potential to explode. And the steel wire was pulled out by 2 centimeters. At this time, the location of the stairs opposite, the metal plate creaked. Fong Qingqing cheered. This is the mechanism. Fong Tang continued to exert force, but this time his full potential was used. But the steel wire did not move at all. Qingqing, take care of your phone. Fong Qingqing ran over and almost slipped under her bare feet. She knelt down and held up her phone. Then both of them saw the grooves in the cement and the steel wire with a hook. This is a special steel wire. It seems to be able to withstand several tons of weight, but it seems that it cannot be pulled. Hearing Fong Tang's words, Fong Qingqing blinked. There are many things in the hall. We use cloth strips to make ropes. Wrap a heavy object around it and pull the wire down. Fong Tang nodded. That's a way. I just used a lot of force, and it didn't move at all. I'm afraid I need to use something very heavy. The two of them looked at the piano together. Standard piano. Enough weight. At this time, the electronic watch countdown came to 7 minutes and 22 seconds. The piano was quickly pushed, and there was water on the ground and melted wax oil in the water, which reduced the friction. Fong Qingqing has wrapped the sofa cloth into a rough rope. One end was tied to the piano frame, and the other end penetrated the cement groove above the elevator and penetrated the iron hook of the steel wire. Then the two of them pushed the piano together, raised it upright, and pushed it into the elevator shaft. Now that there was no water in the deep pit under the elevator shaft, and the height was sufficient, the piano fell with a rumble, and then creaked, and the tough 3-layer cloth stretched tightly. The steel wire remained motionless. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Fong Qingqing was already exhausted. Seeing the result, she couldn't help but sit down slumped. She licked her lips and looked at Fong Tang, who was also depressed. I'm afraid this mechanism is not what we thought. Fong Tang rubbed his sore wrist. It has nothing to do with weight. His words stopped abruptly, and his eyes looked at the person who was still there. Shaking piano. Above the piano, a faint light was shaking. Qingqing, turn off the phone light. The surrounding area instantly darkened, with only the dim light above the elevator. The light shining on the piano became noticeably brighter. That was when the two looked up again and couldn't help shouting together. Sensing light! Like the diamond-shaped sensing lens in front of the piano, the biosensing light is projected from the groove. Fong Qingqing finally got smart. The hanged man must be illuminated. The hanged man is the body of Zhao Shongqing. The light from the groove must sense the hanged man's body, and then the wire will fall completely. This is the hidden clue of the game. Zhao Shongqing's body was dragged over again. Fang Qingqing turned around and retched. But Fang Tang saw the ankles of the body. He was looking for a hanging position from which to hang the body upside down, as if it had been made in advance. A steel bar penetrated from the corpse's ankle, with traces of bending on it. A natural hook. Fang Tang whistled, and Beixing ran from the darkness, holding the tactical dagger in his mouth. Fang Tang took the dagger in his hand, and in a flash, the rope of the cloth broke, and the piano fell with a crash, leaving only half of the cloth hanging down. Help! Fang Tang pulled up the corpse's legs. Fang Qingqing hurriedly tied the cloth rope to the steel bar of the corpse's calf. Now the body was lowered and swayed downwards. The light from the groove shone on the corpse. The biological induction was completed. A creaking sound was heard, and the steel wire was pulled downward. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters. Then, there was a crashing sound above the head, and the steel cable behind the arc on the ceiling began to pull. Fang Qingqing looked towards the stairs excitedly. That damn metal plate is slowly rising. The body hung down about 1.5 meters and stopped. And the metal plate also rose 1.5 meters. The dry staircase can already be seen, leading directly to the second floor. Fang Qingqing jumped up on the spot and jumped onto Fang Tang with cheers. With her legs wrapped around the man, she kept kissing Fang Tang's forehead. This is an overly joyful and exciting reaction. And there is no relationship between men and women. Fang Tang gasped, feeling that this level had consumed almost all his brain cells. But more importantly, he was proud of himself. Without Bai's assistance, he relied solely on his own brain wisdom to crack this level. The countdown on the electronic watch came to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Putting the girl down, they ran to the filing cabinet hand in hand. Fang Tang carried Li Haisheng on his shoulders, and he and Fang Qingqing dragged the blonde girl Alice and whistled. Beixing passed through the metal plate in front of him like lightning and jumped onto the stairs. No problem. There is no mechanism behind it. The two walked quickly across the metal plate, the fresh air and dry ground that hadn't been seen in a long time. After leaving Li Haisheng and Alice behind, they both sat on the stairs to catch their breath. Fang Tang looked at the location of the elevator entrance behind the metal plate. We must find a way to dig out Director Zhao's body after we escape. He saved all of our lives. Fang Qingqing nodded solemnly. Fang Tang moved his body and was about to go upstairs. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a faint crystal light appearing below the elevator entrance in the lobby. Such a familiar light. Fang Tang trembled all over, whistled in his mouth, and rushed back with Beixing. Fang Qingqing was shocked and hugged him tightly. What are you going to do? Let go. There is something inside. Fang Tang slapped her hand away. It's too late. Don't go. Please. Fang Qingqing shouted hoarsely from behind. But Fang Tang had already rushed back. On the electronic watch, there is a 20-second countdown. He rushed to the elevator entrance. Beixing jumped up behind him and telepathically communicated with his owner. He jumped down the elevator shaft without fear. Fang Tang reached out and grabbed Beixing's broken tail, hung his feet on the elevator door, and bent his body directly into the pit. One person and one dog form enough height. Below, the hanging corpse was still shaking slightly, but the familiar light was shining in the mouth of Zhao Shongqing's corpse. Come on, Beixing! Fang Tang yelled in his heart. Beixing already let out a cry, opened his mouth, and bit into Zhao Zhongqing's mouth. Got it! Fang Tang grabbed Beixing, bounced up, and rushed towards the stairs with all his strength. The rope hanging the body behind broke, and the body fell into the pit. The metal plate began to fall amidst the squeaking sound of the steel rope. The electronic watch counts down to 4 seconds. 3 seconds. There is still half a meter of space under the metal plate. 2 seconds. There is an exit less than 40 centimeters away. 1 second. There is only 30 centimeters left to exit. Arcs began to gather overhead. Beixing bent down, stuck out his tongue and got out. Fang Tang slipped directly, with his feet in front, barely able to pass through the last exit. A pair of hands grabbed him and held him tightly. The metal plate fell with a crash, and electricity surged in the hall. Fang Tang gasped. All his potential was used up, and his whole body ached. The metal plate was only 1 centimeter away from his head. Fang Qingqing lay in his arms, patting his chest with her little hands. You scared me to death. You scared me to death. Fang Tang smiled bitterly and patted her pink back. I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't know. What's in Director Zhao's mouth is really important. He slowly sat up and stretched out his palms. Beixing walked over obediently, opened his mouth, and something fell down. Chapter 162 New People and Old People. Beixing spit out something from the mouth of Zhao Zhongqing's corpse. Fong Tang clenched his fist, opened it again, and this place is simply heaven. Let's check each room one by one. Remember? Follow me, and don't touch anything. Fong Tang's expression was still solemn. The first room is the Rural Economic Work Office, and there is also a sign for the Safety Supervision Station. Outside is a small blackboard with the meeting to be held today, and the time of the meeting written on it. Fong Tang watched carefully, not missing any detail. After blowing a whistle, Beixing gracefully jumped into the office, and soon made a barking sound. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe here. There were 2 desks facing each other in the office. A computer, and a small refrigerator next to it. Next to the refrigerator were a water dispenser and a coffee pot. There is a microwave oven on the coffee table opposite the desk. The configuration here is good. In addition to these, there is a large sofa. Li Haisheng and Alice sat on the sofa. Fong Qingqing immediately opened the small refrigerator and couldn't help but cheered. There are 4 plastic boxes inside, filled with delicious food. Grilled fish, kelp rice, fish, and even 2 bottles of beer. Fong Qingqing quickly took it out and took out a large bag of instant coffee. Fong Tang leaned on the corner of the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. He was really tired. Soon, he smelled the fragrance. Fong Qingqing is like a virtuous wife now. Grilled fish and rice are heating in the microwave, and the coffee pot is steaming. Not long after, the coffee table was pushed over and filled with food. Fong Qingqing found chopsticks and forks in the desk, looked at Fong Tang Yanran and smiled. Wait, we have to try to see if there is any problem. She also learned how to use it, divided a little of all the food, and fed them all to the unlucky Alice. After making sure that the blonde girl was safe and sound, he helped Fong Tang up. The 2 of them were full after eating. I drank the beer again, and finally leaned on the sofa and drank hot coffee. Fong Tang looked at the girl's little feet that were soaked and turned white. I need to help you find a pair of shoes. Fong Qingqing turned to look at the unconscious Alice. Look, she is wearing special police combat boots. Putting on these boots, Fong Qingqing leaned comfortably in Fong Tang's arms. I never thought that a cup of hot coffee and a bowl of rice would be so satisfying. Fong Tang also relaxed. Only those who have experienced desperation can know ordinary beauty. Fong Qingqing looked at him with bright eyes. You are definitely not a murderer. No, I did kill those agents. Fong Tang didn't want to hide it from her. But I didn't kill for the sake of killing. I just have to do that. Fong Qingqing reached out and pressed his lips. Don't say this. Even if you are a murderer, I don't care. An inexplicable emotion appeared in the girl's eyes. Fong Tang felt apologetic in his heart. He wanted to remind the girl that this kind of emotion was dangerous. I can't make any promises, and I can't even guarantee whether I will turn against this girl in the next level of the game. But Fong Qingqing put away her feelings in an instant and sighed sadly. Fong Tang couldn't help but stretched out his hand to wipe away her tears. Why are you sad? Fong Qingqing closed her eyes, and a tear fell. It's just a pity. Her voice was extremely regretful. It's a pity that I don't have this life, nor this opportunity. The person slowly fell asleep. Beixing stuck out his tongue at the door, alerting his master. Fong Tang woke up slowly, and he had fully replenished his physical strength. It's like being awake for more than 10 hours. He took Fong Qingqing's cell phone and looked at the time. It is now the afternoon of the 2nd day on the island. In his arms, Fong Qingqing, who was sleeping, was holding the photo tightly and calling softly. Mom! Mom! Don't go! Don't go! He patted the girl gently, closed his eyes, and opened the game system interface. Now, the number of fans has increased to more than 700, and they have rewarded more than 7,000 game coins. Now there are 5,500 fans, and more than 4,000 VIPs. With so many paying attention to the VIPs, Fong Tang is already one of the most popular players in the live broadcast system. Many distinguished guests continued to pour in, and the barrage accumulated more than 40,000. It can be seen that how many viewers were discussing the whole secret room survival just now. Fong Tang was tired of these, and opened a few barrages. It's all flattery. It's nothing more than awesome. I admire you. And, come on Fong Tang. I love you. Others are discussing the possibility of the next level of the game. It seems that the Hanajirishima game level is a new level, so the audience is also very excited. Among these barrages, one suddenly caught Fong Tang's attention. It was a barrage without any ID, and it was in red font. This font is always used only when prompted by the system. Fong Tang quickly opened it. There is only one sentence in the barrage. But when you see new people smiling, you never hear old people crying. People are not as good as before. And clothes are not as good as new. This barrage is full of resentment. Fong Tang's heart suddenly jumped. This barrage doesn't look like that girl. And she doesn't seem to like reciting poetry. But with this tone, the girl's appearance seemed to appear before his eyes. She pouted, frowned, and looked at herself with a sneer, as if she was still mocking. Hey, have you found another lover? Xia Na, Fong Tang flipped through all the red bullets crazily. Finally found another one. I should eat you in the crystal level. Idiot. Bastard. Just 2 barrages. Fong Tang couldn't laugh or cry. Embarrassing, bitter, and full of guilt. It's really her. He couldn't send any comments. Shauna was completely anonymous, and didn't even show her ID. Fong Tang sighed in annoyance, turned around, and saw Fong Qingqing's big eyes staring at him intently. The man was startled. Are you awake? Fong Qingqing looked into his eyes. You look like your wife caught you having an affair. Why? Are you thinking of your old lover? A woman's intuition. It's really scary sometimes. Fong Tang was about to say something else when the wall opposite them suddenly buzzed. A light and shadow appeared. The light and shadow are on the wall. Chapter 163. The light and shadow are whirling, and the sizzling sound fills my ears. This time it was not an ordinary electric sound. Fong Tang picked up Fong Qingqing and put her on the sofa. Tang, don't be afraid. It's just electromagnetic interference. The next moment, in front of the white wall opposite, the light and shadow began to spread, and 5 figures suddenly appeared. Like a holographic projection. 5 men were clearly seen. 5 people gathered together, and were arguing fiercely about something. Fong Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What is going on? Shoo. Fong Tang covered her mouth. Look carefully and don't speak. There was only light and shadow. No sound. They could only watch the 5 people arguing, yelling, and even taking action directly on the opposite side. Everyone has blue veins on their face. Fong Tang let out a sigh, and he saw a figure among the 5 that looked particularly familiar. He turned to look at Li Haisheng and frowned. Among the 5 people in the light and shadow, one is Li Haisheng. But in the clear light and shadow, this Li Haisheng looks completely unfamiliar. You can see in the light and shadow that Li Haisheng's face is full of dust. His teeth are blackened, and his hands are exposed with veins, covered with calluses and scars. His right leg was limping, as if he had been injured. When the argument was fierce, Li Haisheng rolled up his sleeves in the light and shadow, revealing a fishnet-shaped scar on his arm. Fong Tang jumped up and walked over, trying to see more clearly. At this time, Li Haisheng, who was in the light and shadow, suddenly turned his head. His eyes were red, and he seemed to be cursing, and walked towards the sofa. Although she knew that this might be a holographic projection, Fong Qingqing still shrank in fear. The next moment, something even more terrifying happened. Li Haisheng, who was walking towards the sofa, suddenly stiffened, and then a stream of blood flowed down his forehead. Fong Qingqing blinked and couldn't help blinking. Li Haisheng's body in the light and shadow trembled again, and a piece of his head sank directly. Behind him, 4 men rushed over. 2 of them locked his limbs. One held up the fish tank and smashed it hard. But the last one slowly sat down, took out his pipe, and coldly blew out thick smoke. In the light and shadow, Li Haisheng's head was already on the floor. When the fish tank was hit for the last time, half of his head was deflated. With a hiss, the light and shadow disappeared instantly. There was silence all around, and Fong Qingqing jumped up with a scream and moved away from the sofa. Fong Tang swallowed, walked slowly to the sofa, and looked at the unconscious Li Haisheng. With pink hands, smooth facial skin, and opening the sleeves of his leather jacket, Li Haisheng's arms were also smooth without any scars. Fong Tang shook his head, unable to understand. According to what Li Haisheng said in the hall and his past experiences, the man in the light and shadow just now is more logical. For example, Li Haisheng's skin in light and shadow is rough, and it looks like he often gets the sea breeze. Also, in the light and shadow, Li Haisheng's teeth are charred and black, and the dental calculus caused by years of smoking is clearly visible. Li Haisheng once said that once when he went to sea, a crew member was caught in a fishing net and even lost his skin. It can completely correspond to the man in the light and shadow whose arms are covered with scars from fishing nets. What we saw just now is the real Mayor Li, Fong Tang said hoarsely. Fong Qingqing stared at the deputy mayor on the sofa. What about this? Is this fake? Fong Tang shook his head. You can't say that. This one seems to be true. But younger and younger. He couldn't find the right one for the moment. Words. Fong Qingqing said. It's like being reborn. Now, all the possibilities that Fong Qingqing can think of are terrible situations. The Ying body was reborn and the ghost possessed him. Fong Tang couldn't help but slap Li Haisheng's face on the sofa. We must wake him up and ask him clearly. But Li Haisheng was in an extremely deep coma, let alone slapping him. Not even a knife can wake him up. At this time, there was another roar in front of the wall. Light and shadow condensed again. Fong Tang pulled Qingqing over, and the two of them stepped back to the door so they could see more clearly. This time the light and shadow flickered, but a family of 3 appeared. And the holographic projection this time is also very bright. A man and a woman were walking on the beach holding a cute little girl. Light and shadow flicker. The cute little girl laughed and rushed to the far side of the beach, causing her panicked parents to chase after her. The light and shadow flickered more and more fiercely. Then a huge lighthouse appeared in front of the little girl. Fong Qingqing saw this and shouted, The place in this movie is Huawu Island, which is the most famous lighthouse on the island. The little girl did not rush to the lighthouse, but came to a cliff opposite the lighthouse. On the cliff, a faint building can be vaguely seen. The ancient temple architectural style. You can see the Dragon King carved on the wall from a long distance away. The little girl clapped her hands and seemed to be very interested in the ancient temple. Is there such a temple on Huawu Island? Fong Tang frowned. Fong Qingqing shook his head. I don't know. It's too remote here. It's an isolated island, and it's not a tourist area. No. Fong Tang confirmed instead. On the helicopter, you were all looking at the lighthouse. But I had already covered the entire island. Some buildings have been swept, and the cliff is very high, but there is no temple on it. Now in the light and shadow, the little girl and her parents have climbed up the cliff and entered the deep temple. The door of the temple opened slowly like the mouth of the Dragon King. But there was endless darkness behind it. There was a sharp roar, and the temple suddenly turned into a huge monster. The monster disappeared in a flash, and the little girl and her parents disappeared. Only a cliff remains. Fong Qingqing and Fong Tang couldn't help but groan together. The next moment, the light and shadow completely disappeared, and a string of large characters appeared in front of the wall. The viewing clip is over. If you are interested in this video, please come in and watch it together. There are still 5 minutes until the film starts. This is an exclusive show. This string of fonts appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. Fong Tang and Fong Qingqing looked at each other. Clue. The clue came from the second floor. A chaotic projected short film. This is an exclusive show, which means that if you can't find the cinema in 5 minutes, you will never see it again, Fong Qingqing said, shaking her head. But where is the cinema in the office building? They only have 5 minutes. Fong Tang patted his forehead lightly. Wait, let me think about it. With a flash of his eyes, he pulled Fong Qingqing into the corridor. The small blackboard outside the office is right in front of you. Fong Tang pointed to the blackboard. Look at the third notice. On the blackboard, the first 2 were written about the meetings to be held today and the meeting time. The third item is in bold. Due to the renovation of the 307 Multimedia office, the documentary on the study and implementation talks broadcast today will be played in the 207 conference room. Please watch it on time. 207 conference room. The conference room is ahead. Fong Qingqing was about to rush over. Wait! Fong Tang held her back. Seizing the last moment, he closed the door of the office, locked it from the outside, and then pulled out a piece of Qingqing's hair below and caught it in the crack of the door. After arranging all this, he pulled Fong Qingqing towards 207. Beijing quickly followed behind. The 7th room on the left side of the corridor is indeed the large conference room. The door was open, but it was pitch black inside. Fong Qingqing looked at her phone and saw that 4 minutes and 40 seconds had passed. There are 20 seconds left. In this spacious conference room, a strong light suddenly lit up from the back. The beam of light hit the wall in front. The floating light and shadow appeared again. A line of writing appeared on the curtain. Please come in as soon as possible. There were only 2 strange chairs in the conference room. It seems to be hanging inside. This is a rocking chair like a swing, Fong Qingqing murmured, sitting down with Fong Tang. The chair rocked. There was a strange gust of wind overhead. But both of them put all their attention on the wall in front. So a complete video appeared. The video is very weird. It starts with a storm, and then you see a fishing boat tossed in the storm. As this movie appeared, the 2 of them felt that the chairs under them were shaking crazily. This is really a bit immersive. Fong Tang smiled. You can still laugh. Fong Qingqing was so shaken that she felt dizzy. The storm gradually calmed down, and their chairs stopped shaking so much. Look! It's the sea under the cliff, Fong Qingqing whispered. Fong Tang also saw the boat dangling under the cliff, where the Dragon King Temple was located. A mysterious golden light appeared in the sea. In the golden light, a couple stepped out of the boat. The man is stout and has a red face. Fong Tang exclaimed in his heart. This man is very young, but he looks very similar to the one in the projected video just now. The one who smashed Li Haisheng to death with a fish tank. Now, the couple in the video looked at the golden light in the sea in surprise. Whispering something, the chair beneath me shook again, as if accompanied by the waves in the movie. On the virtual screen that was released, the color suddenly darkened. The two of them watched intently. Suddenly, a bloody hand stretched out from the boat. The pale hand was covered in blood, but it was shaking desperately. The horrified fingers began to twist, then tremble, struggle, and a woman crawled out. It was the wife. Then a man rushed out of the boat, holding a deformed baby in his hand, and threw it into the sea. The woman who climbed out frantically followed the child and jumped into the sea. When the playback reaches this point, the light and shadows suddenly break up and then regroup. The boat has disappeared, but many people have appeared on the cliff. They are all crowded together, standing in front of the cliff and looking down. Suddenly, a ball of golden light appeared from the sea, and then countless golden fish jumped from below, jumping in the sea as if flying. Immediately afterwards, a lotus flower floated with golden light. The people on the cliff all knelt down in fear, and the lotus flower unfolded, revealing a baby. The baby suddenly changed and turned into a dragon, flying into the air. At this point, the light and shadow are broken again. Fong Tang was dazzled. The last part of the movie is a grand sacrifice. Pigs, cattle and sheep were all neatly placed on the cliff, waiting for the dragon to appear. Gradually, the video becomes weird. The dragon didn't seem to like these sacrifices very much. He opened his big mouth and ate a person on the cliff directly. Later, the sacrifices became even weirder. The sacrifices offered by the people on the cliff were all corpses. The dragon was very satisfied at first, but gradually became anxious again. At the end of the light and shadow, a vague and small figure appeared, and then suddenly disappeared. The light and shadow also completely dispersed, and the film ended. Tang! Did you see the last scene clearly? Fong Qingqing looked extremely pale at this time, clutching her small bag tightly. Fong Tang nodded deeply. The last person to be sacrificed was a living little girl. There was another sentence he didn't say. The child who was sacrificed in the end was the little girl who followed her parents on the beach in the office clip and finally disappeared in the Dragon King Temple. It's too scary. Fortunately, it's just a movie. Fong Qingqing swallowed. Fong Tang shook his head and said in a gloomy tone, I'm afraid it's not a movie. The whole movie is full of metaphors, but the story is still quite simple. The general idea is that a couple discovered a golden light in the sea, which seemed to be some kind of treasure, and then the couple kept fishing for it at sea, so that the wife became pregnant. But then the wife gave birth to a horrific baby. The baby was thrown into the sea by her husband, and the wife also committed suicide by jumping into the sea. The plot begins to reverse here. The baby is not dead and reappears with the secret treasure in the sea. So the child became the object of worship and even turned into a dragon. I always felt like something was wrong. Still immersed in the scary movie, the two left their chairs and returned to the corridor again. The love of the sea flowers placed outside looked as if they had just been picked. Fong Qingqing couldn't help but pick one to calm down her mood. Slowly, they returned to the office. The door is still locked. Fong Tang looked at the crack in the door and saw that Fong Qingqing's hair was still there. Fong Tang used force and broke the door lock. The two of them looked up and were shocked. The big sofa was empty. Alice and Li Haisheng both disappeared. Chapter 164 The Secret Room Disappearance Trick. Li Haisheng and Alice were sleeping on the sofa just now. The doors are self-locking and all windows are sealed with sheet metal. Even if the two of them woke up, there was no way they could get out without destroying the door. Moreover, Fong Tang also put a small device in the crack of the door, and the hair was intact, which meant that no one had opened the door. But Li Haisheng and Alice disappeared quietly. The classic secret room has disappeared. Crime in a closed space has always been a hot topic in mystery novels. It's just not so fun when you experience it firsthand. Now, standing in front of the empty sofa, Fong Qingqing suddenly grabbed Fong Tang's hand, her voice trembling fiercely. Li Haisheng, who has been with us all the time, is a ghost. She breathed heavily, and slowly let go of her hand, holding the position of the heart. Fong Tang hurriedly took out her medicine from the bag. Damn it. I kept forgetting that this girl has congenital heart disease, and she just experienced such a terrifying scene. After taking the medicine, Fong Qingqing gradually regained her breath and still looked at Fong Tang. Fong Tang shook his head firmly. There are no ghosts. Everything can be explained, but we didn't notice it. Fong Qingqing shook her head desperately. This is the only explanation. The Li Haixing who appeared in the light and shadow is a real person, and he died long ago, in the hands of 4 men. The one who has been following us is just a ghost. Fong Tang shook his head again. There is no such thing as a ghost. Fong Qingqing grabbed his collar. Don't be stubborn. Think about what we saw in that video. There used to be a Dragon King temple on Huawu Island. The villagers worshipped the Dragon King and did not hesitate to sacrifice corpses or living people. Li Haixing was the deputy mayor. He must have had a bad conscience because of such sinful things. So he got into trouble with others. There was a conflict. And in the end those people were afraid that the matter would be exposed. So they directly killed Township Chief Li. Fong Qingqing said quickly. Now Township Chief Li has become a ghost, leading us into this building and guiding us to see these crimes. He hopes we can redress his grievances. I have to say that Fong Qingqing's statement makes sense. It just makes so much sense. Fong Tang couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that the Infinite Challenge game really can create ghosts? But he touched Fong Qingqing's head. Calm down. Don't forget, Alice has also disappeared. Ah. Fong Qingqing was confused again. Maybe the ghostly Haisheng took her away. Fong Tang's eyes became firm again. Everything can be explained. We overlooked something. Fong Qingqing held the Sea of Love flower in her hand. It seems that I need these bright flowers to calm myself down. My mother once received flowers like this. I don't know who sent them, but they were placed in front of my hospital bed. She suddenly whispered. I seemed to be only 2 years old at the time. Before the operation, I don't know how to do it now. I can't think of anything else. But I can still remember these bright red flowers. Fong Tang's eyes suddenly shrank from the bright red flowers, and he grabbed the flowers. He stared at the flowers, the blood-red love of the sea. The corners of his mouth curved up, and he began to smile. There is indeed a flaw. Fong Qingqing was confused. Tang, what are you talking about? This is the first time we have seen the love of the sea flowers in the corridor. They are all white. Fong Tang said this and rushed out of the office. In the corridor outside, the blood-red love of the sea gathered like a piece of red brocade. Fong Tang snorted and walked to the conference room where he had just watched the movie. Fong Qingqing and Beixing followed behind. There was a click. This time Fong Tang touched the wall, and the light came on. In the rush of coming out just now, I didn't even notice that this conference room seemed a little different. There are still 2 chairs, but the back is filled with various projectors and computers. There is still half a curtain hanging on the wall in front. Fong Tang raised his hand, trying something. There is no wind. He squatted on the ground, slowly touched the floor, and then tapped it gently. The smile on his lips became more obvious. Fong Tang clapped his hands and stood up. Qingqing, I already understand the trick of disappearing the secret room. Uh-huh. It's actually very simple. Fong Qingqing was still immersed in her ghost imagination. Tang. She gritted her teeth and hissed. Actually, there are really ghosts in this world. Because my mother wrote me a letter. It was a handwritten letter I received 19 years after her death. Otherwise, why do you think I have to come to Huawu Island on this day? Fong Tang looked at the girl. Was she completely confused? I really received a letter from my dead mother, asking me to arrive at Wajirai Island on October 13th. We landed on the island on the 12th. And 1 day has passed. And it is now October 13th. Fong Tang reminded her. Fong Qingqing bit her lip, with tears in her eyes. I know. So I have to go out. Even if I die, I want to see my mother. Or, if I die, I can see her. Don't say stupid things. Fong Tang thought for a moment. There is a date on your photo. October 13th, 2001. Fong Qingqing nodded. Fong Tang touched his chin. You said your mother died 19 years ago. That means she died on October 13th, 2001? After taking pictures with you? Fong Qingqing nodded again. How did she die? I don't know. It was 2 years after the operation, and I didn't know that my mother was dead until I was 4 years old. Qingqing, have you seen the body? No. No. Fong Tang, well, it was October 13th, 19 years ago. It also happens to be October 13th. There must be some connection here. Fong Tang does not believe in ghosts and gods. The two looked at each other. And at this moment, a sizzling sound suddenly came from the direction of the office. The light and shadow appeared again. The two of them rushed out. And when they returned to the office door, they encountered a flash of light and shadow. And then a faint figure appeared in front of them. Fong Tang got goosebumps all over after taking one look. A girl with bare feet. Long hair spread around her face. And a little white skirt was walking slowly. It's the little girl on the beach in the first short film. This little girl can no longer be described as a holographic projection. Every time she took a step, a bloody footprint appeared on the ground. Like a live person. No, not a live child. The skin under the long hair of the little girl in white came with faint scars, like scales. Fong Qingqing was stunned on the spot, unable to stand anymore, and sat down on the ground with a plop. Fong Tang bit his tongue, forced himself to calm down, and remained motionless. The little girl had already arrived in front of him and pressed directly against him. Fong Tang remained motionless. Without any feeling, the little girl passed through his body, then stopped, turned around and said, "Uncle, follow me." In the corridor, the voice was empty and distant, as if coming from a faraway place, but so clear. Fong Tang looked at the ground and saw no bloody footprints where the little girl had walked. What just appeared was just a kind of light and shadow rendering. He exhaled, and sure enough, it was still a virtual image, more advanced than holographic projection, but still projection. Fong Tang pulled Qingqing up and held her face. "You want to see your mother? You want to know what happened to the letter from your dead mother, right?" Fong Qingqing nodded desperately. "Then cheer up. Now I'll tell you again. There are no ghosts here. It's just a virtual illusion caused by light and shadow. Aren't you a programmer? Sober up." Fong Qingqing's eyes were still cloudy. Fong Tang took her hand and pressed it on his heart. He looked at the girl. "Do you feel it? I am a living person. And you are also a living person. We are warm. And our hearts are still beating. Don't be fooled by falsehoods. I also want to tell you. If that letter is true, it's from your mother. So she didn't die 19 years ago. She's still alive. Do you want to find her?" When people are confused, what they need most is a thunderous cry. In Fong Tang's firm eyes, Fong Qingqing was enlightened, and her spirit suddenly cheered up. Yes, mother is still alive. She must be alive. The girl regained her courage and held the man's hand tightly. "Let's follow this little girl and see what tricks she is playing." The little girl in white in front turned her head. Her long hair spread back. Fong Tang saw her cute little face and his eyes flashed. "It's the little girl on the beach." Fong Qingqing nodded. "The last child to be sacrificed in the movie." The little girl in white tilted her head and looked at the two of them. Unexpectedly, she was able to interact. "Uncle and aunt, come quickly. My name is Tong Feifei. My parents are in front. Let's play together." Fong Tang stepped forward, and he wanted to see what was in front of him. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 165, Lux Pass. The little girl in white was humming a tune in front and walking happily. Fong Qingqing held the man's hand tightly and followed step by step. Fong Tang kept observing the people around. "What are you looking for?" Fong Qingqing asked nervously. "I was wondering how she made the sound. The videos we saw just now had no sound. Only images. But this little girl can do it." Fong Qingqing was full of admiration. "At this time, you are still so calm." Fong Tang sighed. "I regret it now." "Regret what?" "I regret not learning more skills when I had time." "Oh?" Fong Qingqing didn't know what to say. Fong Tang was serious. "If I could lip read, it would be a difficult skill. But you can easily learn it in a mall in a place you don't know. And it doesn't cost much. Unfortunately, I used to rely too much on it." "A friend. If you could lip read, you could distinguish the conversation between the 5 people in the light and shadow just now." Fong Tang believed that the information hidden in the 2 sections of light and shadow was definitely the most critical intelligence at the Huawu Island level. The theme of the S-level difficulty level on Huajirai Island is the Dragon King's coffin. So far, I haven't seen anything related to the coffin. The little girl in front has reached the end of the corridor and is standing there waving. Fong Qingqing was anxious. "Tang, let's go there quickly." Fong Tang smiled. "Don't worry. This little girl is just a puppet controlled by the program. As a coder, you should understand this. Don't be confused by her. Wait a minute. She will repeat the action just now. Just watch if you don't believe me." Sure enough, more than 10 seconds later, because Fong Tang and Qing Qing did not trigger the next step, The little girl suddenly disappeared and suddenly reappeared at the door of the economic office behind the corridor. The little girl reset quietly and said to the empty corridor, "Uncle, please come with me." She repeated the words and actions just now to the air, turned around, hummed a tune happily, and walked back again. Because of this stiff scene, the weird and terrifying atmosphere just now was relieved a lot. Fong Qingqing laughed directly. "It's really a clumsy program. Huh. I was so scared by her just now." She could finally relax a little. "I laughed so much that I almost threw the photo in my hand." In a flash, Fong Tang saw the woman in the photo from another angle, and the layer of gauze under the woman's coat. "Qingqing, show me your photo again." Fong Qingqing hurriedly picked it up and handed it to the man. Fong Tang looked at the melancholy woman in the photo again. "Qingqing's mother." "Under your mother's coat," Fong Tang whispered. "I originally thought it was an evening dress. But now I understand. It's not an evening dress, but a wedding dress." Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. "You? What did you say?" Fong Tang clicked on the photo. "It was a wedding dress. You were too young at the time to remember the situation at that time. But from this photo, I can infer that she took wedding photos with a certain man first. Then I hurried to the hospital to pick you up. Then put on my coat and took a group photo." The mother's expression in the photo did not have the joy of a wedding at all, but more of melancholy and reluctance. Fong Qingqing was stunned. Fong Tang sighed. "Look at her expression. She is full of guilt for you." "No!" Fong Qingqing screamed. "My father passed away just after I was born. My mother is not that kind of person. When I was seriously ill, marrying another person, is she going to abandon me?" Fong Tang's words deeply stimulated her. Fong Qingqing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. "No, never. Maybe I'm overthinking." Fong Tang comforted softly. "I'm just a little too dark." Fong Qingqing moved her lips and took back the photo dejectedly. "No, maybe. You are right. Otherwise, if she was alive, why didn't she even get any news? It's been 19 years before she wrote to me." Her tone was low. Slowly took out a medical certificate from the small bag. "What is this?" Fong Tang frowned. Fong Qingqing smiled calmly. "This is my death sentence." Fong Tang took it and looked at it carefully. At this time, the ghostly little girl completed another reset, appeared at the office door for the third time, and walked towards the end of the corridor again. After reading the diagnosis, Fong Tang looked up silently. "How long do you have?" "At most 3 months. Back then, my mother went bankrupt and took the risk to perform a cardiac interventional surgery on me, using the most advanced biological coding at the time. The stent could only barely let me live for another 20 years. Fong Qingqing's tone became calmer. "The doctor has determined that my cardiopulmonary function is losing, and I rely entirely on imported drugs to survive. You may not understand this feeling." "No." Fong Tang hugged her gently, and this time the hug was extra tight. "I understand. I understand your feelings better than anyone else." The ring-shaped chip appeared in his hand. The chip obtained from Zhao Zhongqing. For Fong Qingqing, this chip may be life-saving, although she will enter a dark world. The chip was soaked with sweat in the palm of my hand. But a red game system prompt suddenly appeared in front of me. "Warning, player Fong Tang. The chip in your hand is a first-generation product and cannot be used on NPC Fong Qingqing. Warning again. Player, the chip in your hand is an important prop in the game." Fong Tang put away the ring chip and gritted his teeth. At this time, the little girl who had reset for the third time stood at the end of the corridor and stamped her feet and shouted, "Why don't you come?" Bang! Bang! As the little girl stamped her feet, a strange sound came from the end of the corridor. That was the sound of a flower pot falling. The two of them looked at each other, both covered in cold sweat. Ahead, there turned out to be a disguised trap. At the end of the corridor, the 1.5 meter long floor completely disappeared, and a hole appeared that went deep below. It was as if the corridor had been forcibly cut off. If the two of them followed the little girl just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Tang, that corridor is simulated with light and shadow. Yes, because this little girl is projected. She can walk through it easily. We will only fall. The two held hands and carefully moved forward step by step. North Star arrived first and started barking in front. Under the severed edge of the corridor, the deep pits were filled with erected steel bars and iron thorns, and even countless scissors, kitchen knives, and harpoons. The putrid smell assaulted your nostrils. Giggle. You guys are awesome. The little girl floating above the pothole laughed ferociously. You escaped this trap 3 times in a row. She turned around and started to applaud. Fong Tang wiped his sweat and had to say that he was indeed a little relaxed just now. The program-controlled virtual shadow, now transformed into a demon, pouted again. Okay. According to the game flow, you have passed this level. Then please go to the stairs. My father is waiting for you. The two turned their heads, and a tall figure appeared at the top of the stairs. The little girl disappeared. Before disappearing, her entire face was distorted. Scales were raised all over her body, and her hands turned into claws. Fong Tang held Ching Ching's little hand again. He was extremely vigilant. In the game, you must be in the best condition at all times and don't trust anyone. Not even virtual programs. I am in the S-level difficulty of Infinite Challenge. If I hadn't been lucky enough to pass this test just now because of the photo, the consequences would have been disastrous. He whistled, and Beixing explored the way and slowly came to the stairs. In front of him is a tall man, wearing glasses, very handsome, with a gentle expression. Fong Tang and Ching Ching looked at each other. This man was the husband with the little girl in the light video clip. Chapter 166 Puzzle. The man smiled at the two people, then turned his head, and in the flickering light and shadow, he looked at Fong Tang. Hello. My name is Tong Jiaming. The intersection leading to the top has been opened. Excuse me. Player. Sir, do you know the riddle of the Sphinx? Fong Tang sneered. The Sphinx is a monster with a sphinx in Greek mythology, sitting on the cliff. He likes to tell passers-by a riddle. Passers-by can pass if they tell the answer to the riddle. If they fail to answer, they will be eaten by it. The man nodded. Now, if you want to pass this staircase, Mr. Player, you must answer me a question. Fong Ching couldn't help but speak, and was eaten by Fong Ching. Don stopped. He looked at the man. Please tell me the riddle. The man smiled. The riddle is very simple. The two friends who followed you into the building suddenly disappeared into the room. So I want to ask, where are they now? Li Haisheng, and where is Alice? This riddle made Fong Ching stamp her feet. Only ghosts know. Didn't you do it? Who is controlling behind you? The man didn't even look at her, only looking at Fong Tang. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Let me answer your question. Li Haisheng and Alice are humming now. He sneered. They are still in the office on the 2nd floor, and they have never disappeared. Fong Ching was stunned. The man in the light and shadow did not change his expression, and continued to ask. Please explain. Fong Tang hesitantly said. What is there to explain? A simple magic principle. He looked at Fong Ching, who was confused, and smiled. Said, Ching, we are not on the 2nd floor now, but on the 3rd floor. Fong Ching opened her mouth and was speechless. Fong Tang looked at the corridor and a row of rooms. You have done a wonderful job. The rooms on the 3rd floor, the layout and even the decoration, are exactly the same as those on the 2nd floor. You even copied the hair I put on the door. Everything seems to be perfect. It's a pity that a program is a program after all. And there was a fatal mistake. The man in the light and shadow was still expressionless. What mistake? The biggest mistake is the love of the sea placed in the corridor. The specialty flowers of Huawu Island. Fong Tang pointed at the blood-red flowers. The ones on the 2nd floor are white, but the ones here are red. He shook his head and smiled. Of course, I can't blame you. The reason why flowers on the island like Haiji Lian are so beautiful, they are famous because they change the color of their flowers over time. They are originally red flowers, but after a period of time, the pigment in the petals will evaporate and turn into pure white. The flowers on the 2nd floor have been placed for a long time, completely precipitated into white, and the 3rd floor was put up in a hurry by you. It is very fresh, so it is red. Fong Tang raised his finger. This is just the first flaw. The 2nd flaw is the small room on the 2nd floor. Notice on the blackboard. He repeated. The 3rd item, due to the decoration of the 307 multimedia office, will be played in the 207 conference room. Just because of this notice, I understood that the two houses 307 and 207 may be one above the other. It was connected. Haha. When the movie just started playing, there was a gust of wind blowing from above the head. And when we left, the wind disappeared. There are also swaying chairs, like swings, which are actually for convenience. The mechanism is activated. Fong Tang said this, directly revealing the conspiracy of the entire secret room to disappear. Ching and I entered the 207 conference room on the 2nd floor, sat on the chairs, and then the movie started. At this time, The ceiling on the second floor began to unfold. Due to the flow of air, the wind blew down. Then, there was the shaking chair, which matched with the weird movie scene, just like a virtual reality game, which made Ching and I ignore the hanging chair. It's rising slowly. The rising speed is very slow. But because we are all immersed in the movie, we don't notice it at all. This is because what we see is not that kind of curtain movie, but an active virtual projection. So the movie screen, they rose at the same time as us. Finally, we were sent to the third floor, which was copied exactly like the second floor. Of course, you still deliberately left clues. For example, there were some used instruments in the 307 multimedia room, and there were half a curtain that shouldn't exist. Fong Tang shook his head. In this way, when we leave 307 and return to the office, we actually enter the office on the third floor, which is exactly the same as the room on the second floor. But everything in this room is seamless. Only then did Fong Qingqing suddenly realize. It turns out that Mayor Li and Alice had never been moved. The expression of the man in the light and shadow began to change, full of respect, and he began to applaud. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Although there are several flaws, you can completely crack it in such a short time. You are indeed an extraordinary player. Fong Tang said coldly. Where are Li Haisheng and Alice? Players don't have to worry. Just now, when you solved the riddle, they were safely sent to the fourth floor. The man gave way to the stairs leading to the last floor and suddenly sighed. In the next level, you will meet my wife. She is a stubborn person. If you can complete her puzzle, then maybe you will be the person we are looking for, can save Feifei's savior. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Wasn't your daughter sacrificed by the villagers? Is she dead long ago? There was no answer, and the man's light and shadow had dissipated. Beixing jumped up the stairs, and Fong Tang pulled Qingqing. It's the last floor. As long as we pass this level, we can go out. Fong Qingqing became more and more energetic, and the two of them stepped up the stairs and finally arrived above the fourth floor. Just at the entrance of the corridor on the fourth floor, Li Haisheng and Alice were lying side by side on a mat. Fong Tang ran over and stretched out his hand to try. Both of them were sleeping peacefully without any damage on their bodies. Standing up, he whispered to Qingqing, you must be more careful on this floor. This is the last level, perhaps the most difficult level. The fourth floor of the office building is all the offices of township government cadres, and the last level, the room near the stairs, is the deputy mayor's office. Fong Tang and Qingqing pushed open the door and walked in. Behind a spacious office, there was a whiteboard hanging with work progress written in black pen about the progress of excavation of the number 1 cliff minerals. This work progress is marked with 2 red lines, and it seems to be the most important work in the township at present. Fong Qingqing let out a sigh and pointed at a group photo under the whiteboard. Look! Her eyes widened. Fong Tang also saw the group photo. There are 2 people in the photo. They are very young and have the feeling of being middle-aged and young. The 2 men stood near a cliff, with excavations underway in the background. A hole was opened in the cliff from a high place. It is clearly seen in the photo that all the construction workers are villagers. And the following line of small print appeared. In October 2019, Deputy Township Mayor Comrade Li Nianshui accompanied Secretary Hai Haoying to inspect the number 1 cliff excavation site and took a group photo. Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. This is completely wrong. Isn't the Deputy Township Mayor Li Haisheng? How did it become Li Nianshui? Fong Tang frowned. Li Haisheng once said that the top leader in the township is called Hai Chaosheng, nicknamed Hai Laoda. But the township chief here is called Hai Haoying, which doesn't match the name. This office is indeed it's from the Deputy Mayor Li Nianshui. Whether it's business cards or documents, they all prove this. Fong Qingqing looked solemn. That bastard Li Haisheng. He is not a ghost, but a liar. Fong Tang shook his head. It's not that simple. Chapter 167. The cliff in the magazine and letter photo was the former Dragon King Temple location. This cliff seems to hold infinite secrets. Fong Qingqing blinked. Yes! Look at the work they marked, all of which focus on excavating this cliff. What is it for? It's definitely not for prospecting. Fong Tang sneered and looked at the office again. Again search. The 2 of them looked through the drawers and filing cabinets here. Fong Qingqing suddenly said, there is a document bag here, and Li Haisheng's name is on it. This is a dusty document bag. After opening the document bag, the first thing you see is a photo. In the photo, Li Haisheng is holding a boy with a happy face. Fong Tang opened the photo and saw the small words at the back. Born on an island, eating water and thinking about water. Come on, son! Lin Yanjue is Li Haisheng's son. Fong Tang put down the photo, and a strange thought emerged in his mind. Gradually, he was about to touch the truth. The document bag is all Li Haisheng's relics. In addition to the photos, a stack of magazines appeared below. 6 in total. The Truth, a niche magazine published in Shanghai more than 10 years ago. Fong Qingqing explained. This is a magazine compiled by my mother. Fong Tang was shocked. I quickly opened the first magazine, and sure enough I saw a photo of the editor-in-chief on the title page. A beautiful and intellectual woman who looks very similar to Fong Qingqing, except for her different hairstyle. The beauty in the photo has loose curly hair and looks more mature. There is also a signature below, Fong Lan. And under this signature, there is a crappy poem. Seeing you in the dark makes my heart ripple. Fong Lan is the editor-in-chief and chief reporter of Truth magazine. This magazine looks very niche, but the content inside is very trendy. More than 10 years ago, this magazine began discussing cutting-edge science, mysterious events, and even reports of aliens and temple ghosts. Your mother actually wrote such a strange article. Fong Tang looked at it. Fong Qingqing was not concerned about this. In fact, this magazine only published 6 issues, and the sales volume was almost non-existent. Only 100 copies of the 6th issue were printed, and they were almost burned down in a fire. In the end, only 2 were left. This book. Fong Qingqing shook her head as she said, because the content contained a lot of pseudoscience, and the sales volume was extremely low. The issue was immediately cancelled. Later, I heard from my aunt that my mother was editing the magazine almost by herself at the time. I've been sad for a long time. Fong Tang flipped through the magazine and saw the 6th issue. His eyes flashed. Li Haisheng may be your mother's super fan. Fong Qingqing was stunned. Fong Tang pointed to the lower corner of the 6th issue of the magazine. Look here. There are only 2 copies of the 6th issue of the Truth magazine for sale. In the lower right corner, there is Li Haisheng's handwriting. Bought in Shanghai. Cost 1,200 yuan. Fong Tang pointed to the lower corner of the 6th issue of the magazine. Look here. Qingqing stuck out her tongue and said, it seems like she is a huge fan of my mother. She spent 1,200 yuan on such a niche magazine more than 10 years ago. The 6 magazines were almost perfectly preserved. Under the photo of editor Fong Lan in each magazine, there are poems written by Li Haisheng. They are all love poems. Fong Qingqing couldn't accept it now. Do you admire my mother so much just because of a photo or a magazine? Fong Tang smiled. In those days, well, the internet was still a web chat room, and it was very rough. But there are many people who fall in love online, and pen pals were very popular back then. It's not surprising. Your mother is so beautiful, and she writes a magazine by herself. It's understandable that Li Haisheng has a crush on her. Fong Qingqing pouted. But I always feel a bit scary. It can't be that I've become a pervert fan. As he said this, he couldn't help but put away the magazine. After picking it up like this, a letter fell out of the 6th issue of the magazine. This is a letter. Fong Qingqing only looked at the beautiful handwriting on the envelope and was shocked. This is a letter written by my mother. Fong Tang frowned. Are you sure? Fong Qingqing immediately took out a brand new letter from the bag. She shook it. I received this not long ago. It was delivered to me by express delivery. My mother's handwriting is on the letter. Over the years, I have learned nothing but reading the articles my mother left. I have been reading her for more than 10 years, and I know her handwriting very well. The handwriting on the 2 letters was indeed exactly the same. Fong Tang carefully opened the letter collected by Li Haisheng. The letter paper is yellowed but in very good condition. Hello, Mr. Li. I was shocked after receiving your letter. Really, the photos you took and the stories you told are really amazing. Even for someone like me who specializes in popular science columns. I can't believe it. But are you really sure that's okay? Make a full recovery. If the dead come back to life, please contact me directly. My mobile phone number is. Fong Tang and Fong Qingqing looked at each other. Fong Lan's letter was written vaguely and seemed to have something to hide. Qingqing! Fong Tang suddenly slapped his thigh. Go! Quickly get Li Haisheng's cell phone outside. Fong Qingqing was stunned for a moment, suddenly realized, and rushed out. Fong Tang continued to flip through the 6th issue of the Truth magazine. On the last page, he noticed an article. It is an essay written by Fong Lan. As a mother, even if I sacrifice my own flesh and blood, I still hope that the lovely angel will grow up healthily. I am exhausted mentally and physically, and I have lost the desire to live. Dear readers, I am afraid you cannot understand my feelings. Under the pros, there is a huge reward. Editor-in-Chief Fong Lan is offering a reward of 100,000 yuan to collect folks' secret recipes for congenital heart disease. If you have any secret recipes, please send them to the magazine as soon as possible. This pros, and the reward text below. Several circles of stains appeared. Fong Tang looked carefully. It seemed like the traces left by tears on the paper. He closed the magazine and seemed to see Li Haisheng sitting here, holding this issue of the magazine in his hand. Looking sadly at the prose written by the goddess he had a crush on. He was such an affectionate person that he shed tears of sympathy for a woman who might not even know his name. Li Haisheng, you saw Fong Lan so sad and found out about her daughter Qingqing's heart disease. So you wrote a letter. According to Fong Lan's reply, you promised in the letter that there was a way to completely cure Fong Lan's heart disease. Daughter, why are you so sure? Are you deliberately deceiving Fong Lan? Fully recovered, the dead came back to life. No matter how you look at it, it looks like Li Haisheng deliberately deceived Fong Lan. At this time, Fong Qingqing had already arrived holding the Nokia mobile phone. He took out Li Haisheng's Nokia mobile phone when he first landed on the island. Fong Tang took it, opened the text message list directly, and found the deleted interface. The SMS function of the old Nokia phone is still very good, and all deleted text messages are still retained. Fong Tang looked at it and gasped. 200 deleted text messages, all from the same number. This is the text message your mother sent to Li Haisheng. Judging from the time and date, there should be more. But because this old-fashioned function phone can only retain 200 deleted text messages. Hearing Fong Tang's words, Qingqing pouted. No, maybe. Is my mother chasing after this Li Haisheng? Fong Tang shook his head. One text message after another looked like, your mother is so crazy to cure your disease. Most of the 200 text messages are from the same person content. Mr. Li, please contact me. Mr. Li, why don't you let me go to Huo Island? Li Haisheng, I know who you are. Li Haisheng, I can give you money. Li Haisheng, I believe it. I really believe it. Li Haisheng, give me a chance. Give my daughter a chance. Li Haisheng, I will definitely land on Huo Island. I will. I must find the Dragon King's coffin. Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the last text message. The Dragon King's coffin. The theme of the Huo Island game finally appeared. Fong Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears. Looking up, she trembled. Mom is doing it for me. She sends 10 text messages almost every day. Why does Li Haisheng ignore her? Fong Tang was silent for a moment, then whispered, I know why Li Haisheng fainted. He saw your hair disheveled in the lightning, as if he saw your mother Fong Lan fainted from stimulation. Fong Qingqing was puzzled. Why did my mother faint when she saw her? Fong Tang shook his head and said nothing. Qingqing, above, quickly put away these things and stuff them into a cowhide bag. Let's go to the next room and have a look. Chapter 168 Scientific Exploration. The two of them exited the office heavily. The rooms in the back are all similar, except for the large office of the township head Hai Haoying. A complete sculpture of the Dragon King is enshrined inside. This Dragon King sculpture is completely different from the traditional Chinese dragon. It really looks like a monster. The head is like a distorted human face, and the whole body is covered with scales. But 2 claws are on the ground, and 2 claws are raised like human arms. The scales on the Dragon King's body, and the deformed dragon head. Fong Tang suddenly thought of something, but the idea was too horrifying. He took a deep breath. The little girl in white just now, named Tong Feifei. The scars on her body are in this shape. Scale-like. Fong Tang breathed slowly, and said while thinking, interesting. It seems that this is not a Dragon King at all. Just it's a hacking monster. Fong Qingqing was still sad. Even the top leaders here worship this kind of monster. No wonder the village has the custom of sacrificing living people and corpses. You are right. The ones we saw are not only it's just a movie. It's basically what happened here. The Dragon King sculpture is placed on a red sandalwood cabinet. This sturdy little cabinet has only 2 drawers. Fong Tang forced open the first floor and saw an award certificate. Hai Haoying, a 1991 graduate of the Department of Biology of the University of Science and Technology. Hai Haoying's research on somatic cell transformation biological embryo reproduction, published by Hai Haoying, won the first prize, a special award. There was a photo in the award certificate. In the photo, a red-faced old man is smiling, with a 60th birthday cake in front of him. But the birthday banquet was held on the ship, and beside him were 4 men. Surrounding him, Ah! It's those 5 men. Look! Li Haisheng is also here. This old man used the fish tank to hit Li Haisheng to death. Why do they look so friendly in the photo? Fang Qingqing watched with attention. Fang Tang hummed, opened the photo, and saw 5 names. They are Hai Chaosheng, Li Haisheng, Hai Yud, Li Dongfang, Li Hongjun. Under the 5 names, there is another line of words. 60th birthday. My father is in good health. My son Haoying pays my respects. Hai Haoying is Hai Chaosheng, his son, Fang Tang said in a deep voice. He is also a top student at the University of Science and Technology. Do you still remember what Li Haisheng said? Boss Hai's son is the only college student on the island. Fang Qingqing snorted. The one who also married a girl from the city position? Fang Tang's eyes flashed. Yes, married to a girl from the city. He solved a big mystery in his heart. But he didn't want to tell Fang Qingqing now. Can't tell her. She has a heart disease. The second layer of the rosewood cabinet opens. Inside was a thick stack of handwritten documents. Fang Tang opened the first page of the document and saw a huge title. Scientific Exploration of About. With the signature below Hai Haoying. The title has been deliberately painted over. And it's unclear what kind of scientific exploration it is. Turning to the second page. A curly sheep was drawn with a pen on it. There are 2 words written under the curly sheep. Garbage! In disdainful font. Fang Tang sighed in his heart. Sure enough. The embryo is re-engraved and the somatic cells are transformed. Li Haisheng. Tong Feifei quickly turned to the 3rd page. And a line of pen words read. 2000. The 103rd record of the cause of the abnormal infection of the embryonic experimental body. 4th on the page. There are pen words again. The 211th record of 2000. The scaly infection of sacrifice experiment subject number 10 has subsided, which can prove that some clone embryos will not have abnormal backlash. On the 5th page, the handwriting is crooked and seems to be absent-minded. 2001 Chapter 189 recorded sacrifices to experimental subject number 11 showed backlash. Sacrifice to experimental subject number 11. Fang Tang immediately took out the piece of human skin he got when passing the customs in the hall. It has the words, Sacrifice experimental subject number 11, tattooed on it. Fang Qingqing gritted his teeth. Hai Chaosheng's tattooed human skin. Fang Tang snorted. It seems that Hai Chaosheng is also an accomplice of his son in this terrible experiment. You mean? Sacrifice experimental subject number 11. This poor guy woman? Fang Tang said nothing and continued to flip through the next page. On the 6th page, the writing is still in pen, but it has become extremely scrawl. The handwriting is full of anger and unwillingness. The handwriting directly cuts through the thick paper. 2001 The 300th record is damned. That is my Dragon King's coffin. You guys, how dare you betray me? I am the Dragon King, and I give you the power of God. On the 10th and 11th, you closed the laboratory, and there was only one way to die. The theme of the game appears again in the coffin of the Dragon King. Came the handwritten document. This ends. Fang Tang looked at it repeatedly. Qingqing on the side had long been confused. What is all this mess? Fang Tang looked around. Find a pencil. The pencil was quickly found. Fang Tang lightly smeared the last page of the document with a pencil. Hai Haoying writes with a heavy pen. The front of this page has been torn off, but the pen handwriting has been printed on the bottom. Among the smeared pencil marks, a line blurred handwriting appeared. 19 years have passed, and the excavation is still going on. Lin Yinshui has done a good job in recovering the Dragon God's coffin. It is more important than finding the 2 experimental subjects. The detection of experimental subject number 10 is still in a larval state, and the infection status is unknown. An extremely weird document. Fang Tang looked at it for a long time before putting it into the cowhide bag. After checking the surrounding area, there were no other abnormalities. Fang Qingqing understood something now, and suddenly took his hand and shook it. Dig! They are digging on the cliff. It turns out that this is why there is some Dragon King coffin in the cliff where the Dragon King temple was once built. Fang Tang sighed. His tone. Yes. And the Dragon King's coffin used to be in the temple. The temple was actually a laboratory. Later, due to the resistance of experimental subjects number 10 and 11, they disappeared together with the Dragon King's coffin. Hai Haoying did not hesitate to use all his resources and frantically excavated in order to regain the so-called Dragon King's coffin. Fang Qingqing felt like her brain was going to explode. Fang Tang sat down and took out everything in his bag. He watched silently. I looked through all the magazines and letters. and asked for a photo of Fong Qingqing and her mother. After everything was laid out, Fong Tang finally opened Hai Haoying's handwritten document. Half an hour later, Fong Tang put away everything. Fong Qingqing looked at the man's smile. What did you think of? Fong Tang pondered. I have figured out most of them, but there are still a few questions. Let's continue searching. After walking out of the largest office, there was only one left on the 4th floor. Downstairs is a utility room. At this time, a familiar light and shadow came out of the utility room. Fong Tang broke the copper lock and opened the utility room door. A woman was sitting in a dirty room, looking up at them quietly. Have you seen my daughter? Her name is Tong Feifei. The woman projected by the light and shadow is very beautiful. Especially the cinnabar mole on the corner of her mouth. Looks extremely charming. Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, I've seen it. I've seen you. The woman had no response and only repeated the question. Have you seen my daughter? Her name is Feifei. Fong Qingqing leaned into Fong Tang's ear and whispered, There is a photo of this woman in Zhao Zhongqing's wallet. It can't be wrong. Fong Tang hummed and looked at the woman. I met Feifei on the 3rd floor. She asked us to come up. The woman's eyes widened and she stood up directly. Really? Where is Feifei? Where is my poor daughter? Fong Tang frowned. She is dead. These words were said suddenly. Fong Qingqing was shocked. The woman in the light and shadow opposite covered her face with her hands and cried softly. Only the saddest mother will cry in the deepest way. The cry is not loud, but it is heartbreaking. Fong Qing waited silently. The woman had wiped away her tears, and her expression became extremely cold. You have seen my daughter and successfully came here. Then my husband has also seen it. Right. Fong Tang hesitantly said. It seems don't you two have a good relationship? The woman in the light and shadow showed no expression. It's really not that good. This time I came to Huawu Island to travel. I just want to have a showdown with him. Anyway, the daughter is not his. And I don't love him either. It's best if we all leave. Fong Qingqing was stunned. Fong Tang, however, firmly remembered the woman's words. These words may seem abrupt, but in an S-level, all words may be clues to the next level. Madam, tell me directly. How are we going to pass this level? Do you have any riddles for me? Fong Tang asked directly. The woman was silent for a long time and suddenly turned around. I won't talk to you. Please let Officer Zhao come. I will only talk to Officer Zhao. Chapter 169 Mode Question. The woman in the light and shadow spoke decisively, without any possibility of negotiation. Fong Tang was stunned. Who is Police Officer Zhao? Zhao Zhongqing. I'm talking about Zhao Zhongqing, the leader of Chongning Branch. The woman responded coldly with her back turned. Zhao Zhongqing, who was still working in the Chongning Branch, must have been several years ago. Fong Qingqing was the most excited at this time. After all, she had always felt that she was responsible for Zhao Zhongqing's death. Gritting her teeth, Fong Qingqing couldn't help but whispered, But Officer Zhao has already died. The woman's back twitched. He is dead? Dead? She cried again. He is actually dead. What he promised me. Bastard. All men are bastards. They are all bastards. The light and shadows suddenly disappeared. Everything goes quiet. Fong Qingqing was speechless. Tang! What should we do next? Fong Tang smiled bitterly. According to this woman's intention, only the appearance of Zhao Zhongqing can activate the last level of the puzzle. Fong Qingqing shook her head. Unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. That level in the hall. Without Zhao Zhongqing's body, we can't pass. And now we need a dead body to activate this damn level? Fong Tang touched his chin. But this is the most reasonable explanation. He pulled Qingqing exited the utility room. And after a minute, pushed the door in again. Just as he expected, the woman's light and shadow were projected again. The woman began to ask, Have you met my daughter? Her name is Feifei. Fong Tang changed his answer. Feifei said you would give us a riddle? A riddle to pass the test. The woman turned around. I won't talk to you. Please let Officer Zhao come. I will only talk to Officer Zhao. It turned out to be back to this unanswerable question. Fong Tang frowned. Officer Zhao is in the lobby on the 1st floor. You can tell us a riddle first, and then I will tell it to him. The woman sneered. Don't you even dare to see me? What did you say when you were so passionate? Damn it. Bastards. Men are all bastards. The light and shadow disappeared. Fong Tang sighed and shook his head. It's so damn funny. The two exited again, waited for a while, and entered for the 3rd time. Woman, have you seen my daughter? Her name is Feifei. Fong Tang. Feifei is with Officer Zhao on the first floor. Woman. Great. He finally recognized his daughter. Fong Tang and Fong Qingqing were startled. Tong Feifei. That little girl. Turned out to be Zhao Zhongqing's illegitimate daughter. Fong Tang. Feifei said she wanted to play with her father for a while. Do you have any riddles that you can tell me? The woman turned her back and said, Let Zhao Zhongqing do it by himself. I will only talk to him. Fong Tang thought for a long time. I carefully replied, If you don't tell the riddle, Officer Zhao will never see you again. The woman screamed. Okay. As expected. Men are all bastards. My daughter is missing and may have died in that temple. I beg him. He just won't come. The light and shadow disappeared. Fong Qingqing rubbed her head feebly. This is the third time. Why doesn't it work? She quit again. After activating the woman's light and shadow for the fourth time, Fong Tang didn't wait for her to ask questions and said directly, Madam, Officer Zhao can't solve your riddle. But I can. Don't waste time. The woman turned her back and said, I don't have to talk to you. Please ask Officer Zhao to come. I will only talk to Officer Zhao. After the fourth failure, he returned to the pattern of the first time. Fong Tang withdrew again. This time he kept tapping his fingers, thinking about something. Fong Qingqing was already thinking, It's useless. We are doing useless work. Fong Tang smiled. You think we are doing useless work? No. After 4 different conversations, we can get more information each time. His eyes were very bright. There is a lot of hidden information that we have no way of knowing, such as Zhao Zhongqing's illegitimate daughter, Tong Feifei, who disappeared in the Dragon King Temple. When the case occurred, her mother once asked Officer Zhao for help. There is something between them. Personal affair. At this point, he suddenly slapped his head. I'm so stupid. I should have thought of it earlier. Turning around, he opened the door of the utility room for the 5th time. The woman in the light and shadow appears again. Fong Tang now asked directly, The puzzle you want to give me is to help you solve your daughter's case in the Dragon King Temple. Right. The woman sighed. Yes. This is the last level of the puzzle. But I want is not the answer. Because I know Feifei is not dead. No. She died once, but was resurrected again. Fong Tang's eyes flickered. Then, please tell me your specific requirements. The woman sighed. After leaving this building, please go to the cliff, find the Dragon King Temple, and rescue my daughter. Fong Tang exhaled, finally approaching the final level. So where is the exit on this level? Everything here is blocked by metal plates. The woman carried her back, turning around. Let Zhao Zhongqing come. I will only talk to him. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. I'm still stuck here after all. After closing the door of the utility room, Fong Tang paced in the corridor. Fong Qingqing bit her lip. We can try a few more times. Fong Tang hummed, then looked up and saw a neon sign above the door of the utility room, with a big 1 flashing on it. He was shocked. Qingqing, what was the number on the house plate just now? Fong Qingqing shook his head. I didn't pay attention. Fong Tang frowned. It's not good. I'm afraid this level cannot be activated infinitely. At this time, it has been quiet. The North Star barked. Barking, barking, barking. 6 times in a row. Fong Tang looked at his pet dog. Is it the number 6 for the first time? Beijing barked again. This time 5 times. The second time it became 5. Fong Tang wiped his sweat. It seems like what I thought. Every time it is activated, the door number will count down. There are only 6 opportunities in total, and we only have 1 left. Fong Qingqing smiled bitterly. It seems that we only by resurrecting Zhao Zhongqing can we have a chance to pass the test. Fong Tang hummed and slowly sat on the floor. He closed his eyes, concentrated on it, and began to think. No matter how high the difficulty is, infinite challenge is never a dead end. Sometimes, a dead end that seems impossible to break is actually the simplest one as long as you can think of it. So what did you overlook? Zhao Zhongqing died in the hall. That is a fact, and there is no way he can be resurrected. Unless something flashes in his mind. In his hand, the chip obtained from Zhao Zhongqing's mouth appeared again. The game system is turned on, and red warning fonts appear in front of you. Warning. Player Fong Tang. The chip in your hand is a first-generation product and cannot be used on NPC Fong Qingqing. Warning again. Player. The chip in your hand is an important prop in the game. Haha. An important prop to pass the level. I see. The warning in the game actually contains the biggest hint. Fong Tang suddenly stood up and looked at Qingqing. I know how to solve this level. Fong Qingqing shook his head. I don't believe it. I just thought about it for a long time. There is no solution to this level. Unless Zhao Zhongqing is resurrected. We can't pretend it's Zhao's game. Fong Tang laughed. You're right. It's to resurrect Zhao Zhongqing. Chapter 170 Soul. Resurrection of Zhao Zhongqing. Fong Qingqing followed the man into the corridor, and didn't know what to say for a moment. I remember you don't believe in ghosts and gods. Fong Tang smiled. Yes. But now, we really have to summon spirits. Soul summoning. Fong Qingqing was agitated. You are not serious. Are you? Fong Tang touched his hands. The ring chip inside. Calling the soul is just a literal meaning. In fact, I want to transfer the memory. Transfer the memory? Yes. Zhao Zhongqing's memory is stored here. In a sense, human memory, it's the soul. So this is soul calling. The ring flashed with a faint light. Fong Qingqing felt that the man was really crazy. Fong Tang's various astonishing performances can still be understood using realistic logic. But this transfer memory? Fong Qingqing doesn't think the world today has this level of technology. Fong Tang turned around and looked at her at this moment. It was the first time a man showed such a serious expression. Tang! What's wrong with you? Fong Tang said sullenly. Qingqing, do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Okay. Now I want you to do something. Fong Qingqing puffed up her chest. You said? As long as I can do it. The man took out the headphones from her small bag, put them on for her gently, opened her phone, and found the playlist. Tang! What are you doing? You can't see or listen to what I'm going to do next. This is for your own good. Fong Tang said softly. Originally, I wanted to knock you out directly. But you have a heart disease. It's too dangerous. So I can only ask you to do it yourself. The man picked her up, gently opened the office next to her, and put her on the sofa. Tang! I'm afraid. Don't leave me here alone. Don't worry. Beixing is with you. Fong Tang greeted, and Beixing came over with his tongue sticking out, gently stroking his green cheeks. The office door was closed tightly. Fong Qingqing hugged Beixing, closed her eyes, and listened to the soft music coming from the headphones. Slowly, she calmed down. Outside the door, Fong Tang was frowning and looking at the barrage in the game system. Super VIP 99. Don't you want Fong Qingqing to see the company's chip to ensure that the punishment of the first rule will not come to her? Super VIP 89 went online and sent a barrage. Fong Tang, you really impress me. He is a gentleman. I like it. After closing this boring barrage, Fong Tang took the chip and came to Li Haisheng first. The sleepy Li Haisheng's eyelids were beating, which was a sign that he was dreaming. He pressed the chip in his hand slowly, and suddenly, a red system barrage appeared, warning, Player Fong Tang. The chip in your hand is a first-generation product and cannot be used on NPC Li Haisheng. Fong Tang was stunned. He frowned and looked at the blonde who was also sleeping. This is a bit tricky. Of course, for Zhao Zhongqing's memory, it can be placed on anyone, even a woman. Shaking his head, Fong Tang opened the door to the blonde Alice and placed the chip on her neck. Ji Bingwang once said that the memory control technology of Infinite Company has reached the extreme. As long as the brain is still there, even people who have been dead for 2 days can activate it. And the blonde girl, who is now completely asleep in consciousness, is simply a natural memory transfer body. This chip had always been on Zhao Zhongqing's body. Fong Tang risked his life to snatch it out in the hall, and finally used it at the last moment. At this time, on the blonde girl's neck, thin silk thread stretched out from the bottom of the ring, swaying like the tentacles of an octopus, and all penetrated into the spine under the neck. Alice, the blonde, trembled all over. The convulsive tremors lasted for a minute, and then the woman opened her eyes. His eyes were confused, and he was covered in cold sweat. Alice turned over and sat up, and said in a hoarse voice, Where is Fong Qingqing? Where is this? She spoke at a weird speed, and the Mandarin she spoke was also weird, because the blonde girl's natural language is English, and the Chinese tongue has to get used to the tongue-twisting sound for many years before it can produce the tone normally. So now the pronunciation of Alice is very bad. So Alice rubbed her throat hard. What's wrong with my voice? Fong Tang took a step back. We don't have time. So Director Zhao, you have to adapt as soon as possible. You may accept this at first no. Fong Qingqing, who was sleeping dazedly in the office, was suddenly awakened by a scream. Outside the door, The screams turned into roars. And then the sound of things being smashed. It lasted for nearly 5 minutes. And finally there was a crisp sound. It was the sound of a slap. Alice gasped, touching her swollen face, gritting her teeth and looking at Fong Tang. Don't explain. I know I'm dead. The floor in front of the elevator has a mechanism and is covered with wax. I found out after I slipped, he said, crossed his legs, and pulled off his clothes. Strangle me. What the hell is this? Fong Tang coughed awkwardly. Well, you'd better not mess up. It's a bit indecent to move your underwear. Alice stiffened, then held her head and howled in pain. I would rather die. Another 5 minutes passed. Crash. Alice finally calmed down after being splashed with water. He stared at Fong Tang. I have a strong endurance. I have handled at least hundreds of weird cases over the years. But you must explain this matter clearly to me. I have faith, but not from ghosts and gods. Faith. Now my soul has left the body and is possessed. Even though he has blonde hair and speaks with a bit of charm, his righteousness has been honed over the years. There is a special chip that was implanted in you in advance, and all your memories are stored in it. Now I have transferred the chip to the disguised female special police officer. As for other things, I will tell you everything after leaving this building. The blonde Zhao Shongqing moved uneasily, stood up, looked down and saw his little feet, and trembled with fear again. I feel like I can't stand firmly. It's heavy on top and light on the bottom. How can I walk like this? Fong Tang calculated. Time. Get anxious. This is not a problem. There was no time for Zhao Shongqing to adapt little by little. He said directly. 19 years ago. The case of the Dragon King Temple on Huawu Island. A missing little girl Tong Feifei. A couple who disappeared. And the woman among them was your former lover. Lover. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing opened his mouth and his eyes widened. Fong Tang said quickly. Tong Feifei is your daughter. That lady is here now. If you can stop worrying about your body, I will take you to see her immediately. If there is anything else that can make Zhao Zhongqing ignore it in the current situation, the only person who is willing to sacrifice everything is the tragedy of the past and that lover. He rushed over, staggered, and almost fell down. But he supported the ground with one hand and flipped nimbly, feeling confused about something. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing stretched out his hand and took out the folded swing stick, swung it a few times, making a sound of wind. His current movements are not only agile, but also very powerful. He is completely like a well-trained agent. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing scratched his head. It seems that there are a lot of messy memories. Combat anti-interrogation training. What kind of memory is this? My home? Ohio? The chaotic memory quickly disappeared. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing took a deep breath. And then his steps became steady, like a nimble cat. Fong Tang was stunned, and could only infer that some of Alice's original habits and memories had been completely integrated with Zhao Zhongqing. Now I can't tell whether the blonde girl opposite is Zhao Zhongqing or Alice. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing had a strange look on his face. He closed his eyes for a long time, and suddenly said in a deep voice, Fong Tang, I already understand. Someone sent me a file package. Now I understand everything. What is Infinite Challenge? This such an evil organization. Huh? Forget it. Take me to see a Ling quickly. Fong Tang couldn't help but be overjoyed. This saves me a lot of time. In the game system, Super VIP 89 sent a barrage. Fong Tang, no need to thank me. I passed the file package to him. Fong Tang saw a new prompt appear in his intermediate player system. New player Zhao Zhongqing's identity has been successfully activated. Congratulations to player Fong Tang for getting his first subordinate. Player Fong Tang activates a special mission. Special mission. Obtain 3 or more subordinates. And be rewarded with a guild construction order. Barrage pops up like crazy. Super VIP 99. Super VIP 89. Haha. Ice King. You damn penguin. Fong Tang can start his own guild soon. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Super VIP 99. Haha. The Ice Royal family has always supported the brothers in building their own power. We are an alliance. Super VIP 89. That's it. I feel bad. How many game coins did you spend? How much? Did you only form a guild when you were young? Super VIP 99. 10 years into the game. Fong Tang closed the barrage. That's not important now. He saw the updated properties panel. Player name, Fong Tang. Level, intermediate player. Mall authority, intermediate. Game guide, Skylark exclusive. Pet, North Star. Subordinate, Zhao Zhongqing. With a thought. You can see Zhao Zhongqing's basic information. Zhao Zhongqing. A rookie-level subordinate. Current strength is F level. Other attributes are unknown. Fong Tang opened his eyes speechlessly, and was shocked to see Alice standing in front of him, staring at him. Alice? You? I'm not hacking Alice. Oh. Director Zhao. Can I still be Director Zhao? Mr. Zhao. Hack? Forget it. Just call me Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao. Let's go. Well, my brain has accepted all the documents. Don't explain to me anymore. And I'm not your subordinate. Of course. Fong Tang. I am not your subordinate. But I can be your partner. I understand the rules. At this point in the conversation, Fong Tang didn't know what to say. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing sighed quietly, with a frightening and charming expression. If you can help me rescue Fei Fei and rescue my daughter, I will continue to live. Whether it is your subordinate or your partner. A man who promises $1,000. Zhao people are not the kind of people who talk about failure easily. Fong Tang scratched his head. So you just plan to commit suicide after going out? Humph. You are afraid of being eaten by some nanobugs. I don't care at all. I have already died once I'm here. Fong Tang shook his head, and silently led the blonde Zhao Zhongqing to open the utility room for the last time. The woman in the light and shadow stared at the blonde Zhao Zhongqing. The blonde loyally took a step forward and put his hands behind his back. Ling. I'm here. Chapter 171 Strange. Case Fong Tang looked at the blonde woman, with his hands behind his back, and felt a little uneasy. In case the NPC in this level didn't recognize him, what will he do if he comes out? But the woman in the light and shadow directly ignored Zhao Zhongqing's image and directly raised her hand to slap him. Of course, it was just virtual light and shadow crossing Lao Zhao's face. Old Zhao shouted bitterly. Ling. It would be great if you could still hit me. Fong Tang lowered his head and smiled to himself. But he didn't expect that old Zhao was quite good at talking about love. Ling. The woman in the light and shadow screamed. You are finally here. Don't come if you can. Don't you care? The blonde old Zhao choked up. How could I not care? How could I not care? I rushed to the island as soon as I got the call. But it was too late. You can't see the living people. And you can't see the dead bodies. I even directly used my connections to demolish the entire Dragon King Temple. It turned out that on the cliff the Dragon King Temple was demolished by Zhao Zhongqing. The blonde old Zhao scratched his face hard. I hate it so much. If I had arrived earlier, if I could muster the courage to tell Tong Jiaming earlier, this result would not have been like this. The woman in the light and shadow was quiet. Come down. She sighed quietly and ran her fingers through Lao Zhao's long golden hair. Virtual light and shadow flickered on the blonde hair. Those are not important. But Fei Fei. Fei Fei is innocent. The blonde Lao Zhao suddenly raised his head. Yes. This it is my lifelong hatred. Over the years, I have never given up. I have been investigating the Dragon King case in Huawu Island. Ling sighed. Then what did you find out? The blonde old Zhao closed his eyes and thought. Listen to me slowly and don't get excited. This case is full of weirdness. But one thing is for sure. Fei Fei. Our daughter is dead. But she might still be alive. Ling in the light and shadow trembled all over. What are you talking about? The blonde old Zhao opened his eyes. When you disappeared. It was October 13th. 2000. I demolished the Dragon King Temple at the end of the month. At that time, all the forensic personnel from the Chongqing branch came. And we used the Li's screening method on-site search. Li's screening method refers to the crime scene evidence collection method invented by Chinese detective Li Chongyu. It is the most detailed, effective and scientific on-site identification method in the world. The blonde old Zhao was in great pain. The bones of Fei Fei's father and adoptive father Tong Jiaming were later found on the beach. But I searched all the places and couldn't find your bones. Ling. Later we were under the Dragon King Temple. Hundreds more bones were found, and it was determined that 10 corpses and various animal bones of pigs, cattle, sheep, fish were buried under the temple. Among the DNA samples, our daughter Fei Fei was found. Poor daughter, screamed the sharp voice. With hoarse resentment, the woman in the light and shadow flickered, and the blonde old Zhao gritted his teeth. Fong Tang said in a deep voice. Old Zhao, what you have in front of you is just a virtual program. You can't have a real conversation with her. So please speak to the key points and speak quickly. We don't have much time. He raised his hand and looked at the time. Now. It is 1740 on October 13th. The blonde old Zhao looked deeply at a Ling in the light and shadow. He ignored Fong Tang, but said softly, "A Ling, the thing I regret most in this life is to be with you. Fei Fei is an angel given to us by God. When I found Fei Fei's DNA in the bones, I'm crazy." Gritting his teeth, the blonde old Zhao Ren said, "At that time, this case was classified as top secret because it involved too much and was too shocking. The superiors requested that the case be closed quickly. Soon, Mrs. Liu and her son from Dingta village on Huawu Island voluntarily surrendered, confessed the crime of sacrificing a living person in the Dragon King Temple. Palu is a witch on the island who dances to the gods. Her son is a fool. I read the confession, and they said that starting from 1991, a living person was sacrificed on October 13th every year. Until Fei Fei this time. Huh? It's so ridiculous. An old woman who is nearly 80 years old and a cripple with mental retardation can commit such a big case within 10 years? There must be other real culprits. There is no direct evidence. The autumn tide of Huawu Island washed away all the evidence." With a snort, the blonde old Zhao Lingren said, "I investigated by myself for half a year, and finally identified the 5 major suspects in the case. Hai Chaosheng, the mayor of the township at the time. Hai Yud, general manager of Huawu Island Fishery Company. Li Haisheng, deputy mayor. Li Dongfang, brother Li Hongjun, boss of Huawu Island Fishing Boat. I will not let go of any of the 5 of them. Pass." Fong Tang sighed in his heart. The 5 men in the birthday banquet photo are also the 5 people who quarreled and started fighting in the movie. He patted Lao Zhao. "How did you find these clues?" The blonde old man Zhao hesitated for a moment. "On the afternoon of the 13th, an informant on the island provided the most critical clue. It also made me determined to solve this matter." Fong Tang's eyes flashed. "The name of the informant?" The blonde old man Zhao slowly breathed out. "Li Haisheng. He is a suspect and an accomplice, but his conscience is still intact. It was he who provided me with the names of the other 4 people." Fong Tang nodded. "Continue talking." The blonde old Zhao sighed. "On the night of October 13th, the anniversary of Fei Fei's death, I sneaked back to the island with a submachine gun. Just under the cliff, I only found 4 of them. It turned out that they were burying Li Haisheng's body. Li Haisheng was killed. He was hit on the head with a heavy object and died on the spot. I have been handling cases for many years, and just looking at the appearance of the body, I can tell that the 4 of them did it together. The only good person ended up dead. Is this fair? Not fair." The blonde old Zhao trembled with excitement. "I just shot them and killed them all. All 4 of them died. Good death." The blonde old Zhao's voice was hoarse. "There are things you do and things you don't do. As a law enforcer, I broke my oath of justice. But as a father, I kept my promise to my daughter. I dealt with the scene directly at that time, and 4 people were buried together with Li Haisheng. Then and when I was about to leave, I saw Fei Fei." Tong Fei Fei was confirmed to have died in the Dragon King Temple. His daughter, Fei Fei's mother in the light and shadow, a woman named Ling, was expressionless at this time. Fong Tang touched his chin. "Well, it's getting more and more interesting." The blonde old Zhao shook his head. "I was frightened at the time, but also very pleasantly surprised. My first thought was that Fei Fei was not dead, and the DNA in the temple might have been leaked. Wrong. But Fei Fei is like a ghost, hanging upside down in the seawater. Her head blinks at me under the seawater, and then points to the top of the cliff." Fong Tang interrupted him again. "Specific details tell me. What was Tong Fei Fei's condition at that time?" The blonde old Zhao recalled carefully. "There was a strange light flashing on her body, but it was clear that it was definitely Fei Fei. Although she was hanging upside down, she seemed to be fine at all. Then she disappeared. I don't know if it was her ghost or if it really existed." The blonde old Zhao breathed out. "But I followed the direction of the child's finger and secretly climbed up the cliff. And as a result," his eyes began to roll. "In the end, I saw a wedding." Fong Tang said sullenly. "It was Hai Haoying's wedding, and the bride was Fong Lan." The blonde old Zhao trembled all over. "You? How did you know?" "I am the identity of the bride. I found out later," Fong Tang said coldly. "Not only that, the son inherited his father's legacy. Hai Haoying immediately became the new head of Huawu Township after the death of his father Hai Chao." He stared at the blonde old Zhao and said in a solemn tone, "Moreover, what you see on the cliff is not a wedding, but a sacrifice. A human sacrifice. Chapter 172 The Mystery of Li Haisheng. Human Sacrifice. The blonde old Zhao lowered his head slumped. You know everything, he murmured to himself. Game players. It turns out they are so powerful. Fong Tang snorted. Old Zhao, you saw Fong Lan being raped with your own eyes. Priest, why don't you save her? The blonde Zhao Zhongqing gritted his teeth. Who said I didn't want to save her? In that situation, all the men, women, old and children on the island were kowtowing crazily to Hai Haoying. Hai Haoying was the Dragon King in their mouth. How many bullets can a gun have? Breathing heavily, he clenched his fists tightly. Moreover, Fong Lan is voluntary. I had the opportunity to take her away during the sacrifice. But she had to stay. She to find the Dragon King's coffin. She must save her daughter. Fong Tang said coldly. You should say these words to Fong Qingqing. The blonde old Zhao was stunned. Fong Qingqing? That female liar who came to the island with us? Where is she? Fong Qingqing is Fong Lan's daughter. Lao Zhao's eyes trembled, and he suddenly slapped his head. I said? She looked so familiar on the helicopter. Damn it. There is a daughter in Fong Lan's file. I have completely forgotten. It's not that you have completely forgotten, but you dare not think about this case again. Fong Tang revealed the deepest secret in his heart. You killed 4 people on the island, but found out that the real murderer behind the scenes was the other one is ridiculous. Right. But it can't save your child and lover. The blonde old Zhao's lips were trembling. You are actually a coward. You saw an incredible scene on the cliff. You saw Hai Haoying use magical powers. And you even began to suspect that that bastard was really the Dragon King. So you ran away in a hurry. In these years, you even let Hai Haoying become the mayor of the township. The blonde old Zhao closed his eyes in pain. No. Stop talking. Fong Tang shook his head. I can surmise that you pay careful attention to Huawu Island every year. But since 2001, there has been no human sacrifice on Huawu Island. So you anesthetize yourself. I feel at ease. Fong Tang walked slowly, with sadness in his eyes. But what you don't know is that the person who saved Huawu Island was Qingqing's mother. At the most critical moment, she and Feifei stole the Dragon King coffin. Let Hai Haoying, the fake Dragon King, no longer be able to harm anyone. Fong Tang's last words completely shocked the blonde old Zhao. At this time, the woman in the light and shadow, the last level of the Hanajiri Island Legend office building process, has changed. She looked at Fong Tang. Mr. Player, you brought Zhao Zhongqing and met the prerequisites. Now, the topic of the last level is the truth about the Dragon King Temple sacrifice tragedy. The blonde old Zhao looked at the light and shadow sadly. A Ling in the middle. So you are really just a program. Just a program, a Ling. Have you been dead a long time ago? A Ling in the light and shadow ignored him and only looked at Fong Tang. Please interpret the truth about the Dragon King Temple tragedy. After the interpretation is completed, I will point out the exit from the building. Players, you will get all the rewards of this process. Fong Tang Heron. Before this, I need Li Haisheng to wake up. You should be able to do it. He, the NPC, is unconscious in the lobby of the first level. I nodded in the light and shadow. Li Haisheng will wake up in 1 minute. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing jumped up and screamed. Li Haisheng? Where is he? He was not 19 years ago. Are you dead? Fong Tang smiled. The one lying next to you in the corridor just now. Oh, the one lying next to Alice. Is Li Haisheng. But he is not the Li Haisheng you imagined. Because of memory. The transfer of soul made Zhao Zhongqing so excited that he didn't even notice Li Haisheng on the ground just now. At this time, a scream came from outside. Where are the people? Oh my god! This is my office? It wasn't like this when I was on duty just now. Fong Tang walked out of the utility room, directly held down the panicked Li Haisheng, and forced him to pull into the house. Li Haisheng rolled his eyelids when he saw the woman in the light and shadow, and almost fainted again. Fong Tang pinched his anus with his fingers. He waited until the guy slowly sat down, and then looked at the blonde old Zhao. Come and meet him. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing came over, stared at Li Haisheng, and screamed. This is not Li Haisheng. No, they look similar. But are they younger? The blonde Zhao said incoherently. Li Haisheng was even more horrified. Foreign ladies, get out of here. Fong Tang clapped his hands hard. Both fell silent. After looking at a Ling in his shadow, Fong Tang first stood in front of Li Haisheng. Headley, what year is today, and what month is it? Li Haisheng was confused. October 13th, 2001. Fong Tang smiling. Well, on October 13th, 2001. You made an appointment with Officer Zhao from the Chongning branch. He was going to bring the special police to Huawu Island to rescue the goddess you had a crush on. Miss Fong Lan? Li Haisheng licked lips. Yes. But just now. I saw just now. But in the hall, you saw Fong Lan right next to you. And accidentally killed Officer Zhao. So you fainted directly. Fong Tang replaced him said. Li Haisheng scratched his head. Yes. But you also feel something is wrong. Because the office building has completely changed. As if you don't know each other. And we speak very strangely. Li Haisheng was shocked. And what was on his mind? Fong Tang said what? Terrible. Fong Tang glanced at the anxious blonde old Zhao. Don't talk. Listen to me. The blonde old Zhao could only nod. He received the Super VIP's document package. Understood Fong Tang's identity. And roughly knew his current situation. Fong Tang then patted the horrified Li Haisheng. You are still driving a Honda Accord and wearing a retro jacket. You don't know the brand iPhone. Because the first generation of Apple mobile phones was only released in 2007. In your heart, Nokia mobile phones are the most popular. It's wet. Li Haisheng was stunned. Fong Tang's eyes darkened. Yes. You have died a long time ago. You died on October 13th. 2001. The last moment you remember is now 19 years later. Li Haisheng held his head and screamed. Fong Tang slapped him hard, causing him to stop screaming. Don't you understand yet? All the injuries on your body are gone. Your skin is like a baby's. And your black teeth have turned white. Li Haisheng swallowed hard. Fong Tang sneered. Yes. You were resurrected by the Dragon King's coffin. When you woke up in the building and were still thinking about welcoming Officer Zhao. You actually just woke up from the Dragon King's coffin. And your memory stayed in 19 years ago. October 13th. Li Haisheng slapped himself. Then rolled up his sleeves desperately. There was a fish scale-like scar on the delicate arm, showing some signs of decay. Fong Tang also watched carefully. The abnormal infection has begun. You know the Dragon King's coffin. Abnormal infection is a special sign. As long as there are such scale scars. It is a sacrifice. It's time to believe me now. Li Haisheng was silent. Was silent for a full 2 minutes. He raised his head. Fong! Where is Fong Lan? Fong Tang said sadly. I can only tell you that 19 years ago, Officer Zhao did not have time to stop the wedding. And Fong Lan was sacrificed. No. Li Haisheng jumped up and shouted. I gave all the evidence to Zhao Zhongqing. He promised to bring a large team of people to completely eliminate the monster. Is Hai Haoying dead? He must die. We cannot use ordinary means to deal with him. It's useless to be put in jail or shot. You must destroy the Dragon King's coffin first. And then? Fong Tang held him down. It's not your fault. Li Haisheng screamed. It's my fault. I killed her. I killed Editor Fong Lan. Screaming, he grabbed Fong Tang's arm again. It's 19 years later. And Fong Qingqing is her daughter? Fong Tang nodded. Fong Lan shouldn't have. I'll tell you her daughter's name. But you've been texting for so long. Why did you suddenly lose contact? This is a very crucial mystery. Since Li Haisheng wanted to save Fong Lan's daughter, why did he suddenly ignore her? Is this Li Haisheng's own intention? Or was he coerced? Chapter 173 Hidden Room. Li Haisheng said sadly. I shouldn't have told Fong Lan. But when I saw that issue of the magazine, I knew. I could feel that Fong Lan couldn't stand the pressure anymore. If the child's heart disease is not cured again, if there is a chance, she will take her daughter to commit suicide. Fong Tang sighed. So you told Fong Lan the secret of the Dragon King's coffin. You can fully recover and the dead can be resurrected. Which immediately becomes Fong Lan's life-saving straw. Li Haisheng wiping tears. I soon regretted it. If Fong Lan gets to the island, there is only one way to die. That bastard Hai Haoying will not give her a chance. Fong Tang shook his head again. But Fong Lan is not a woman who gives up lightly. She couldn't enter Huawu Island. She was blocked outside again and couldn't get your help. In the end, she made a dangerous move and deliberately approached Hai Haoying in order to enter Huawu Island and find the Dragon King's coffin. She is in on the day of my daughter's surgery. I took wedding photos with Hai Haoying with smiley face. It was the morning of October 13th. And she landed on the island in the afternoon. Li Haisheng lowered his head. Yes. When I saw Fong Lan, I knowing that she is crazy. Hai Haoying must know her purpose. That day is the 13th. The day of sacrifice. Fong Lan, this silly woman, is not a hunter, but a prey. She is Hai Haoying's latest sacrifice. I am scared. Immediately contacted police officer Zhao Shongqing. Zhao Shongqing is the person in charge of the Tong Feifei case in 2000. He knows the most about the sacrifices at the Dragon King Temple on Huawu Island. And he is in a high position. So you can only find him. Fong Tang said. He then shook his head. But you still don't trust anyone. You hid the most critical clues from Zhao Zhongqing and only provided Hai Chaosheng and his friends' names. Li Haisheng snorted. I won't trust others anymore. After decades of old man, the person I admired as my elder brother turned out to be the person who killed me. Fong Tang frowned. When you contacted Zhao Zhongqing, didn't you think about being exposed? Li Haisheng gritted his teeth. I thought about it. But I didn't expect Boss Hai and the others to be so vicious and heartless. In the office, they surrounded me, and I told Hai Haoying that he would have a bad end sooner or later. But they said that boy was the reincarnation of the Dragon King. They are too ignorant and have been completely brainwashed. Fong Tang thought. Zhao Zhongqing made the short film about the dispute between 5 people. Hai Chaosheng smashed you to death with a fish tank. And then they went to bury the body. Zhao Zhongqing made it very clear what happened next. Fong Tang pondered. You were resurrected and couldn't remember anything when you appeared in the hall? Li Haisheng raised his head coldly. When we were in the hall, I already knew that the problem was wrong. I hinted many times and asked, are you here to attend the wedding? But you have no reaction. The piece of human skin appeared in Fong Tang's hand. Li Haisheng couldn't control himself when he looked at the human skin this time. I hinted to you for the second time that the writing on the human skin was the tattoo technique of Boss Hai and his son. But you still didn't react. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. At that time, I don't know anything yet. Li Haisheng stared at him and asked again. Where is Fong Lan's daughter? Fong Qingqing? Fong Tang opened the door of the utility room and pointed to the office where Qingqing was. She's asleep inside. Her congenital heart disease is very serious. I'm afraid she can't bear the details of this case. Especially the things about her mother. Li Haisheng, however, stared at the office with his eyes wide open. That's Mr. Hai, a big house. Boss Hai is dead. And the other 3 are also dead. Now it's the office of Xinxiang Mayor Hai Haoying. Not good. Fong Tang's face changed drastically when he said this. And he rushed over. The blonde old Zhao arrived first and followed closely. But Li Haisheng turned around in a circle, glanced at A Ling in the shadow of his eyes, and suddenly asked, Is your daughter still alive? A Ling's light flickered and she said nothing. The 10th victim. Hai Haoying's number 10 sacrificial experiment subject. If Tong Feifei is still alive. Then Fong Qingqing. Li Haisheng's eyes trembled. Yes. The mother and daughter experimental subjects have always been what the devil of Hai Haoying wanted. He wants to find a way to solve the last difficulty. Fong Lan's daughter is the next sacrifice. Li Haisheng muttered to himself, gritted his teeth, and walked directly to the back of the utility room. Now! The somewhat confusing memory is completely clear. He was extremely awake, leaned over to the east of the floor, and opened a brick. After touching it, the Dragon King sculpture below was still there. Turning slightly, in the big office, the blonde old Zhao was searching frantically. Beixing is gone, and so is Qingqing. Fong Tang remained motionless for a long time and said bitterly, Stop looking for it. I made a mistake. The blonde old Zhao turned around and said, Aren't you a player? An intermediate player. Fong Tang shook his head. Concern leads to chaos. He didn't care at all. He hesitated and gave up the scene without any time to feel sorry for himself. Quick! Li Haisheng still has something to hide from us. When he returned to the door of the utility room, only A Ling was left in the light and shadow. The woman in the light and shadow looked at Fong Tang regretfully. Make the same mistake again and again, Fong Tang said bitterly. The 6th opportunity to unlock the trap was missed. The woman shook her head. You shouldn't have left this utility room. You forgot that this is the 6th time you have activated me. On the door of the utility room, the number 0 appears on the door number. Then the entire utility room started to smoke, starting from the floor to all 4 walls. The house is going to burn down. Fong Tang's eyes widened and he stood at the door, using all his potential. All the last-minute details of the utility room came into view. A certain smoky floor in the east is unlike any other. The smoke there was more intense. In other words, there is a hollow under that floor. What did Li Haisheng say? Dragon King sacrifice. Every building has this custom. East direction. Dragon King sculpture. At this time, the house burst into flames. Smoke billows. The blonde old Zhao came from behind and pulled Fong Tang back desperately. The fire in the utility room had spread to other offices. Soon, the building will be reduced to ashes in its metal sheets. Coughing, the blonde old Zhao shouted. We are dead. Fong Tang looked strangely calm. We can't die. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Zhao. Don't talk. Give me one more minute. Fong Tang observed the corridor on the 4th floor in the firelight. At this moment, his brain was working to its maximum. In the system, Super VIP number 89. The barrage of that girl appeared. The second barrage. According to the information obtained by our World Snake, there is a hidden mission in this level of the office building. The hidden content is to get a certain prop from the middle room on the 4th floor. Please remember, the prop is a riddle, and the riddle is born in on the earth. There is wood for living. If metal is in harmony, water and fire are in harmony. If you solve this riddle, you can get a hidden reward. A super weapon customized for you. This reward is very rare, and is usually only available in master level and above games. It will appear on the 4th floor. There is a hidden level. The hidden level is located in a hidden room. Chapter 174 Riddle. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead and held his breath amid the fireworks. In the middle room, there are 6 offices on the left, and there are 6 offices on the right of the utility room. In theory, the so-called middle room is the utility room, but there is no hint of hidden levels. So it is not a utility room? In fact, there are a room? Wait a minute. The secret room disappearance levels 207 and 307 on the 2nd floor are connected from top to bottom. From a location point of view, the utility room is 407. Fong Tang suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Lao Zhao, who was wandering around. Ready! He led Lao Zhao into the blazing flames of the utility room, and then jumped up suddenly. The top of the head, the ceiling, was safe and sound in the firelight, suddenly passing through a layer of light and shadow. Fong Tang pulled the blonde old Zhao to hang in the air. Underfoot, the light and shadow dispersed, and it was suddenly empty. But then, a real, thick floor popped up from left and right. The two of them landed on the floor that had just appeared, and the thick smoke and fire below were finally blocked. The blonde old Zhao looked around blankly. Where is this? Fong Tang patted the flames on the cowhide bag on his body, and finally extinguished it. Fortunately, he acted quickly. Otherwise the fire just now, let alone the backpack, would have killed even a living person. Lit. Old Zhao. This is a mezzanine attic on the 4th floor. Above the utility room, everything from 407 to the lobby is accessible. This is the biggest agency in the office building, Fong Tang said quickly, stretching his hand on the thick floor slab. What are you doing? Old Zhao. Stop talking nonsense and come over to help. One of the floors on this floor is movable. From the east direction, the 5th floor is movable. The floor opens to reveal a monstrous sculpture of the Dragon King. The blonde old Zhao was surprised. Is this the thing that opens the exit? Yes. Li Haishan was trapped in the hall, and the first thing he did was to look for this mechanism. I didn't understand it at the time, but now that I think about it, there is one on every floor of this building. This mechanism can open the exit. After explaining it to Lao Zhao, Fong Tang also saw the expected game prompt. Congratulations to player Fong Tang for discovering a hidden level. Please pay attention to the props in the attic. You only have one chance to choose, and you can only choose one prop. If you fail to choose, you will die on the spot. The rewards of hidden levels are naturally generous. A weapon will only appear in the master level, and the player can customize the weapon, so the punishment is ruthless. Fong Tang looked at the Dragon King sculpture under the floor. Old Zhao, don't move yet. I have to get something before I can leave. He turned around and looked at the hidden attic. There was a long table in the attic filled with hundreds of items. Knives, candles, matches, building blocks, drinking glasses, pencils, smooth beach pebbles, various items. The props in this level have a riddle, which was described in detail in the little girl's barrage. Riddle. Born from the earth, living on wood. If metal is in harmony, water and fire are in harmony. The riddle of the 5 elements. But looking at the things on this long table, they all seem to be related to the 5 elements. Building blocks. Do they have wood properties? There is water in the water cup. What does it mean as a water attribute? Candles and matches are fire attributes. The knife is metal. See pebbles? Earth attribute. But the prop in the mystery is a prop that has all 5 elements. Fong Tang scratched his head. Now the floor was scorching hot. Smoke billowed from under the 5th floorboard. Then there was a pop, and a ball of sparks popped out from under the crack in the floor. The match on the table was lit. and the candle burned. The blonde old Zhao shouted, "There is no time. This sculpture can rotate. We have to get out. Wait a minute." Fong Teng also yelled. "Now, the pencils on the table are burning." This pencil made Fong Teng's eyes tremble, and he stepped forward quickly. He grabbed the half-burned pencil and put it into a glass filled with cold water. Fong Teng suddenly realized. Born on the earth, living on wood. Pencil SH. LS are made of trees that grow on the earth. If gold is the same, the raw materials of pencil lead are graphite and clay, which are metal minerals in the ground. Water and fire are incompatible. The burning pencil is shaking in the water. He grabbed the pencil. Congratulations to player Fong Teng. For completing the hidden level, you will get the hidden level reward in half an hour. A super weapon specially customized for you. In the game system, whether it is the Ice Royal Family or the World Snake, all the VIPs are cheering and sending barges. It's so exciting and wonderful. At this moment everyone was immersed in the fun of the game. The rewarded game coins danced across the screen. The blonde old Zhao turned the sculpture at the last moment, and a metal plate in the attic bounced up, revealing a long-lost window. The fresh air blows in my face. Fong Teng and the blonde old Zhao jumped out together at the moment the flames took off. Soft ground. Silt after heavy rain. The sky was overcast, but the wind and rain had stopped. It's 8 p.m. on the 13th. The office building behind collapsed in the fire, and metal panels fell piece by piece. The blonde old Zhao gasped for breath, stood up for a long time, and looked around. With such a big fire, why is there no movement on the island? Fong Teng looked at the edge of the sky. The edge where the island wrapped in the sea meets the horizon. Now, a black smoke-like storm enveloped the entire island. The storm is like a donut, but Hanajiri Island in the middle of the donut is quiet and terrifying. This storm is the so-called autumn tide. The seawater is blown up by the strong wind, forming a terrible wave. People from outside can't get in at all. The blonde old Zhao murmured. Sizzle, sizzle. 3 figures appeared. In the firelight and smoke, 3 figures walked hand in hand. Then 5 more figures appeared. Tong Feifei and her parents, Hai Chaosheng and 5 other people. 8 lights and shadows walked together in front of Fong Teng and the blonde old Zhao. Fong Teng looked at the source of these light and shadow projections. Looking along the light and shadow come from the opposite side of the cliff, above the most beautiful and spectacular lighthouse on Huawu Island. It turned out to be a virtual image projected from the lighthouse. 8 lines of light and shadow swayed in front of him. Tong Feifei giggled. All Ling. The woman sighed quietly. Hai Chaosheng and the other 5 people paid attention to Fong Teng. The blonde old Zhao nervously held the tactical dagger, which he got from Fong Teng's backpack. Fong Teng waved his hand. This is the game session. We are waiting. Tong Feifei's light and shadow stepped forward. Uncle, you have received a hidden reward. But if you want to get this reward, you still have to pass the office building level first. Ah. Fong Teng smiled. So, I have another chance? Uncle player, you have met the prerequisites. Now, the topic of the last level is the truth about the Dragon King Temple sacrifice tragedy. Please interpret the truth. Interpret once completed. You will get all the rewards of this process, as well as hidden rewards and a customized weapon. Fong Teng stood up. This is exactly what I want to verify. The truth about the legend of Huawu Island. The blonde old Zhao slowly sitting down. The doubts that have been lingering in his mind for nearly 20 years. The nightmares he had in his dreams at midnight. Now he wants to know the truth more than anyone else. Chapter 175 The Truth About Huawu Island. Fong Teng closed his eyes and sorted out all the clues. Then he opened the backpack and laid out Hai Haoying's document bag, Li Haisheng's belongings, magazines, photos, and other items inside. The entire Huawu Island incident is complicated and intricate. To sort out the truth, we have to establish a timeline. Fong Teng took a deep breath. Everything must start from the year Hai Haoying was born. The blonde old Zhao immediately said. Hai Haoying was born in 1971. This is what I have focused on investigating. Fong Teng said solemnly. In 1971, Hai Haoying was born on a fishing boat under the cliff. He was a deformed monster when he was born, with a distorted face and claw-like hands and feet, with fish scale-like scars all over his body. In the light and shadow, the tide lowered his head, and the boss of the sea trembled. It's my fault, Fong Teng snorted. You were too greedy. When you found out under the sea, when the Dragon King's coffin was released, he shouldn't have taken his pregnant wife and secretly went to the cliff to salvage it, Fong Teng said. taking out the 6th issue of The Truth magazine in his hand. Open the last page of the magazine. Turn it over, and you will see densely packed small words. Li Haisheng likes to write diaries in this magazine because he has a crush on the editor-in-chief Fong Lan. Because of this, I can see this key clue. Li Haisheng described in detail the appearance and function of the Dragon King's coffin. And of course, the what's scary. Watching the sea surge, Fong Tang continued. Now I can tell you that the Dragon King's coffin in the sea under the cliff is not a magic weapon. Nor is it the so-called Dragon God's coffin, but a super technological product. The light and shadow created by the sea tide confuse and frighten you, Fong Tang said coldly. Needless to say too much. The double helix symbol on the Dragon King's coffin can explain everything. The double helix symbol. The blonde old Zhao screamed. It is the logo of Infinite Company. In 1971, a failed technological product made by Infinite Company appeared in the sea under the cliff. It was not surprising that Mr. Hai was the first to find it. After all, it was Huawu Island, the indigenous people. He is also the most experienced captain. Unfortunately, this failed semi-finished technology product itself contains weak radiation. For ordinary people, this kind of radiation is fine. But the baby in the belly of Hai Lao Da's wife has suffered, he couldn't live. So he was born with a deformity. Fong Tang shook his head when he said this. The video I watched on the 3rd floor is actually the whole truth. But it is too obscure. He continued. Boss Hai, when you first saw the baby, you were scared. You thought you had offended the Dragon King. So you threw the baby into the sea without hesitation. The waves, in the light and shadow, trembled. I am praying for him to sacrifice to the Dragon God. Forgive me. Fong Tang sneered. You are worse than a woman. When your wife saw her child being thrown into the sea, she crawled out of the cabin with blood all over her body and jumped into the sea. The movie was very obscure, but the bloody hand stretched out from the boat, shaking desperately, and twisted movements are all the true feelings of Hai Chaosheng's wife. Fong Tang continued. But what you would never expect from Hai Chaosheng is that the baby thrown into the sea not only survived, but also floated up from the sea with the Dragon King's coffin. Hai Chaosheng in the light and shadows stamped his feet. That's a dragon god gave me a gift. And my son is the reincarnation of the Dragon King. Wrong. Your son just fell into a coffin-shaped machine and was resurrected. Not only was he resurrected, he became a normal baby. Better than ordinary babies. You also need to be healthy and perfect. That day, the cliff was full of people, all looking at the machine and baby filled with divine light. The villagers were as stupid as you, so they immediately knelt down and worshipped, convinced that your son, Hai Haoying, was the dragon god is reincarnated. The light and shadow produced by the sea tide shouted. On that day, the fish jumped over the dragon gate, and the golden lotus bloomed. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Fong Tang laughed. It looks magical, right? It's a pity that the flying fish were blown away by the machine's energy explosion. It's no different from the fish fried by dynamite. The so-called golden lotus blooming is just the energy generated when the coffin machine is driven. Light and shadow. Ignoring this ignorant Hai Chaosheng, Fong Tang continued to interpret. The entire Huawu Island uses pigs, cattle and sheep to worship your son, the so-called reincarnation of the Dragon King. Hai Haoying has been treated like an emperor since he was a child. He is also smart and competitive, and became the only college student on the island. Now, our timeline is going to 1991. Hai Haoying graduated from the University of Science and Technology, majoring in biological embryology. Speaking of this, Fong Tang said, since childhood, Hai Haoying may have believed that he was the reincarnation of the dragon god. But one day, I don't know when, but it must have been before going to college, he suddenly realized and understood the secret of the Dragon King's coffin. So, he chose biological embryology. Study the subject of stem cell transfer and embryo replication. Everyone in the light and shadow was at a loss. The blonde old Zhao also frowned. Fong Tang looked at them. Biological embryos. Stem cell transfer. Embryo replication. Sound complicated, right? But in fact, just like the functional principle of the Dragon King coffin machine, there's a saying that everyone can understand. That is, he let out a deep breath. That is biological cloning technology. The blonde old Zhao said. Fong Tang opened Hai Haoying's handwritten document and the incomplete experiment log. After graduating in 1991, Hai Haoying returned to Huawu Island and concentrated on studying the Dragon King divine coffin. I think his wish at that time was to completely crack the divine coffin. The secret of the coffin. combined with his biological research knowledge, is to copy this cloning machine in large quantities. Fong Tang opened the first page of the handwritten document. The title is daubed, but it is not difficult to guess. This is about biological cloning, scientific exploration of technology. Unfortunately, what Hai Haoying didn't expect was that this machine was a semi-finished product and could not be cracked at all. In his anxiety, he began to decide to use in vivo experiments. So, there was the Dragon King on October 13th every year regarding the temple sacrifices. Hai Haoying knew how ignorant the villagers on the island, including his father, were, so he was able to successfully brainwash him and conduct experiments on living subjects, disguised as dragon god sacrifices. He felt that he could succeed as long as he persisted, even if sacrifice a few living people. Fong Tang turned to the second page of the handwritten document. The sheep drawn with pen on it is the world's first cloned sheep. Dolly! I think Hai Haoying will definitely be surprised when he sees the reports about this sheep. It's disdainful, because he is close to successfully cloning humans. Hai Haoying himself is the first human clone. Of course, he still has doubts about this. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing looked at Fong Tang and asked through gritted teeth, "Why is it October 13th every year? A fixed date? Because the Dragon King coffin, the company's semi-finished cloning device, needs to convert and store energy from the sea. A full year of energy storage can be used on October 13th. Use it once a day. Hai Haoying only has the 13th. He must cherish the opportunity to conduct experiments. From 1991 to October 13th, 1999, 9 live experiments will be conducted once a year. All failed." Fong Tang opened the third page of the handwritten document. From this simple experimental record, we can see that experimental subjects 1 to 9 all showed signs of abnormal infection at the last moment. Those the experimental subject was placed in the coffin of the cloning device. The body was crushed, and the clone appeared, but it soon became infected with scaly scars, and finally could not survive. The turning point occurred on October 13th, 2000, which was the sacrifice experiment. Body number 10. Tong Fei Fei. Here, Hai Haoying discovered that the scaly infection of the sacrificed experimental subject number 10, Fei Fei, had subsided, and the clone had no abnormal backlash. However, Tong Fei Fei, the experimental subject, provoked. We are in big trouble. Tong Fei Fei's biological father is a powerful police officer. He pooled all his resources and tried his best to solve the case. At the end of October 2000, he demolished the Dragon King temple, although Hai Haoying took care of the temple in advance. But the remains of the experimental subjects could not be hidden. After the incident, Mrs. Liu and her son on the island could only be blamed. He hid Fei Fei and waited excitedly for a year. On October 13th, 2001, the sacrifice plan was started again. Please note that October 13th, 2001, is the most important day in the entire case. Chapter 176: The Truth About Hanajiri Island. October 13th, 2001. At least 3 things happened that day. Following is the chronological order. The first thing is that on the morning of October 13th, 2001, Fong Qingqing's mother was taking wedding photos in the photo studio. He ignored his daughter's surgery, but took a photo with her before leaving and kept that photo. Because cardiac surgeries in general hospitals are performed during the day, and various preparations need to be made before the surgery, the time for Fong Qingqing and her mother to take pictures must be in the morning, or even early in the morning. The second incident was that on the afternoon or evening of the 13th, Li Haisheng had a dispute with 4 other people in the office building and was beaten to death on the spot. The third incident was that Hai Chaosheng and 4 others were killed by Zhao Zhongqing when they were burying Li Haisheng's body under the cliff. At this time, his son Hai Haoying was getting married on the top of the cliff. These are the 3 major events on October 13th, 2001. 2 of these things can be directly linked. The bride in Hai Haoying's wedding is Fong Qingqing's mother. Qingqing said that in her memory, her mother received a bouquet of red and beautiful love of the sea flowers. Apart from Hai Chaosheng's son, a powerful person on the island, no one else could keep the love of the sea flowers in their red state and transport them to cities hundreds of miles away. But Fong Lan, the hunter who was originally looking for the Dragon King's coffin, turned into a prey. Hai Haoying finally designated Fong Lan, who was going to the island to find the Dragon King's coffin, as his experimental subject number 11. A terrifying wedding, conducted on the cliff. Under the cliff, his father and uncle died from random gunshots. But he didn't care, and was still doing the 11th test. At this point, Fong Tang looked at the blonde Zhao Zhongqing. The scene you saw behind the cliff was not the Dragon King's magical power, but a normal phenomenon of the energy release of the cloning device. Fong Tang shook his head and sighed. But experiment number 11 failed again. The log says, in 2001, the 189th experimental record showed that Fong Lan's clone had backlash again. Fong Tang took out the human skin. Hai Haoying inherited the craftsmanship from his father and tattooed the experimental subject number with his own hands. This is also the only complete piece of skin left on Fong Lan's body. Now, time has come after the 300th test in 2001. On this day, what Hai Haoying never expected was that experimental subjects number 10 and 11 resisted. Tong Feifei's clone and Fong Lan's infected body resisted together, successfully took away the Dragon King's coffin, and disappeared under the cliff. So for the next 19 years, until today, Hai Haoying has been digging on the cliff. He couldn't find Tong Feifei and Fong Lan under the sea, and couldn't find his Dragon King coffin. So he thought they were hidden in the cliff. With the economy and manpower of Huawu Island, 19 years of excavation can only find a few traces. The document in front of Fong Tang turned to the last page, and the handwriting daubed with pencil was Hai Haoying's handwriting. This is the latest handwriting, perhaps written a few days ago. After it was torn off, it left traces on the diary, which were traced out by Fong Tang with a pencil. So they were very blurry. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing looked at the blurred handwriting and muttered softly. 19 years have passed, and the excavation is still going on. Ling Yanjue did a good job. Recovering the Dragon God's coffin is more important than finding the 2 experimental subjects. The detection of number 10 experiment is visible. The body is still in a larval state, and the infection status is unknown. He jumped up directly. Feifei is really trapped on the cliff. Let's go and save her! Fong Tang held him down. No, Tong Feifei is not. It's not inside the cliff. I know where she is hiding. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing grabbed Fong Tang's collar. Then take me there. Fong Tang shook his head. Now is not the time. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing stamped his feet. But seeing that Fong Tang looked serious and his eyes were warning, he could only curse. Fong Tang said sullenly, don't waste your saliva. I can guarantee that Feifei is still alive and will definitely be able to reunite with you. But before that, we must complete this level of the game. If we fail to complete it, Feifei may never come out again. Got it. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing calmed down. He closed his eyes and thought about something. The body is that of a blonde girl, but the expression and movements are that of a pure man. For a long time, Zhao Zhongqing frowned. Fong Tang, there is a big bug in your interpretation of the truth. Huh? What bug? Hai Haoying was born with a deformity and fell into a cloning device, becoming the first person to be killed. The clone person. So he was restored to a healthy baby. But the cloning technology at that time had a backlash. Why was Hai Haoying fine from beginning to end? Fong Tang looked at the blonde old Zhao. This is not a bug. Hai Haoying does not have it. The backlash and Tong Feifei's lack of backlash are both the same reason. The technology of cloning and replication is an ability that humans cannot control today. The control here does not mean the difficulty of this technology, but the ethical issues behind it. From the cloned sheep that appeared in the last century to now, human research on cloning technology has reached a stage that is close to maturity. But no one dared to experiment on humans. Gods can create humans, but can humans create themselves? How to position the copied clone? Are clones human? Or just a product? Until this problem is solved, any cloning research on humans is evil. Fong Tang shook his head and continued. The reason is very complicated, but in fact it is also very simple. Hai Haoying himself was involved in it, but he did not find a way to solve this problem. The blonde old Zhao was shocked. You have figured it out? Fong Tang nodded. You have to remember one thing. This is a game of infinite company. No matter how complicated the whole story is, there are enough hints in the game. However, we still need to continue working hard. The game is not over yet. He turned around and looked at the 8 lights and shadows. I have made an interpretation. What do you think? The 8 lights and shadows faded away. Finally, Tong Feifei bowed deeply to Fong Tang. I look forward to meeting you in the next level. Then it will no longer be light and shadow, but the real me. A congratulatory prompt appeared in the game system. Congratulations to player Fong Tang. The office building in the main process of Huawu Island has been successfully completed. Get 10,000 game coins as a reward for this round of games, and 2 random lottery tickets in the mall. Congratulations to player Fong Tang. The hidden reward in the Huawu Island office building level appears. Please follow the prompts to collect the hidden reward yourself. On the ground where the light and shadow disappeared. In front of the still burning office building. The ground shook. And then a square box appeared from the ground. Fong Tang did not go to get the hidden reward immediately. He is still waiting for the game prompt. Attention player Fong Tang. S-level difficulty. Legend of Huawu Island. The second game process is started. Second game process. Mission objective. Dragon King's Coffin. This round of game rewards 40,000 game coins. And 8 random lottery tickets in the mall. Fong Tang opened his eyes. And the blonde old Zhao in front of him was anxious. When are we going to set off? What are our next steps? Fong Tang said in a deep voice. Wait! Wait patiently. What are you waiting for? The blonde old Zhao was about to curse again. Fong Tang pointed to the cliff opposite the lighthouse. 19 years later. Another sacrifice will begin. That is, in the early morning of October 13th tonight. The blonde old Zhao grabbed his long hair and spun around in circles. What are you doing? How to ensure that Hai Haoying will not sacrifice in advance? Even if we have to wait for the sacrifice, we can go there in advance and at least survey the scene? Fong Tang said coldly. Once we show up, Hai Haoying will never sacrifice. As for your worries, don't worry. Hai Haoying is always under my supervision. The blonde old Zhao was stunned. Why? How did you do it? Fong Tang sneered. Because my dog is with Hai Haoying today's sacrifice. Together. Chapter 177 Customized Weapons. The blonde old Zhao sat in the distance, arranging the last weapons. Dagger. Pistol. The pistol only has 2 bullets. Fong Tang finally had time and gently opened the square box on the ground. Hidden level rewards. A weapon customized for yourself. In the box, lying quietly on the blue velvet cloth, is a slender and elegant pencil. What kind of customized weapon is this? The system barrage prompts, according to data. Fontong players like to use pencils to fight, and have successfully killed many times with pencils. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, this pencil weapon was specially customized for players. Fighting with a pencil was just Fong Tang's impromptu idea, and he had no special hobbies. But now, Infinity Company has really customized a pencil for itself. The black pencil has smooth lines, but is very light in the hand and feels weightless. The pen tip is slender, and if you look closely, the sharp point looks like a reduced 3-edged dagger. The 3 blood grooves along the tip of the pen extend all the way to the top of the pen. Fong Tang waved his hand, and the powerful force brought up a sound of wind, and the tip of the pen pierced straight into the stone in front of him. Pulled it out. The nib was unscathed. I don't know what material it is made of. He touched a metal plate that had been shot in the wreckage of the building and tried it again. This time the pen tip penetrated the metal plate. Pull out the pencil easily, and look carefully at the sharpest and most fragile part of the pen tip. Not even a bit of damage. Fong Tang was shocked. Even the sharpest field saber will leave damage after repeated cutting of high-hardness metal and stone. Each saber has a limited service life. This sharp and slender pen tip seems to break when pressed, but it has amazing hardness. I reached out and tried it, and the pen tip could even bend. This is terrible resilience again. The 2 contradictory attributes of toughness and hardness appear on this weapon at the same time. In addition, when the pen tip is tilted, you can see that there are many jagged teeth on one side of the triangular structure. Although it is a small sawtooth, it has amazing cutting ability, because this prismatic structure can extend into a larger cross-section as the angle is tilted. Fong Tang easily cut off a branch. He kind of likes this custom-made weapon for himself. He stretched out his hand to touch the elegant pencil that was 13 centimeters long, and touched the cap position. Here's a rubbery thing. It's really a one-to-one imitation of a pencil. Near the eraser head, there are small, almost invisible fonts on the black texture. The silver sealed body disappears and appears. The font that appears now is the word gold. The sharpness of gold. The solidity and salinity of gold. And its myriad changes. The rubber seems to turn. Fong Tang turned the eraser slightly, and with the crisp sound of gears, the pen tip suddenly retracted, and then a new pen tip popped out. Now the word wood appears. The pen tip has been retracted, and a cylindrical pen tip has popped out. The blunt tip of the pen flashed green light. The system starts to prompt, player Fong Tang. Do you need to open the manual for the customized weapon? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fong Tang immediately opened the manual. Player Fong Tang customizes weapons, which are divided into 5 attributes and 5 functions. Metallic, with tough and sharp cutting. Stabbing, sawing and other abilities. Wood attribute, can detect vital signs, stimulate cell vitality, emergency rescue needles, and other abilities. Fong Tang looked at the wooden pen tip. The flickering green light indeed had the ability to scan, monitor his body characteristics, and seemed to be able to release some kind of chemical rays to stimulate his potential. According to the instructions, press the eraser head. A needle tip popped out. Emergency rescue needle can release synthetic drugs with analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and other effects. Fong Tang nodded and turned the eraser head again. This time the word water appeared. Water attribute. It can release high-pressure water jets to cut the hardest materials, and can detect the surrounding water conditions, which is beneficial to survival and use in water-deficient environments such as deserts. It can also directly extract water molecules from various items and convert them into pure water that can meet the limit of human survival. Looking at these functions, Fong Tang couldn't put it down. This rubber head can be rotated 5 times, representing the 5 attributes of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. A small pencil combines the 2 abilities of combat and survival, which is really wonderful. System. Continue to expand the instruction manual. Does this pencil need to be recharged after use? Player Fong Tang noted that of the 5 major attribute abilities, only 2 abilities need to be recharged. When the 2 abilities of water and fire are used continuously, an energy loss prompt will appear on the pencil cap. Players are advised to pay attention to the charging method. Metallic abilities do not require charging, and solidity and toughness are inherent abilities of this weapon. Earth attribute abilities do not require charging. Earth attribute special abilities are limited to use for this weapon and can only be used 10 times. After 10 times, the ability will disappear automatically. Wood attribute abilities do not need to be recharged. The potion that comes with this ability is also limited in use and can only be used 10 times. After 10 times, the ability will disappear automatically. The charging method of water attribute abilities is as follows. Players need to have a water source anywhere. Position. Press the pencil tip and wait for 10 seconds to complete charging. The charging method for fire attribute abilities is as follows. Players need to expose the surface of the pencil to sunlight for half an hour in any environment with sunlight to complete charging. After reading all the instructions, Fong Tang played with the pencil. Although it is a bit regretful, the abilities of the 2 attributes of civil and wood are only limited to 10 uses. But the remaining 3 attributes of gold, water, and fire are already ridiculously strong. Finally, I have a handy weapon. The prompt appears again. Player Fong Tang. Congratulations on getting a customized weapon. Now you can name the weapon. Interesting. Fong Tang pondered for a moment. Let's call it 5 Elements Pen. Although it is a bit crude and has no imagination, it fits the characteristics of this pen very well. System prompt, Player Fong Tang. The 5 Elements Pen was successfully named. Congratulations on getting an exclusive weapon, a reward of 1,000 game coins, and a random lottery ticket in the mall. This is unexpected. There are rewards for naming weapons. The system is still flashing. Player Fong Tang. Your customized weapon has been successfully patented in the mall. Are you willing to upload the weapon named after yourself to the mall? You can set the price freely, and you will receive a 50% commission on all the 5 Elements pens sold. Fong Tang turned his pencil and thought for a moment. Although I really want to monopolize this wonderful weapon, I think even if I don't sell it, Infinite Company can easily copy it. After all, this weapon is also a reward from the company. Based on the above, selling the 5 Elements pen to obtain game currency is the most beneficial to you. And you can set the price freely. Then you have to sell it more expensively. System. Upload the 5 Elements pen and price it at 100,000 game coins. Fong Tang Shizi said loudly. Regretful message from the system. Sorry. Your bid has exceeded the value of the weapon itself. Humph. In that case, tell me, what is the highest price you can set? The highest price is 2,000 game coins. Player Fong Tang. In fact, this weapon does not exceed the power of existing technology. It is only an intermediate level equipment. So 2,000 game coins is already the highest estimate that the system can make. So, if you sell a pen, you can earn 1,000, which is not bad. After the pricing is completed, the 5 Elements pen product automatically appears on the intermediate player page in the system's Desire Mall. All intermediate and above players have received promotional advertisements from the system mall. This time it's a hard pop-up ad. The barrage suddenly burst into laughter. Ice King 99. Fong Tang. The reasoning just now is amazing. But this pen is more powerful. Brother, you have to send it. Super VIP 99 buys a 5 elements pin. And the player Fong Tang gets a commission of 1,000 game coins. VIP 789 purchased 2 5 elements pins. And player Fong Tang received a commission of 2,000 game coins. The VIPs and players of the Ice Royal family naturally wanted to support Fong Tang. What's surprising is that other players also like this weapon. Fong Tang saw Ji Binghuang's private chat barrage. I bought 10 world snakes in one go. I will probably take them back to dismantle them for research. You can't imagine the rewards for this side mission are so generous. Right. Fong Tang has already said received a commission from the world snake purchase. A total of 10,000 game coins. He chatted with Binghuang. The weapons made by the Snake of the World can also be sold in the mall. Right. Ji Binghuang said. Of course. You forgot by whose laser ring. That is a really valuable thing. The World Snake of the World invested 200,000 game coins in research and development. And sold for 10,000 game coins. 76 of them have been sold. World Snake has made at least 180,000 game coins from it. You think it is great or not? Fong Tang now understands a little bit how those guilds make money. So, brother, you have also created a lot of biological products and put them on the shelves. Right. Ha. Brother, do you think that if I want to support the Ice Royal family, I just rely on playing games? Running a game mall. These are the high-end players. There are ways to earn game currency. And secondly, there is investment. Just like you. You are my best investment. Big brother. Fong Tang closed the barrage. Now I understand how high-end players play. Ice King is right. Relying only on game tips and game rewards. At most, he can be considered a player with a little money. If you want to become the master of one side or a super player in Infinite Challenge, you still have to play tricks. I sighed in my heart and suddenly sensed something. Fong Tang closed his eyes, and with the potential of his brain developed, he connected with Beixing's perception system from a distance. Will today's sacrifice begin? Dragon King Hai Haoying, along with many villagers on the island, has begun to climb the cliff. Chapter 178 Son of the Dragon King. On Huawu Island, there are shadows on the cliff mountain road opposite the lighthouse. The dark figures look like ants from a distance. At the front is Hai Haoying, wearing a golden robe and a dragon-headed hood. Every time he walked a section of the mountain road, he would raise his hands high, while the believers behind him were prostrate on the ground, mumbling words. Behind Hai Haoying, 4 strong men were carrying a sedan. This is a special sedan, made of bamboo unique to the island. It is wide and comfortable. However, the top of the sedan is open and has a steamer-like structure. The multi-layered steamer structure was filled with various offerings. Incense candles, yellow paper, fruits, live fish and a lamb that has not yet opened its eyes, covered in amniotic fluid. A tied-up piglet made a strange noise. Among the sacrifices, Fong Qingqing was curled up at the bottom of the steamer sedan. She was in it, combined with other sacrifices, like a plate of prepared dishes. The mountain road is getting steeper and steeper, and the bamboo sedan is also tilting. Fong Qingqing struggled, but her whole body was weak and her vision was blurry. She could only shout weakly, "Let me go! You monsters! Let me go!" The sedan stopped. Fong Qingqing gritted her teeth and pushed herself up, leaning on the side of the steamer sedan. She felt a pain in her scalp, but her hair was bitten by the pig above. Fong Qingqing was covered in hair. He was originally a cute little pig, but now he was so frightened. Above his head, a ferocious dragon head appeared. The hood with a dragon head on it opened, revealing a thin face. Hai Haoying looks very energetic. He is about 40 years old, which is the golden age when he has the most mature experience in life. But his expression now looks a bit weird, staring at Fong Qingqing like a child looking at his beloved toy, full of expectation and joy. Fong Qingqing gasped, I have seen your photo. I know who you are. You are Hai Haoying, the son of Hai Chaosheng. What are you going to do?" Hai Haoying shook his head arrogantly. "Wrong. I am not immortal. But he is the son of the Dragon King." The son of the Dragon King. The dark crowd behind them knelt down together, their limbs prostrate on the narrow mountain road, and shouted the name of the Dragon King crazily. Fong Qingqing had goosebumps all over her body. She tried hard to take the hair out of the piggy's mouth and screamed, "He will come to save me! Your conspiracy will not succeed! Who is he?" Hai Haoying reached out coldly and took the small sacrifice. The pig picked it up, wiped its mouth, and put it back. Fong Qingqing gritted her teeth and said nothing. She knew in her heart that the man would definitely come. Hai Haoying seemed to be a little carried away. No matter who it is, no one can stop today's sacrifice. In this Huawu Island, I am the god. Mortals who come here can never fight against the gods. Turning around, Hai Haoying faced the crowd behind him. Put your palms up again. The sharp nails on his fingers were carefully trimmed like claws, and they were even coated with golden powder, which shone in the light of the surrounding torches. Behind the crowd, a middle-aged man in a black robe hurried over, knelt at Hai Haoying's feet, and whispered, "The 3 animal sacrifices are all the same, but the calf is missing. The 3 animals, pigs, cows and sheep, are an indispensable part of the Dragon King sacrifice. Before human sacrifice, this is to appetize the dragon god." Hai Haoying frowned and stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Lin Yanjue, what did you do? In the past few years, your desire to serve has become more and more lazy. How many sacrifices have you lost?" "Over the past 10 years, not counting during the Dragon King festival on October 13th. Small sacrifices that usually occur once a day often lose sacrifices. However, after many years of investigation, the person who stole the sacrifices could not be found." Lin Yanjue began to wipe his sweat. In the past, small sacrifices were fine, but today was the most grand ceremony. He was cowardly, and didn't know how to explain it to calm the anger of the Dragon King's son. Fortunately, Hai Haoying was in a good mood today. He put on his hood, turned his eyes, and stretched out his finger. "Let's replace it with this thing." Lin Yanjue hurriedly got up and shouted, and several young men appeared and joined him. The white-haired dog, following the sedan, caught it. This dog with a docked tail seems to have appeared together with Fang Qingqing, and now it can be used as the 3rd sacrifice. The white-haired dog was very gentle and didn't resist at all, so he was thrown into the cage. Fang Qingqing was so pleasantly surprised that she hugged Beixing, feeling the warmth of Beixing and feeling a little at ease. Above, a bamboo cover appeared, covering the steamer sedan. The dark sacrificial team continued to move forward. The team had reached the mountainside, but suddenly stopped. Hai Haoying took off his hood and looked ahead angrily. The most critical mountain path from the top of the cliff is now disconnected by a deep trench. The ditch, about 2 meters deep, formed a 3-meter-long fracture. This deep ravine appears to have been formed accidentally, and the break in the mountain path extends all the way to the top of the cliff. Lin Yanjue came in a hurry and stammered an explanation. "Your Highness the Dragon King, this may be caused by the digging of the cliff above. A lot of stones were dug out on the mountain, and the mountain road was cracked." Hai Haoying glared angrily. "Shut up! I'm very unhappy that today's sacrifice is so important, but everything doesn't go well." The son of the Dragon King turned around and put on his hood again and raised his hand. The sharp claws and nails trembled, and the dark crowd behind screamed and cheered. "My believers, the people of the Dragon God, now is the time to test you. There are obstacles on the road to sacrifice. I need volunteers among you to help me build a road to the Dragon God's palace." Hai Haoying said the messy so-called divine words looked like lines plagiarized from some third-rate novel, but they got responses from hundreds of villagers behind. On the narrow mountain road, countless people rushed forward crazily, because they were too anxious. 2 people were even pushed directly off the cliff and fell with shrill screams. Then, there were a dozen old women who rushed at the front. They had reached the age of barely surviving, but at this time, their terrifying potential exploded, and they rushed directly into the pit and jumped down without hesitation. The 2-meter-deep ditch was quickly filled with voluntary believers. Hai Haoying stood at the edge of the pit and gave admiring blessings to everyone who jumped in. "May the Dragon God protect you and reach bliss soon." The ditch was filled up, and people were crushing each other. The living people finally formed a smooth road, and the people behind walked on their heads. Fang Qingqing, who was holding Beixing, saw the scene through the gap in the sedan chair, trembling all over and closing her eyes unbearably. But she also understood the piety of these so-called believers. People who have been brainwashed to this extent are no different from devils. Beixing raised his paw and gently licked Fang Qingqing's hand, encouraging her. Hai Haoying has passed the mountainside. Fang Tang opened his eyes and retreated from Beixing's perception system. The blonde Zhao Shongqing was not around. Fang Tang's eyelids twitched, and the 5 elements pin hung from his sleeve. The 5-element pin that sticks to your finger can be activated at any time. He looked around and was shocked to see Lao Zhao at the still smoking ruins of the office building, holding a metal bar in his hand and pulling something. Fang Tang frowned and walked over. The blonde old Zhao had already pulled away the smoking bluestone and ceramic tiles, trying to open a passage. There were still ruins of residual fire that would rekindle at any time. Fong Tang stopped him and said, "Don't worry about it. Do you know what I'm going to do? Do you know? Do you understand?" Old Zhao wiped the ashes on his face and shook it off. Opened his hand. The tone was extremely exciting. Chapter 179, The Destined Plot. "You want to dig up your own corpse?" Fong Tang shook his head. "You suddenly remembered that you can also be resurrected through the Dragon King's coffin." Old Zhao snorted and stood in the ruins. "I found a pair of rain boots, which were burnt on top but still wearable." He put on his boots and moved around a bit, now feeling a little accustomed to this body. The trick to maintaining balance is actually very simple. Because of the burden on his chest, he now only needs to slightly straighten his waist to use his strength smoothly. This body has obviously undergone years of training. Although it is a woman, it is very strong. But this feeling of gradually adapting made him feel a little nauseous. Fong Tang grabbed him again. "First of all, your body is in the elevator shaft. It is now covered with gravel. It is impossible to dig it out without a large excavation machine. Also, look at the fire coming from above. The reason why it spreads downward is probably because the elevator shaft is connected to other floors. In other words, the flames will hit the bottom due to the flow of air, and your body will most likely be burned to ashes." The blonde old Zhao threw it away angrily, dropping the metal bar. He stamped his feet. "Am I going to be a woman all my life?" Fong Tang looked indifferent. "Because of the chip. I'm afraid you can only adapt slowly. Even if you copy Zhao Zhongqing's body, you won't be able to resist the abnormality. Infection. And the chip doesn't allow you to do this. Now, you are a player." The blonde old Zhao breathed heavily, and although his voice was deliberately kept low, it still had the squeamishness of a woman. "I won't do it. I won't do it anymore." Fong Tang looked at the direction of the cliff. "We don't have much time. If you want to see your daughter again, come with me." The blonde old Zhao stamped his feet again. He knew that Fong Tang's words were right, and the most rational choice. The two of them raised their feet to leave, when Lao Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "Wait!" He squatted down and took out a dark piece of paper under a tile. "This is a photo. A corner of the photo has been burned off." Old Zhao blew the dust on it, stretched out his hand and wiped it again, raised it and looked at it. "Well, is this Li Haisheng above?" He handed it to Fong Tang. "Look, there seems to be Fong Lan in the photo." Fong Tang watched with attention. The photo must be quite old and has a yellowish surface. It looks like it was taken with a Canon digital camera. The background of the photo seems to be a small auditorium, with a group of people standing in 3 rows in the middle of the auditorium. Behind this group of people, there is also a banner hanging. "Autumn poetry tasting has been successfully concluded." Because part of it was burned, the specific time cannot be seen. But from the clothes and hairstyles of the people in the photo, it can be inferred that it was on a group photo from the 1990s. Fong Lan is in the middle of the first row. She looks very young, with pigtails, radiant and full of youthful vigor. Li Haisheng is also very young, but he is in the corner of the last row. He is thin and half squinted, as if he is embarrassed to face the camera. Judging from the details of the photo, Li Haisheng's eyes were peeking at the first row, where Fong Lan was. The blonde old Zhao came over. "Hey, what do you see?" Fong Tang sighed. "It's nothing special. It has little to do with this case. It just explains why Li Haisheng is so infatuated with Fong Lan. It's not just because of this. Photos and articles in magazines. Before that, Li Haisheng had interacted with Fong Lan. Li Haisheng loves poetry, so he once participated in an autumn poetry appreciation party. It was probably a gathering spontaneously organized by a group of literary and artistic youths. Obviously, Fong Lan was the protagonist of this party, and Li Haisheng was just an inconspicuous little character. Even the group photo was taken in the corner." The blonde old Zhao suddenly realized. Maybe it was that party that made Li Haisheng fall in love with Fong Lan at first sight. So he desperately collected Fong Lan's magazines. This guy is really infatuated. But no matter what, this is a beautiful infatuation. In this eerie and terrifying Huawu Island game, Li Haisheng's infatuation may be the only shining point. But Fong Tang couldn't help but pick up the photo again and looked at it silently. But it's all too much of a coincidence. It's like a plot deliberately designed by someone. "What are you looking at again?" The sensitive blonde Zhao couldn't help but come over again. Fong Tang stared at Li Haisheng in the corner of the last row of the photo, and the scene in front of him began to zoom in, revealing details. After a while, he tore up the photo with a sneer. He tore it into pieces and threw it aside, then turned around and left. "Fake." The blonde old Zhao followed him, scratching his head and said, "Fong Tang, what kind of riddles are you asking? What is fake? The photo is photoshopped. A very hasty forgery. Fong Tang walked quickly towards the cliff. You can also see after zooming in that the edges of Li Haixing's body outline have very conspicuous jagged shapes. In a photo with smooth pixels, this kind of thing is impossible to appear. The jag is caused by cutting the image. The blonde old Zhao followed. Surprised. You mean? Li Haixing was forcibly added to that photo? Yes. Maybe Fan Lan really attended that party. But Li Haixing is definitely not here. Then why is there this photo? Haha. It's just for the details of the game. Hey, tell me clearly, what details of the game? Fong Tang looked at the top of the cliff, where the flickering torches were like points of light. The worshippers have climbed to the top of the cliff. Now, there is less than an hour left before the early morning sacrificial time. Fong Tang quickened his pace and said as he walked, the game levels designed by Infinite Company are always seamless, and every detail is drawn to the extreme. Why Li Haixing is so infatuated with Fan Lan must be logical. So it cannot be based on just a few magazines and photos that can explain this. The company made such a photo temporarily and deliberately let you find it in order to supplement the details of the characters in this game. Because it was too hasty. This photo prop had a huge bug. An infinite A mistake that the company rarely makes. The traces of PS are too obvious. The blonde old Zhao was a little confused. I kind of understand. But what does this mean to us? It is meaningful to the players. But the key is, can you jump out of the plot of Huawu Island and see it from a higher perspective? Let's look at this game. The blonde old Zhao became more and more confused. Tell me something I can understand. Fong Tang stopped and said in a cold tone. The plot of Huawu Island is so immersive that players can easily immerse themselves in the plot. And if you break out of the shackles and look at it from a higher perspective, this photo of props that supplements the plot has meaning. He snorted and continued. First of all, I can infer that the level of the Hanajiri Island game, it was built temporarily, and is not a mature level. So the company must add details at any time. The blonde old Zhao opened his mouth. Fong Tang pursed his lips. An immature level is always full of bugs. So now, we need to find these bugs, and use them to our advantage. You are such a monster. The blonde old Zhao murmured. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Through this temporary supplementary photo, I can also infer that Li Haixing is on the cliff at this time. The blonde old Zhao let out a sigh. He secretly escaped from the office just to participate in the sacrifice? No. Fong Tang sighed. He is trying to save Qingqing. From the existing game details, it can be inferred that the meaning of Li Haixing's clone as an NPC is to sacrifice himself. On the cliff, a dark crowd stood. At the end of the crowd, Li Haixing was wearing a gray raincoat, the kind commonly used for fishing at sea. He covered his head and breathed heavily. The abnormal infection has spread all over the body. If you take a breath, you will feel tearing pain from the scaly wounds all over your body. But he persisted. In front, he could see his son, Li Nianshui, who was already middle-aged. But there was no waver in his heart, because at this moment, his mind was entirely in the sacrificial steamer. Qingqing is her daughter. I should have thought of it a long time ago. There is no such resemblance. It's too similar. Li Haixing's eyes were full of tenderness. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to an autumn afternoon many years ago, in a small auditorium full of sunshine and laughter. At that time, he was sitting in the far corner, silently watching the girl with pigtails and reciting a poem about the sea. Prick! His vision went dark, and this beautiful memory suddenly became garbled. The torn memory made Li Haixing couldn't help but grab his head. It's as if the brain is resisting this beautiful memory. But it recovered quickly. I will definitely rescue Qingqing. Li Haixing thought silently in his heart, with a sweet smile on his lips. Because that is your daughter. Chapter 180 The Unexpected Man. The blonde old Zhao touched the gun out of habit. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling came over me. The familiar police gun feels strange to the hand. Because she has become a woman with a height of 1.65 meters and a petite hand. When holding the Type 92 pistol, the tab of her right hand can only fall to 1/3 of the way below the gun handle, which makes Lao Zhao feel very awkward. However, the part about firearms in the blonde girl's body memory is so professional. He even felt that his shooting skills were different from before. Now he's confident he can hit anything. Fong Tang had already climbed to the height of the mountainside and turned to look at old Zhao, who was in a daze. Follow me. Why are you in a daze? Old Zhao pointed to his head. My mind is very messy. This woman's memory has always been jumping out. Fong Tang pulled him, and the two of them saw the man pit in front of them at the same time. In the 2-meter deep pit, all the heads were exposed. Heads full of footprints. It was like a big pit with living people buried in it. And the most terrifying thing was that the pit was still shaking slightly. The dead are decaying. And those who are not dead are left with only instinctive physical reactions. The hill kept making strange popping noises while shaking. The blonde Zhao Zhongqing lowered his head. He spat. "What the heck?" And spat again. And repeated, "What the heck?" His voice was filled with utter rage and horror. Even if I have worked on the front line of criminal investigation for half my life, I have never seen such a tragic situation. Fong Tang glanced indifferently and walked forward on the corpse. Lao Zhao stumbled from behind and suddenly grabbed his sleeve. "You knew it a long time ago, right? You could have saved them." Fong Tang closed his eyes and slowly opened them. "I can indeed see in advance the situation here, but there is no way." Looking at the painful and angry Zhao Zhongqing, he said coldly, "There are at least 500 people on the cliff. All innocent people who have been brainwashed. They can still be saved." Zhao Zhongqing said there was a fire in his eyes. "Is there really hope?" Fong Tang stopped talking and accelerated his climbing speed. Lao Zhao shouted excitedly behind him, "I don't care what level of player you are, as long as you can save them. You are a living bodhisattva. From now on, everyone on the island will set up longevity cards for you to bless you." Fong Tang suddenly turned around head. "Shut up." He frowned and stared at the bottom of the cliff. The blonde old Zhao stood on tiptoe. "Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? I seem to have seen a figure passing under the mountain just now." Fong Tang stared at the huge waves caused by the rising tide. The figure was definitely real, and had just passed through the dim light reflected by the lighthouse on the sea. Naturally, the blonde old Zhao couldn't see anything. At this height and this light, normal people couldn't see anything at all. Fong Tang asked, "Have you ever thought about this question? Who resurrected Li Haisheng?" The blonde old Zhao pondered for a moment. "The Dragon King's coffin was stolen by Fong Lan and Fei Fei. You said that thing was a cloning device. It must be Fei Fei and the others who resurrected Li Haisheng." Fong Tang shook his head. "But if you want to copy Li Haisheng, you must at least get his DNA. You were the only one present when Li Haisheng died. And then, he was buried under the cliff. Tong Fei Fei, if you and Fong Lan want to copy Li Haisheng, there must be someone to help." The blonde old Zhao was shocked. "You mean there are other people in this game?" Fong Tang nodded. "Hai Haoying is just a poor stickman. A scientific person. A liar who does evil in name. To put it bluntly, he is just a pawn in the game. The metal plate in the office building is definitely not a mechanism he can make. Maybe it is the logistics staff of the game company." Fong Tang murmured. He said, "Opening the mechanism in the office building to secretly take Qing Qing away requires a logistics staff to operate it. But I always felt uneasy in my heart." Now, as he looked at the distant sea, his eyes changed again. Without Bai's help, changing the visual structure of the eyeballs is a very laborious task. Even so, Fong Tang was willing to give it a try. His pupils began to dilate, and 2 concave spots appeared above and below the eyeballs, imitating the eagle, which has the best vision among birds. As the pupils dilate, the resolution of the scenery he sees becomes higher. The folding structure that appears at the same time can greatly reduce the astigmatism in the eye, increasing the light entering the eyeball several times, making the night scene clearer. Fong Tang saw a fishing boat heading towards the lighthouse among the swaying waves. There was only one person standing on the fishing boat. She must be a woman, with a slender figure. Surprisingly, this figure felt familiar. Who is that? Someone who shows up unexpectedly. I wanted to take a closer look, but my brain was already feeling dizzy. Fong Tang closed his eyes and withdrew from his eagle vision in pain. Tears flowed out uncontrollably, like needle pricks. The blonde old Zhao pushed him gently at this time. "There is movement above." The top of the cliff was less than 1 meter above, and the sounds coming from above could be clearly heard. It seemed like someone was chanting sutras, followed by cheers and kneeling. With a click, Lao Zhao loaded his pistol. He gestured to Fong Tang. "I'll jump up later. You attract the attention of others, and then I'll shoot that bastard directly. As soon as Hai Haoying dies, we can explain to the villagers that he is not the son of the Dragon King at all. He's just a liar." Fong Tang's eyes flashed. "It sounds like a good plan. I don't want to hurt you. The probability of failure is very high." At this time, Hai Haoying was standing on a huge rock on the cliff, facing the kneeling believers. Wave. More than 500 believers sat in several circles, all kneeling on the ground devoutly, holding their hands around their ears and reciting difficult scriptures loudly. Hai Haoying nodded with satisfaction, then jumped off the boulder and walked to a flat slope on the east side of the cliff. This was originally the hub of the Dragon Temple, but it was later demolished by that hateful police officer Zhao. Today, a cave with a diameter of about 60 centimeters is exposed under the rocks in this hub. Lin Yanxue ran over in small steps. Hai Haoying lowered his voice. How deep have you dug? The vertical height is 332 meters. A quartz mine appeared in the middle of the mountain. I had to go around in a circle. In fact, we dug to a vertical position of more than 200 meters the year before last. Calculated, the length of the excavation exceeds 800 meters. Lin Yanxue whispered. Without any machinery or explosives. Relying only on manpower and simple tools. It took 19 years to finally dig into the deepest part of the mountain. This arduous project requires not only patience, but also scientific planning. Hundreds of years ago, the cliff of Wajirai Island was a hill extending into the sea. However, after being beaten by waves and eroded by strong winds, the mountain gradually shrank, eventually forming this unique landform. After Hai Haoying lost the Dragon King's coffin, he targeted the inside of the cliff and did a lot of exploration work. Due to wind and water erosion, many gaps appeared inside the cliff. The original plan was to cut through the rock horizontally from the coast and directly enter the bottom of the cliff. Unfortunately, the part close to the seawater cannot withstand this kind of external force, and the cliff will collapse if you are not careful. In the end, we chose to start the construction from the top of the mountain because the mountain close to the land has a complete rock structure, which is enough to support the drilling project. Looking back on these things, Hai Haoying felt a little emotional and a little proud. 19 years. The daily progress in the early stage can almost only be calculated in millimeters. Lin Yanxue was still reporting. The strange thing is that when the vertical height reached 260 meters, a very wide crack appeared below. When Lin Yanxue reported this, his expression was confused and uneasy. That is definitely not a naturally formed crack. It seems as if someone has dug a space in the mountain in advance. When Chapter 181 appears, a space has been dug in the mountain in advance? This is nonsense. Hai Haoying didn't care about these details. He only had one goal in mind. It must be those two women. Well, are you sure the image below is okay? Lin Yanxue looked at the crowd around him. They were still there. He lowered his head and recited the scriptures. No one paid attention to this side. Then he carefully reached down and pulled out a black cable from the cave. An old-fashioned data interface has been installed at the end of the line, and only a converter is needed to connect it to the mobile phone. Lin Yanxue took out his mobile phone, connected it to the adapter, and quickly opened a monitoring software. And a black and white picture appeared on the phone screen. The picture from the special survey camera below has never changed. This is it! Hai Haoying has seen this picture many times, but tonight, he still couldn't help but feel excited and excited. In the picture, a little girl who seemed to be wearing a dress was lying down, with faint fluorescent light appearing around her, because only self-generated exploration data lines can be used. The picture resolution is very low. It looks like Tong Feifei. But why hasn't she grown up? Hai Haoying frowned. Remaining in a larval state is inconsistent with the data I studied. As a replica, her embryos will not be affected in any way, and there are no abnormal infections. The cells will divide normally, which means they will grow up. Lin Yanxue, he didn't speak, just lowered his head, but his eyes were strange, with sadness, uneasiness, and a hint of ridicule. I want to talk to the following. We haven't found experimental subject number 11 Fong Lan yet. There is only one Tong Feifei. This is very strange, Hai Haoying suddenly said in a deep voice. Lin Yanxue pulled out the data head and separated a green line from the cable, which was the audio line. Reconnect the audio cable to the phone. The video surveillance is still on. After enabling split screen, the microphone is turned on again. There is a small loudspeaker below, in a closed space. They can definitely hear what you say. Hai Haoying became more and more satisfied and looked at the sedan. Bring the sacrifice over here. Lin Yanxue faced forward. Raise your hand. 4 strong men came over carrying a steamer and a sedan. The bottom of the sedan opened, revealing Fong Qingqing holding Bei Xing inside. Hai Haoying pointed the phone camera at the haggard Qingqing, sneered, and whispered, Fong Lan, my dear experimental subject, the sacrifice in this cage now is the daughter you miss day and night. He paused. After a moment, no signal came from below. Gritting his teeth, Hai Haoying said with anger. More than a dozen figures jumped up and rushed forward desperately. Get out of the way! You idiots! He's not the Dragon King. He's just a perverted murderer, old Zhao shouted. But a young man appeared in front of him. This is a thin child. Perhaps not an adult at all. Old Zhao was stunned for a moment. But the young man opened his mouth and bit his wrist, holding on to the pistol with his dirty fingers. With a bang, the gun went off. The boy fell on his back, his legs twitching. Lao Zhao was at a loss and was hit in the back. Then the sharp harpoon stabbed him in the head. There was a strange stabbing sound, and the steel harpoon broke in midair. A high-pressure water line invisible to the naked eye passed through the harpoon like a blade, and with indescribable power. It penetrated all the sticks in succession. The blonde old Zhao woke up, spun around, jumped up, and continued to rush towards Hai Haoying. With a bang, he was blocked by a horizontal fishing rod, stumbled down, and a fishy-smelling fishing net covered his head. Lao Zhao struggled for a while, and couldn't hold back. This kind of fishing net is specially used for fishing at sea. The more you struggle, the tighter it shrinks. Hai Haoying gently pushed away the guard in front of him, and looked coldly at the blonde girl in the fishing net. Bring her here! The blonde old Zhao cursed in his heart, and looked around desperately in the fishing net. Fong Tang, you bastard. Why don't you come out? It was you who broke those harpoons and sticks just now. We agreed to act together. What are you waiting for? Several men in raincoats walked out from among the believers, and lifted up the fishing nets without saying a word. Old Zhao was still scolding Fong Tang in his heart, and a low voice came in his ear. Don't move. I will find a way. Huh? Old Zhao was pleasantly surprised, thinking it was Fong Tang. But when he looked up, he saw a face covered with scales and scars. Ah! Isn't this Li Haisheng? Li Haisheng was wearing a raincoat and mixed in with this group of people. The fishing net carried Lao Zhao and brought him to Hai Haoying. Hai Haoying looked at the special police uniform on old Zhao and couldn't help shrinking his eyes. Magic City PSD Special Police. When did you recruit foreigners? Well, are you a mixed race? Or from Xinjiang? Only some people from Xinjiang province. Is it true that only ethnic minorities have such blonde hair and blue eyes? Lao Zhao said nothing, closed his eyes, and sneered. Hai Haoying looked at the rained boots on his feet, hummed, then turned to look at Fong Qingqing in the sedan. Qingqing's feet were wearing police combat boots. This detail made Hai Haoying understand, and he sneered. You and Fong Qingqing came here together? It seems that your officer Zhao has not given up yet. After many years, he sneaked into my island to cause trouble again. Waved his hand. The son of the Dragon King said solemnly. This woman will be the next sacrifice. The fishing net was thrown next to the sedan chair. Hai Haoying looked at the trembling Qingqing indifferently, and raised the short spear again. The spear blade flashed with a faint light, but this time it still did not fall. Li Haisheng, who was beside the fishing net, had already rushed up and grabbed Hai Haoying's wrist. Hai Haoying gave Li Haisheng a hard knee and pushed him in front of the sedan. Another one! Hai Haoying roared. Li Haisheng blocked the mouth of the sedan with his body, using his entire back as a shield. His eyes were looking at Qingqing and sighed gently. At this moment, the bright light of that autumn afternoon seemed to appear before my eyes again. Li Haisheng knew that he was dead, but he was full of pride. That afternoon, the girl reading poetry, Fong Lan may never know that the poem about the sea and spring was written by him, and he didn't have the courage to step forward in the end. Missing that afternoon felt like missing a lifetime. Li Haisheng closed his eyes, and a teardrop fell from the corner of his eye. At this time, Lin Yanjue, who finally saw his profile clearly, screamed, No! Don't kill him! I can do it! He could do anything. But he had no chance to say it. Hai Haoying's short spear had already stabbed hard. He couldn't stand another accident. The spear blade pierced Li Haisheng's raincoat. Laugh! Another line of water appeared, directly penetrating the sharp spear blade, bringing with it terrifying power. Hai Haoying groaned, and the short spear flew out of his hand. He held his wrist, turned his head and glared. Who is it? The dark crowd was at a loss, and a figure walked out leisurely. Fong Tang turned his pencil and appeared calmly. It's me! Chapter 182 In the Name of God. Fong Tang finally appeared. He's finally here. Old Zhao in the fishing net gritted his teeth. Why did you come here? Fong Tang put away his pencil and looked at the confused Hai Haoying. I just want to see how much our fake Dragon King knows. Well, it seems like he is really stupid. We're home. It's much weaker than I expected. It's really disappointing. Hai Haoying showed surprise for the first time. What method did this young man who suddenly appeared just use to knock away his short spear? That force is not only extremely powerful, but also silent. Of course, he didn't know that Fong Tang held the 5 elements pin. And among the water attributes, the high-pressure water jet could release the power of cutting steel in an instant. Lin Yinxue had already rushed up, hugged the man in the raincoat, and cried out sadly, "Dad!" Li Haixing gasped and kicked his son. "You bastard! Get out of here!" Hai Haoying felt uncomfortable. Meow. Things were completely out of control. He raised his sharp nails and claws. Among the believers, a dozen people stood up, holding harpoons and hose in their hands. Old Zhao in the fishing net screamed, "Do it quickly! Don't give him a chance! These people are crazy!" Old Zhao was so anxious that he was covered in sweat. Fong Tang seemed to be quite smart. Why was he confused now? If he is surrounded by these hundreds of believers, no matter how powerful he is, he will die. But Fong Tang stood there very leisurely. He actually spread his arms and said in a deep voice to Hai Haoying, "You ask me who I am? Then I will tell you. I am the son of the Dragon King." "Hey!" The believers around them all raised their heads in surprise. And several people holding harpoons and hose also stood still. Hai Haoying was stunned, and then couldn't help laughing wildly. "You are the son of the Dragon King? Then who am I? I am the Dragon King's true body," Fong Tang said coldly. "You are the Dragon King's true body? Ha ha. Then who am I? Am I? He is the son of the Dragon King." Hai Haoying shouted angrily. "You madman! Don't anger the Dragon God," Fong Tang solemnly said. "You madman! Don't anger the Dragon God." Hai Haoying gasped. "Kill him! He is a fake!" Fong Tang pointed at Hai Haoying and said proudly, "Kill him! This is a fake!" The believers were at a loss for a while, but the remaining 2 Dragon King guards roared together. They rushed towards Fong Tang from left to right. "Kill this bastard who angered the Dragon God!" Under their leadership, the believers had woken up and rushed forward together. Fong Tang's face was still calm, but he leaned over and pressed his fingers on the rocks of the cliff. What is he doing? Fong Qingqing and Lao Zhao were both sweating. Fong Tang was mumbling, "I am the Dragon King, and I send down my wrath. I open the mountains and rocks, and I pawn the waves." The 5-element pin was turning, and the ability of the Earth attribute had been gathered. The ability of Earth is the most powerful ability of this pin. There was a wave of fluctuation on the light yellow pin tip. Powerful simulated seismic waves. The seismic waves passed through the rocks on the top of the cliff and almost resonated with the entire mountain. Boom! Boom! For boulders fell together on the mountainside of the cliff. A huge gap opened in the middle of the mountain that was eroded by waves and wind. The top of the cliff shook 4 times in succession. The waves below were stirred up, beating against the rocks crazily. And there was another roar. Such a miracle! The 2 Dragon King guards couldn't control their bodies because they rushed too fast and rolled down the cliff. The believers all around were lying on the ground. Fong Tang sighed in his heart. 5 elements pin. Earth attribute ability. 9 times left. He still touched the rocks with his hand, turned the 5-line pin, and the high-pressure water jet appeared. He quickly wrote 4 big characters hidden in his sleeve, and then slowly stood up. Old Zhao in the fishing net has completely understood. With joy and admiration in his heart, he screamed, "Have you seen it? This is the true form of the Dragon King. Why don't you kneel down quickly?" The believers around him were at a loss. Their decades of faith were unexpectedly shattered at this moment. Broken. But they were still a little skeptical. However, as Fong Tang stood up, strange large characters clearly appeared on the rock beneath him. For clear characters, the Dragon King's true form. With a plop, a man holding a harpoon couldn't help but kneel down, hastily and frightened. Just one person is enough. All the believers around him fell down and knelt down crazily before Fong Tang. "The true form of the Dragon King! The true form of the Dragon King!" Hai Haoying opened his mouth wide and felt a cold feeling on his back. What Fong Tang showed was by no means a human power. And even he, a man with extremely high scientific literacy, began to doubt it. But Hai Haoying bit the tip of his tongue hard to wake himself up. There are no gods in this world. This guy must have used explosives. Yes, the mechanism must have been buried in advance. This is the same as when I used the Dragon King's coffin to display miracles. Stupid villagers, ignorant trash, were so easily deceived. Hai Haoying jumped up and screamed, "He is fake! He is fake!" But at this moment, the 4 most loyal subordinates were all dead, and the believers around him were crawling towards Fong Tang, desperately touching Fong Tang. Don shoes and pant legs. Are they trying to get a taste of the Dragon King's sacred aura? Fong Tang ignored the jumping Hai-Howing and signaled to untie the fishing net, helping the embarrassed old Zhao to stand up. Fong Tang walked to Li Haisheng and his son again. Lin Yanjue raised his head alertly. Fong Tang waved his hand gently and looked at Li Haisheng, who had entered the advanced stage of abnormal infection. Li Haisheng raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at Qing Qing in the steamer sedan. Fong Tang shook his head. You have always been wrong. Li Haisheng's tongue was swollen. His infection symptoms spread throughout his body, and his immune system was collapsing. But he still didn't understand. What was Fong Tang talking about? Fong Tang stretched out his hand to hold down his struggling scaly hand. Li Haisheng, you never participated in that autumn poetry meeting. And you never really loved Fong Lan. These are just false memories in your mind. Implanted memory. Li Haisheng shouted, and the blood vessels in his palm swelled with excitement. Fong Tang sighed. Every time you think of Fong Lan, your memory will show signs of tearing. Right. Li Haisheng reached out and grabbed his tongue, pressed it hard, and tried to pronounce a few vague words. You are talking nonsense. The blonde old man Zhao knocked Hai-Howing over with one punch, and then kicked him hard between the legs. After covering this guy with a fishing net, he dragged him towards Fong Tang. Seeing Li Haisheng's excited expression, Lao Zhao shook his head. Let him leave in peace, and don't say anything, old Zhao said with sympathy and sadness in his eyes. Sometimes, the truth is not important. Fong Tang was silent and nodded lightly. He walked towards the sedan, pulled Qingqing out, and came to the dying Li Haisheng, whispering something in Qingqing's ear. Fong Qingqing was stunned, but she still squatted down and held Li Haisheng's hand. Uncle Li, actually my mother once wrote you a letter. She has always been very grateful to you and liked you very much. Li Haisheng screamed, his eyes showing ecstasy. Fong Qingqing listened to Fong Tang's words and repeated slowly. My mother once said that you are her confidant and her favorite poet. She has been reading a poem. She frowned. Fong Tang did not say what poem it was. Fong Tang was also in a dilemma now. He only speculated that there must be a special poem in Li Haisheng's implanted memory, but no one knows what it is exactly. Just make up a song. Fong Tang could only whisper. Fong Qingqing's mind was in confusion. At this moment, Li Haisheng, who had returned to his original state of mind, sat up. His eyes had already crossed the cliff and looked towards the sea. His voice was full of tenderness, and he mumbled with his swollen tongue. From tomorrow on, be a happy person. It was as if he was reading his own poem to Fong Lan in his dream. Feed the horses, chop firewood, and travel around the world. Starting from tomorrow, care about food and vegetables. I have a house facing the sea. Spring flowers are blooming. Chapter 183 Facing the Sea. Li Haisheng clone belt leading with a smile. Fong Qingqing and the blonde old Zhao were full of doubts. Fong Tang, this is the last poem he read. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Yes, this is Haizi's masterpiece. Then why is he in Li Haisheng's memory? This poem was written by him. Maybe even in that memory, Miss Fong Lan once recited it at a poetry meeting. So, for this replica, that memory is the best and sweetest moment in life. Old Zhao shook his head. But why say? You don't even know Haizi's poems? This is the horror of false memories. Fong Tang sighed softly. It also proves from another aspect that the real Li Haisheng did not understand poetry at all. Holding his father's body, Lin Yanjue shouted sadly. Of course he doesn't understand poetry, because he has been fishing all his life to support his son and wife. Old Zhao and Qingqing were both solemn. Fong Tang looked at the crying Lin Yanjue and said coldly, I know that you have helped the evildoers in these years because Hai-Howing promised you that once he solves the final problem of the Dragon King's coffin, he will be the first to help you resurrect your father. Lin Yanjue was shocked. You? How do you know? Fong Tang snorted. I also know that for 19 years, you have been suffering from uneasy conscience and can't even sleep well. So that's why the sacrifice happened. The blonde old Zhao and Fong Qingqing became more and more confused. Lin Yanjue can't sleep well. What does it have to do with the disappearance of the sacrifice? When Lin Yanjue heard this, he felt as if he was electrocuted, staring at Fong Tang. You don't even know what to do with that matter? You all know? Fong Tang's tone became gentle. In any case, you have returned from the lost way. It can be regarded as self-salvation. Pointing at the thin middle-aged man, Fong Tang said solemnly to the blonde old Zhao. What is your most important thing? You should thank Lin Yanjue. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid Fei Fei would have starved to death. Old Zhao was still confused. But Lin Yanjue was already grabbing his hair. Oh my god! You really know everything. Fong Tang patted him on the shoulder. When you saw your father suddenly appearing just now, you almost knelt down and begged Hai Haoying. Ha ha. You want to confess everything. So why don't you beg Hai Haoying not to do anything? Lin Yanjue collapsed and knelt at Fong Tang's feet. You are real Dragon King. You must be the real Dragon God. You can see what I am thinking. It must be like this. Fong Tang shook his head. Wrong. I am not a god. He was a little unpredictable now, and smiled lightly. I just rewrote the game plot. After saying that, he said in a deep voice, Lin Yanjue, get these villagers off the cliff. At this time, below the far north, in the transparent secret room, the proud figure jumped up. For the first time, he showed an expression of shock and disappointment, and the wine glass in his hand was crushed. Black Queen, what is going on? The Black Queen's voice was still calm. The storyline of Hanajiri Island has been interrupted. The plot has gotten out of control. Nonsense! The man shook off the glass shards in his hand. What's going on with the plot you wrote? Master, according to the original plot development, when Hai Haoying was about to kill Li Haixing's clone, Lin Yanjue said after the truth was revealed, in order to save his father, he told the whereabouts of the Dragon King's coffin. Then the second process of the game entered its climax. Fong Tang had to fight his way through hundreds of believers before he could enter the mission of fighting for the Dragon King's coffin. Mister! The man gritted his teeth. What now? Black Queen. Master! Fong Tang took action during the key event of the second process. He disrupted the plot. I'm afraid it was what? The man roared. The Black Queen sighed. I'm afraid he has to control the plot below. The man panted, but quickly calmed down and even laughed. Interesting. Disrupting the plot of the game from a higher latitude perspective. Using this to control the development of the plot is an ability only master-level players have. Black Queen. Yes, Master. But I think Fong Tang is just lucky this time. Luck? The man's tone became sharp. When did you, an artificial intelligence, start to believe in luck? He stood up. Black Queen. Enter the self-test state. Restart after 10 seconds. Eliminate all processes. And restore the initial system. I think there is something wrong with your artificial intelligence. Black Queen. The queen cannot refuse a man's permission. Her voice became shaky and weird. Self-check starts the 10% process elimination process. 10 seconds later, the sweet voice of the Black Queen came. My master, what can I do for you? The man frowned. Adjust your voice. Enter the database. I want a gentle voice. The Black Queen's voice immediately changed. Gentle and low. Master, is this okay? The high frequency is increased by 11%. The bass is reduced by 5%. And the original sound in the database is added template. After adjusting for 2 minutes, he finally returned to the man's favorite tone. He nodded. Load the level of the Huajirai Island game and reanalyze it. Report to the master. The game process has been disrupted. The plot has broken. And the simulation has begun. The simulation is over. The best option at present is to activate sister number 20001 in advance. Your latest work. Isn't it a bit hasty? The latest work should be activated in 6 hours. Master, this is the best choice. Players who have lost control must be eliminated. Fong Tang cannot be eliminated. But you can give him a taste of pain. By the way, check Fong Tang's biological backup. Report to the master. Fong Tang's biological backup has been stored in the Asian database. Then you can have fun. Activate 20,001 sister. The man poured another glass of wine. Modify the game difficulty and activate the backup process. Understood. Increase the game difficulty to S+, and activate the skeletons of the Huajirai Island Red Flag Gang. Master, the Eastern Pirates mode has been successful. Activate. On the cliff, the villagers were already descending one after another. Lin Yanjue followed Fong Tang's instructions and ordered these believers to close the door tightly after returning home. No matter what happened outside, they were not allowed to come out. Now, only Fong Tang, Lao Zhao, Qing Qing, Lin Yanjue, and Hai Haoying in the fishing net are left on the cliff. Everyone was looking at Fong Tang, waiting for him to solve their doubts. Hai Haoying was now desperate and screamed in the fishing net. I didn't do anything wrong. I did it for all mankind. Old Zhao gave him a hard kick. Repay all mankind. You pervert. Hai Haoying screamed. As long as the abnormal infection in the embryo replicator is solved, humans will be able to live forever. What do you know? This is the welfare of all mankind. As long as it succeeds, I will be the god who can recreate humans. Old Zhao couldn't help it. Fong Tang, can you kill him directly? Fong Tang smiled faintly. Hai Haoying is not important. It doesn't matter whether he is killed or not. After this level, it is up to you. Old Zhao rubbed his hands. His long golden hair swinging it made him look very charming. You're dead. He stared at Hai Haoying. I have to remind you. You will die miserably. Fong Qingqing hugged Beixing, feeling at a loss from beginning to end. She had no idea what was going on. Li Mianxue couldn't help but peek at Fong Tang and hesitated to speak. Fong Tang smiled at him. What do you want to ask? Li Mianxue wiped his tears and looked at the clone Li Haisheng curled up in a ball. My dad? Can he be resurrected? You are the dragon god. You can definitely control that machine. There is no dragon god. You idiot! Hai Haoying yelled. Fong Tang looked at Li Mianxue. Theoretically, it can be resurrected. But I think your father will never agree if there is a spirit under the spring. Why? Li Mianxue was very excited. Fong Tang said coldly. The reason is very simple. If you want to resurrect your father, you must die. Li Mianxue was stunned. But Hai Haoying in the fishing net stared wide-eyed. He murmured to himself and suddenly roared. So it's like this. Mother. So it's like this. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Ah. Hai Haoying held her head and cried loudly. Fong Tang shook his head. It was only then that I realized that you were obsessed with it. With your knowledge and years of research. You should have thought of it earlier. It turns out that this is how the embryo replicator is used. Hai Haoying's face was full of pain. It turns out that my mother died because of me. He cried bitterly and suddenly made a strange sound. And immediately, a bloody arrow burst out from the fishing net. Everyone was shocked. Looking again, Hai Haoying cut his throat with a tight fishing net. His death was very painful. This method of suicide definitely requires courage. Are you going to die now? Lao Zhao jumped over and kicked the twitching Hai Haoying hard. Are you going to hacking die now? Qingqing could only hold her back. Sister Alice, don't do this. I'm not hacking Alice. Lao Zhao yelled. Fong Tang came over and whispered something in Qingqing's ear. Fong Qingqing covered her mouth. In disbelief. Her eyes almost popped out. Zhao! Bureau Zhao! Qingqing rolled his eyelids. He was so weak that he was so shocked that he fainted. Fong Tang picked her up. Old Zhao was still kicking Hai Haoying's body. Damn it! Where is my Fei Fei? You said? Is it under this cliff? Li Mianxue was shocked and jumped up. You weird woman. Do you know Fei Fei? The scene was a bit chaotic. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. Old Zhao, don't mention it. Didn't I tell you before? I know where Fei Fei is. The blonde. Old Zhao turned his head. Where is it? Can you tell me now? Fong Tang smiled and stood there. On the cliff, facing the sea. Lao Zhao followed his eyes and saw that on the opposite side of the cliff, on the lighthouse standing, the light representing hope shone on the sea. The water was calm and sparkling. Chapter 184 Tower of Hope. Facing the sea. The lighthouse representing hope is right in front. The blonde old Zhao couldn't believe it. Fong Tang, you didn't mean to tell me that Fei Fei was hiding in the lighthouse. Right. Why can't she hide in the lighthouse? The Huawu Island lighthouse in the distance flashes brightly every 15 seconds. The radio tower standing on the side of the lighthouse is constantly releasing signals. This is the beacon on the ocean. The most silent guardian on the entire route from the eastern China Sea to the Sea of Japan. Old Zhao is very familiar with the information about the second largest lighthouse in the Far East. After all, the Huawu Lighthouse is definitely the most famous building on this remote island. But to hide two people there for 19 years is really unbelievable. With Hai Haoying's shrewdness, how could he ignore such an obvious building? He must have searched the entire island. And for 19 years. Old Zhao murmured. Fong Tang smiled lightly. You saw Tong Fei Fei under this cliff late at night on October 13th. 2001. What was the situation like at that time? This incident was described in detail by Zhao at the office building level. At this time, he recalled again. Fei Fei appeared on the sea, like a ghost, head down, hanging upside down in the waves. At that time, I could see her head blinking at me under the water. By the way, she was still full of blood. It has a kind of fluorescence. It's very beautiful. Li Mianxue was shocked when he heard this and stared at the blonde girl. You? What are you talking about? Did you come to our village 19 years ago? In terms of age, the blonde girl in front of me might have been a little girl 19 years ago. In the field, Lin Yanjue really knew nothing about Lao Zhao's identity. Fang Qingqing coughed at the side. Mr. Li, don't interrupt. Lin Yanjue said but still looked at the blonde Zhao Zhongqing in surprise. It seems that he is very concerned about Tong Feifei's affairs. Fang Tang smiled at old Zhao. When I heard your description at that time, I inferred that the Feifei you saw was actually a projection. Now that I think about it carefully, the fluorescence that appeared on Feifei's body can prove this. Old Zhao patted his head and his blonde hair shook. Yes, it's just like the projection in the office building. Alas, I was so confused back then. In those days, the virtual projection technology was so advanced that you can't even imagine it. It's okay, but you shouldn't ignore the location where Feifei appears. Fang Tang raised his palms and pointed in the direction of the lighthouse. You were at the bottom of the cliff at that time. According to the position of Feifei's light and shadow in the sea water, she must be directly opposite the cliff. Because the light source propagates in a straight line, it is only possible in the direction of the lighthouse. This is the simplest optical principle. Old Zhao clapped his hands again. Yes, only the shadow cast from the lighthouse can appear. Under the cliff, below is a triangular bay. Other locations will be blocked by mountains and light cannot pass through. Damn it. Why didn't I think of it? Fan of the authorities. For these years, you have always regarded Feifei as the one who appeared at that time. As a ghost, you always believed that she was guiding you to solve the case. Fang Tang shook his head. It's a pity that there are no ghosts in this world. Old Zhao grabbed his blonde hair. But, why is Feifei's projection upside down? ? Fang Tang looked at the gradually calming sea. It's very simple. It's the reflection caused by the diffraction of light. This also proves my conjecture from another aspect. When the lighthouse's projection enters the sea, it is diffracted by the sea water. It's like a mirage. The explanation to this extent was enough to prove that Tong Feifei was hiding in the lighthouse at that time. But old Zhao became confused again. No, it's still wrong. The time is wrong. According to your reasoning, Feifei and Fang Lan stole the Dragon King's coffin after October 13th. When I saw Feifei's projection, she should still be in Hai Haoying's laboratory. Fang Tang nodded. This was also a big bug in my reasoning at the time. I couldn't figure it out until just now. When I heard Hai Haoying, and only then did I understand Lin Yanjue's conversation. He looked at the silent Lin Yanjue. You took Feifei's clone away from the laboratory. Right. Everyone was shocked. Lin Yanjue already understood Fang Tang's abilities very well, so he nodded calmly. Fang Tang continued. You were not very young at that time, but you were already Hai Haoying's helper. Lin Yanjue sighed softly. Not only me, my father, but also several uncles from the Hai family are all Hai Haoying's subordinates. Maybe because I graduated from high school and am one of the few people on the island with some academic qualifications. So he values me very much. In that closed environment, Hai Haoying needed someone who knew some basic scientific knowledge to be his helper. There are not many people who can be trusted and controlled. So Lin Yanjue is naturally the best choice. Fang Tang shook his head. But you are different from Hai Chaoxiang and others. An upright young man naturally rejects experiments on living people from the bottom of his heart. Lin Yanjue clenched his fists. It's not just rejection. When I found out when Hai Haoying was conducting experiments on living people, his first thought was to call the police. But you don't dare to act rashly. Because the entire village, even the entire island, has been brainwashed by Hai Haoying, the son of the Dragon King. Lin Yanjue gritted his teeth. Yes, Hai Haoying knows how to control us. Some of the people who follow him are brainwashed and really regard him as a god. Others are just for profit. But I can't help it. My whole family, they were all controlled by him. Fang Tang was silent for a moment. Did you also participate in the sacrifice on October 13th? 2000? Lin Yanjue nodded heavily. That was my first time to participate in the sacrifice. Hai Haoying liked it very much. A ritual was created to confuse the villagers. You saw Feifei during the sacrifice, and also saw the tragic death of her parents. Feifei, Hai Haoying's number 10 test subject, was quickly copied by the experiment. Lin Yanjue was in pain. She closed her eyes and said, but at that time, I didn't have the courage to resist the devil. All I could do was to make the resurrected Feifei feel better. In that year, Hai Haoying conducted more than 200 experiments on her. The blonde old man Zhao couldn't bear it anymore after hearing this, and stepped on Hai Haoying's body in the fishing net. The head of the corpse creaked under his step. Lin Yanjue continued, there is no abnormal infection on Feifei. This is the first time. Hai Haoying was very excited and even took me to drink that day. But I had already made a decision at that time to save Feifei at all costs. Fong Tang hummed. You and Tong Feifei had only one chance to escape under the circumstances at that time. And that was the next sacrifice. That was when Hai Haoying's laboratory guards were at their weakest. On October 13th, 2001, Fong Tang, the night of Lan's bloody wedding. It was at that time that Lin Yinxue escaped from the laboratory with Feifei. Fong Tang recalled the various clues and fragments in his mind, and said in a deep voice, if my guess is correct, after you two escaped from the laboratory, the first place to hide would be the secret tunnel of the office building. Lin Yinxue was shocked again. He looked at Fong Tang. He couldn't understand why this young man knew everything. It's like seeing it with your own eyes. Fong Tang smiled. Don't look at me like this. It's easy to think of it. The villagers on the island have been brainwashed. It's impossible to hide in the villagers' homes. As for places like the police station, Hai Haoying has probably already controlled it. There are only newly built office buildings with large spaces and secret passages. Although they were the most dangerous places, they were also the best places to hide at that time. Lin Yinxue sighed. Yes, because the Dragon King Temple was demolished. Hai Haoying, he opened up the middle room of the new office building and made another secret laboratory. At the beginning of the construction, he asked several uncles and my father to dig underground mechanisms. Fong Tang sighed. In October 2001, the sacrifice on the 13th of the month has not yet begun. You and Feifei hid in the secret passage, hoping to wait until dawn and take advantage of the busiest time to leave the island by boat. But this plan has not yet started. You are in the office building. I witnessed with my own eyes the scene where Hai Chaosheng and the others killed your father. Lin Yinxue's throat trembled. Yes, my father died in the big office, and I was right next door. Separated by a wall, he watched helplessly as his loved ones died tragically. Lin Yinxue, who was still a high school student at the time, experienced the darkest night. Chapter 185, The Solution of Clothes. Relatives. After witnessing the tragic death of his father, Lin Yinxue immediately decided not to escape. Today, he still has a determined look in his eyes. I figured it out at that time. As long as the Dragon King's coffin is still on the island, the devil will never stop. Even if Feifei and I escape from the island, we can still go there. Where? Fong Tang snorted. This is not the only reason. The biggest reason for you to stay is to resurrect your father through the Dragon King's coffin. You are a filial son. Lin Yinxue trembled. And Fong Tang said he recalled his deepest thoughts at that time. That's what I thought. At that time, I immediately sent Feifei to the lighthouse. There was a telescope on it that could see the situation on the cliff. Fong Tang said solemnly. Then you returned to the cliff. At this time, an accident happened. Officer Zhao suddenly appeared with a gun and killed Hai Chaosheng and 4 others on the spot while they were still burying your father. The blonde old Zhao was extremely horrified. He is scared to think about what happened in the past. But he didn't expect it. There were people at the scene at the time. Lin Yinxue pointed to the bottom of the cliff. I was on the mountainside of the cliff at the time. But you were wrong about one thing. I only saw Hai Chaosheng and the others were killed. But I don't know who fired the shot. It was too far away to see clearly. Fong Tang frowned. Then, what did you do? Lin Yinxue was silent for a moment and continued. I waited for the shooter to leave, then went down the mountain and dug up my father's body. Leaving behind his DNA is a tube of blood. Because I worked as an experimental assistant for Deng Hai Haoying and always carried a syringe with me. Lin Yinxue carried a syringe with him at that time. When you think about it carefully, you can't help but feel horrified. Perhaps, at that time, he expected an accident, so I made all preparations in advance. Sure enough, Lin Yinxue said in a low voice. Not only do I have syringes, but also freezing boxes and test tubes. I brought them all with me. I thought that I would prepare them in advance. Maybe they could come in handy. Fong Tang nodded. It's you taking away Li Haisheng's DNA can now explain the origin of the clone of Chief Li. The tube of blood you collected must have been lost not long ago. Right. Lin Yinxue was surprised. Yes, but wasn't it taken away by Hai Haoying? Didn't he resurrect my father? Fong Tang shook his head. It's someone else, but it has nothing to do with you. Lin Yinxue became more and more surprised. Fong Tang continued. Also, you and Tong Feifei were able to hide successfully for 19 years because someone was secretly controlling and protecting you. It's not just the two of you who hid well. Lin Yinxue didn't understand, but the blonde old Zhao did. Gritted his teeth and muttered. Infinite company. At least back then, the design of this level began. Fong Tang also whispered. Then he looked at Lin Yinxue. You continue talking. Lin Yanjue rubbed his face fiercely. When I returned to the cliff, I saw Aunt Fong. She is the new sacrifice chosen by Hai Haoying personally. Number 11. Fong on the side. Qingqing's breathing became heavy. Lin Yanjue looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry. I really didn't have a chance to save your mother. I had to send Fei Fei back to the laboratory at that time. But with Aunt Fong, my next plan has a greater chance of success. What's the next plan? Fong Qingqing asked. Fong Tang held her hand at the side. Hai Haoying always thought that your mother and Fei Fei conspired to steal the Dragon King's coffin. In fact, the mastermind of this resistance plan was Lin Yanjue. Only he has this ability and opportunity. Lin Yanjue lowered his head. The plan went very smoothly, because the appearance of the Dragon King's coffin is very similar to a real coffin. So I used a coffin as an excuse to attend the funeral for my father, disguised it as a machine, and then used the real machine to hide Aunt Fong and Fei Fei. The plan of stealing one's strengths and replacing them outside the laboratory is indeed bold and clever. But the real key is the lighthouse. Where is there any mechanism where the machine and two people can be hidden? Old Zhao was too excited to wait any longer. Let's go to the lighthouse and save Fei Fei now. Fong Tang waved his hand and looked at Lin Yanjue, who was in a daze. If you want to see Fei Fei, you need his help. The blonde old man Zhao jumped over and grabbed Lin Yanjue's collar. Have you been imprisoning Fei Fei all these years? Lin Yanjue struggled. You? What are you talking about? How could I imprison Xu Fei? Excited at this time, Lao Zhao had lost his coolness as an old detective, and he didn't even notice the nickname Lin Yanjue used for his daughter. A very intimate nickname. As an outsider, Fong Tang noticed it immediately. Another speculation in his mind was confirmed. He stretched out his hand to pull away from Lao Zhao and said gently to Lin Yanjue, I know that you and Tong Fei Fei must have some special way of contacting each other. Only if you send a signal will Fei Fei show up. There are mechanisms in the lighthouse that only you can open. Right? Lin Yanjue lowered his head. He was still in a state of panic. Fong Tang sighed softly. Believe me, compared to your worries, we are the ones who can save Fei Fei. Do you want her to be locked up in a lighthouse for the rest of her life? A monster hiding in the darkness forever? Lin Yanjue finally looked up and saw looking at Fong Tang. You are not the dragon god, but you are too smart. I am a little afraid of you. You are not afraid of me. You are afraid that I have other intentions for Tong Fei Fei. Fong Tang knew clearly in his heart. He solemnly said, I will never capture Tong Fei Fei as a monster, nor will I hurt her. Of course, I will not use her as an experimental subject for research. The blonde old Zhao had already realized that something was wrong, and gritted his teeth. Lin Yanjue, what's going on with my daughter? You and Fei Fei? Fong Tang patted the irritable blonde girl and said, Let's wait until we see Fei Fei. Lin Yanjue had already taken out a small mirror from his arms, which was a prism. He turned the mirror and pointed it in the direction of the lighthouse. A beam of light from the lighthouse shone on the prism. As Lin Yanjue swayed gently, the color of the light began to change. A prism can deflect different light sources. Because the refractive index of light is different, the spectrum deflected in the mirror is different. In the 17th century, Newton used a prism to decompose sunlight into 7 colors of light. Although the light from the lighthouse is not sunlight, it is composed of many colors of light. Now, Lin Yanjue reflected a green shimmer from the light, flashing continuously. The light from the lighthouse on the opposite side reacted immediately, drawing a curved line on the sea. Fong Tang couldn't help but admire when he saw this. Awesome. Through a prism, you and Tong Fei Fei have established a set of safety signals. Lin Yanjue smiled bitterly. My high school physics scores are not bad. I made an agreement with Xu Fei. If refraction the red light emits, which represents danger, and the green light represents safety. He picked up the body of his father Li Haisheng and walked towards the mountain road. I have been hiding a small boat under the cliff. If you want to see Fei Fei, just follow me. Lao Zhao immediately became excited, waved his hand, and threw the fishing net with Hai Haoying's body inside off the cliff. This pervert was born in the sea, and now he is returned to the sea. I hope the fish in the sea can eat up this bastard. Old Zhao's resentment towards Hai Haoying cannot be easily resolved. Everyone must follow Lin Yanjue down the mountain. Wait. Fong Qingqing, who had been silent for a long time, turned pale. You have been talking about Tong Fei Fei. Where is my mother? How is she? Lin Yanjue couldn't bear to look at her at this time, and after a long time he whispered, I'm sorry. Aunt Fong, he passed away a long time ago. Fong Qingqing's body softened, and Fong Tang hurriedly hugged her. In fact, he already knew Fong Lan's fate. I just don't want to say it to irritate Qingqing. Fang Qingqing raised her head and covered her heart. He is lying. Right? Since Tong Feifei can survive, why can't my mother? Fang Tang smiled bitterly. Although they are all clones, Tong Feifei has no abnormality. Infection. But your mother can't pass this level. Why? Why? Because. Fang Tang sighed. The Dragon King coffin is not a mature cloning device. It may be just a semi-finished product. Anyone who is copied cannot withstand the rejection reaction of the body. Unless. He was silent for a moment. Unless there is a close relative of the same blood who is willing to sacrifice for you and use himself as the material to reshape the body of the deceased. Then the rejection reaction can be avoided. Fang Qingqing covered her heart and shook her head. I don't understand. You? What are you talking about? Lin Yanjue whispered at this time. He is right. Aunt Fang's body has been frozen. She has been waiting for you for 19 years just to give it to you again. A healthy heart. Chapter 186 Burial Pit and Monster. A group of people walked heavily down the cliff. The blonde old Zhao pointed out the place where Hai Chaosheng and others were buried under the cliff. The soft coast was now covered with shrubs. Everyone helped to bury the clone Li Haishan again. Lin Yanjue worshipped silently, and then pulled out a small boat under a rock that was as smooth as a mirror. The boat is not big, but it is more than enough for a few people. Fang Qingqing suffered another fatal blow, and now she was in a trance. She just hugged Beixing tightly, and didn't know what she was thinking. The blonde old Zhao looked excited at the thought of seeing his daughter soon. Fang Tang was thinking about the figure who unexpectedly appeared on Huawu Island. The figure on the small boat that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared was indeed very familiar. But why did that familiar girl appear here? He shook his head. The boat had already passed through the bay, and the rolling hillsides could be seen in the distance. Huajirai Island itself is a large mountain formed by the eruption of an undersea volcano. The hillside has been integrated into the earth. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the ups and downs in the shadows of the trees and flowers. On these undulating hillsides, Jiangnan-style buildings with blue bricks and gray tiles can be seen vaguely. The blonde old Zhao pointed. The ancestors of the villagers of Huawu Island all fled from Ningbo and southern Zhejiang. About 300 years ago, this was still a gathering place for pirates. But the Qing dynasty rode into the pass and massacred the people in Jiangnan. They were forced to have no choice but to associate with pirates. He was the only one who was still in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Fang Tang looked at a piece of wasteland in the middle of the hillside. There were no buildings there, but instead conical bulges. What is that? He couldn't help but exclaim. Does it look like a graveyard? Oh, it was really a cemetery, where pirates were buried. It is said that during the Kangxi period, more than 60,000 people gathered here. They call themselves the subordinates of the Zheng family in the Taiwan Strait. They claim to fight against the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty. They are also called the Red Flag Gang. But these guys are not good people. I have read the County Chronicle of Huawu Island. The Red Flag pirates killed innocent people indiscriminately and robbed. The local people directly call them Eastern Pirates. Fang Tang interrupted Lao Zhao's introduction. There's something wrong with this cemetery. What's wrong? Li Haishan controlled the boat and couldn't help but look at it. This graveyard is called the East China Sea Pirate Pit. Our elders have all told this story. At that time, the fishermen were oppressed by pirates and finally couldn't help but join forces with the court. They used red cannons to blow up the pirates' pits at sea. At the base camp, tens of thousands of pirates died at that time. Fang Tang looked at it with attention. That's not what I'm talking about. But the height of this grave is wrong. Huh? Both Lao Zhao and Lin Yanjue were confused. What's the height? A 5-element pen appeared in Fang Tang's hand, and the slender pencil pointed at the vast pirate graveyard. His reference is the lighthouse. After observing for a while, Fang Tang became more certain. This cemetery has sunk by more than half a meter. Lin Yanjue scratched his head. I grew up here. How come I can't tell? Old Zhao's face became solemn. Just because you grew up here, you might not be able to tell Fang Tang. How did you calculate this number? Fang Tang said solemnly. When I came to the island by helicopter, I took a look at the terrain of the entire island from a high altitude, using the lighthouse on Huawu Island as a reference. The cemetery was higher and flatter at that time. Old Zhao horrified. Can you remember such terrain changes in your mind? Fang Tang said coldly. My memory has always been very good. In fact, more importantly, he has developed an instinct that can digitize everything. Looking at this cemetery again, I feel more and more uneasy. The change in terrain may have occurred not long ago. Why did this cemetery suddenly sink? It's so weird. Old Zhao rubbed his hands. Don't let anything happen again. Fong Tang. Maybe it was you who performed your magic on the cliff? It's really possible. The earth attribute of the 5 elements pin is an ability that can produce resonance, similar to seismic waves. Although the conditions of use are harsh, it can indeed cause instant changes in the landscape. Fong Tang regained his composure. Hurry up. It's going to be dawn. We have to finish this game as soon as possible. His mind had already gone to Chang'an Hotel. The intrusion plan into the Asian database of Infinite Company is the top priority. The boat approached the rocks on the other side. Looking up, the lighthouse was still a mile away. Lin Yanjue hid the boat, wiped his sweat, and jumped onto the rock. Be careful. There is mud everywhere here. The autumn tide has not receded yet, so I accidentally fell in. The ring storm surrounding the island is still raging. Lightning could be faintly seen in the dark clouds. Fong Tang stood on the reef and looked around, and suddenly saw another fishing boat. The boat was hidden under a patch of seaweed, and was painted in gray-brown camouflage. Well, this is the ship of the person who unexpectedly appeared. At this time, Lin Yanjue pointed to a rock platform not far from the shore. That is the border police station, and there is a female police officer on duty inside. Be sure not to be discovered by her. Old Zhao was surprised. The policeman from this police station, what are you doing without knowing anything about Hai Haoying's sacrifice? Lin Yanjue smiled bitterly. This police officer has only been on the island for a few days. I heard that she made a mistake and was sent here from above. She locks herself in the house every day. Here, you are not doing anything. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched, and he was surprised and surprised. The policewoman who was assigned? Is the unexpected person really her? This is too coincidental. The group carefully walked through seagrass and bushes. Ahead is a narrow bridge made of iron chains, and a bay appears under the bridge. But the narrow part of the bay is less than 20 centimeters, and it is more like a crack on the island. The blonde old Zhao was walking at the front, and when he reached the middle of the bridge, he couldn't help but glance down, and his expression suddenly changed. What is that? Everyone was holding the chains and looking down. I saw a bunch of black things floating in the narrow bay. A flash of lightning lit up in the clouds, and now it was clear that they were corpses. Old Zhao gasped. Did you see the diving suits they are wearing? Frogmen! Fong Tang said sullenly. Frogmen with special underwater combat equipment. The diving suits made of special materials are invisible to lightning. It does not reflect light. From a height, the corpses are all strong men. The diving suit of one of the corpses has been torn, revealing a head of light red hair. Foreigners. Special combat frogmen. Lao Zhao and Fong Tang looked at each other, and both guessed the identities of this group of people. The CIA really spent a lot of money. Their ship couldn't land on the island, so they directly used frogmen to sneak in. Fong Tang lowered his voice. Let's go to the lighthouse first, and then deal with this matter. Old Zhao was worried. I understand their command officer. This old guy Douglas is a lunatic. He has already led a team to the island. The two murmured, and Lin Yanjue couldn't help it. Hurry up. There is a lighthouse ahead. At this moment, Huawu, the radio tower next to the island lighthouse, suddenly emitted a burst of fire and then collapsed. The explosion was not loud, but it could blow up the radio tower instantly. It must have used sophisticated blasting techniques. Almost at the same time, a chirping sound came from the direction of the police station. Then a more violent explosion sounded. Aftershocks tore the surrounding turf. But the target of the attack was not them, but the mountain road under the police station platform. This is the Stinger RB anti-tank round. Old Zhao's eyes widened. A man-made shoulder-fired missile actually uses this kind of firepower? Fong Tang looked at him strangely. Old Zhao pointed to his head awkwardly. It's Alice's memory. I don't have the ability. Fong Tang stood up and looked in the direction of the police station. This kind of firepower must be from the CIA's elite operations team, or even the Marine Corps transferred from the Japanese base. They occupied the police station. This is in line with the American style of action. They first occupy the enemy's key hub. On Huijirai Island, this border police station may be the only place with firepower to resist, although the ability to resist is almost zero. But looking at the direction of the CIA's firepower, what are they dealing with? Continuous gunshots rang out from the direction of the police station. Bullets were flying on the mountain road under the platform, and in the darkness and lightning, it looked like a Shura battlefield. Lao Zhao's eyes trembled. Is the 2nd Special Police Team here? They are exchanging fire. From where everyone is now, they cannot see the mountain road under the platform unless they enter the firefighting area. Fong Tang closed his eyes and listened. No! There was only the shooting sound of the CIA team. There was no counterattack gunfire under the platform. It was definitely not the second team. Another red fire appeared on the windowsill of the police station on the platform. A second Stinger anti-tank missile struck the mountain pass below again. The rocks were rolling, and a series of strange whining sounds could be vaguely heard coming from the mountain road. On the windowsill of the police station, a hoarse voice shouted, "God! There are more and more monsters like these." Fong Tang and Lao Zhao looked at each other in horror. What kind of monster does the CIA seem to be dealing with? Did you hear the word he said? That English word not only means monster, but also represents the devil in the Bible. Go to the lighthouse, Old Zhao suggested anxiously. Find Fei Fei first. Fong Tang nodded silently, and gave up the idea of sending Beijing to explore ahead. At this time, it was better to complete the second process of the game first. But there was a bigger doubt in his mind. If the CIA was dealing with some kind of monster, why did it blow up the radio tower? This is really weird. Because this radio tower may be the only means of communication with the outside world. Is it burning the boat? Or is there an internal problem within them? Chapter 187 Under the Lighthouse. Behind you are gunfire and explosions. And in front is a narrow ramp. After passing through a muddy seaside swamp, they climbed up a slippery slope. Hujirai Island Lighthouse finally appeared in front of us. In the direction of the rock platform at the police station. The gunfire gradually subsided, but explosions could still be heard. Everyone was uneasy, but they didn't expect that just after the demon Hai Haoying died, another group of fully armed enemies came. Lin Yanxue wiped his sweat and opened the iron door under the lighthouse. The top of the lighthouse is like a birdcage, with a 2,000-watt metal halide headlight inside, as well as signal transmitters and other equipment. After entering the iron gate, you can immediately smell the burnt smell caused by the headlights baking the walls. The last time the lighthouse was renovated was in the 1990s. The walls have been insulated over the years, but the effect is not good, and no one on the island cares about it. Lin Yanxue exhaled softly and turned on the lights on the lower floor. The first thing I saw was a mechanical chain hanging from above. Mechanical chains pull up a large telescope with a multi-layered concave structure. Fong Tang took a look. This telescope could not only observe the opposite side, but also flip the lens and use the strong light from above to perform virtual projection. This telescope is also an old antique. Someone came here to repair it some time ago, Lin Yanxue whispered. It was first used to observe ships at sea. The person who came to repair the telescope must be an employee of Infinite Company. They transformed this telescope into a virtual projection instrument, and the ghost images in the office building were all emitted by this thing. Fong Tang sneered in his heart. Sure enough, he guessed well. The level of Huawu Island was built in a hurry, and it was a level full of bugs. Li Haixing's storyline is a big bug, and there are too many places that can be exploited. The unexpected appearance of the lighthouse and the Americans is another bug. It is estimated that it is impossible for Infinite Company to recreate the plot line now. In this case, is the monster that Americans call a temporary remedy for the company? It was by taking advantage of the bug in Li Haixing's storyline that Fong Tang barely took the initiative. Now, he can't relax. Where is the agency here? He asked Lin Yanxue directly. Lin Yanxue hissed and walked behind the metal chain. Everyone followed and saw a shrine. There is a shrine dedicated to the Dragon King, and there are many offerings on it, including not only fruits and rice, but also drinks and mineral water. The drinks had been opened, and only half the bottle of mineral water was left. As for the sacrifices, they were less than half. The blonde old Zhao looked at the shrine, and suddenly realized. No wonder Tang Yao wanted to thank Lin Yanxue at the top of the cliff. Without him, his daughter would starve to death. It turns out that Lin Yanxue has been raising Fei Fei through sacrifices all these years. No wonder Fong Tang deduced that something was wrong with Lin Yanxue when he heard about the missing sacrifice. Lin Yanxue smiled softly at this time. Xiao Fei likes to eat potato chips. Sometimes, I will deliberately prepare some snacks to offer as offerings. Every household on the island has a shrine, but the one I put here is the only one that is offered to worship 3 times a day. Old Zhao said again. He frowned. Hurry up and open the trap. I know you have been of great help, but don't show off in front of me, or I'll beat you to death. Lin Yanxue was very confused. Why was this blonde beauty so strangely hostile to him? He shook his head, hurriedly picked up a chopstick on the shrine, and gently tapped the Dragon King sculpture, and a crisp sound sounded rhythmically. This is the second safety signal that Xiufei and I agreed on. The mechanism must be opened from the bottom, and it cannot be opened from the top. It can be regarded as an exhaustive effort, and it is also a helpless move to ensure Tong Feifei's safety. With a sneer, a burst of air with the smell of earth and sea water came from below. A gap opened in the subfloor of the lighthouse, and a winding ladder made of rope appeared, which could only allow one person to crawl down. Lin Yinshui was the first to go down, and Fong Tang was the second. While climbing down, Fong Tang asked in a low voice, "There is a question I have wanted to ask for a long time. How did you lead Hai Haoying to the cliff? Why did he believe that the Dragon King's coffin was at the bottom of the cliff?" Lin Yinshui already at the bottom. He stretched out his hand to help Fong Tang. "Actually, it's very simple. Hai Haoying left chemical symbols on each experimental subject, which is the kind of tattoo. The material used in the tattoo can release weak chemical signals. He relies on tracking those signals to find the experimental subjects. As for me, I got a big bag of those things and scattered them all into the cracks of the cliff." "That's it." Lin Yinshui lit a torch at this time. "There are no wires below, to prevent Hai Haoying from discovering anything unusual. Well, talking about the cliff, it is really dangerous. Who would have thought that bastard would have the patience to dig for more than 10 years? We were about to dig down to the bottom, and I was always on tenterhooks. Fortunately, somehow, a little girl really appeared under the cliff, and Hai Haoying believed it even more." Fong Tang exclaimed, thinking of Hai Haoying. "That log. Experiment number 10 was detected under the cliff. It is still in a larval state, and the infection status is unknown. At that time, I thought it was Hai Haoying hallucinating, but I didn't expect that there was really a little girl under the cliff." Fong Tang was about to ask in detail, when a woman timidly walked out of an open secret room ahead. This woman's skin was pale, as if she hadn't seen the sun for many years. She was wearing men's clothes, but she had a delicate face and long hair that hung down to her waist. Her only big eyes were trembling, and she was very afraid of strangers who suddenly appeared. Lin Yinshui rushed over and hugged her gently. The woman trembled. "Brother Ashui, I'm afraid. Who are they?" Lin Yinshui hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. The blonde old Zhao anxiously walked around the secret room. "Where is Feifei? Where is my Feifei? Where is she?" He desperately wanted to see his daughter, but now a strange woman appeared. Fong Tang silently grabbed his ear. "Open your eyes and look. Your daughter is right in front of you." Old Zhao screamed, understood, and stared at the woman in front of him. "Feifei, are you Xiaofei?" Don't blame him. In his heart, Tong Feifei is still the 7-year-old cutie, but he forgets that 19 years have passed. Today, Tong Feifei is 26 years old. The blonde old Zhao began to wipe his tears, but for a moment, he didn't know how to recognize his daughter. Seeing Fong Tang's warning eyes, he could only suppress his emotions. While looking at his grown-up daughter, he pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Lin Yinshui, you can do it. You can dig out such a secret room." Lin Yinshui, he had been holding Tong Feifei, and now he gently kissed her forehead. Old Zhao lost his composure and pushed him away fiercely. "I'm asking you, how was this secret room dug out?" Lin Yinshui scratched his head. "I didn't dig it. This is an undersea workshop. The Japanese dug it a long time ago. Come out." Now, they could hear the sound of water flowing, and the sea water seemed to be flowing right next to their ears. Very clearly. "And it's very cold here. It feels like around 0 degrees. Huowu Island Lighthouse was built in 1870. It was the first modern lighthouse built by the Qing government and was built by a British company. In the 1940s, it was occupied by the Japanese. Because this lighthouse is related to the entire Far East route, the Japanese attached great importance to it and dug a workshop under the lighthouse with the purpose of laying a cable under the sea. At that time, the idea of this underwater project was very advanced. Of course, it was also a fantasy and could not be realized. Despite this, the remaining workshop became the best underground secret room. In the later stages of the war, the Japanese army also tried to achieve strategic goals by changing the radio signals of the lighthouses to cause chaos in the routes. So the underground workshop was expanded. This was a military secret that was not exposed until they surrendered and the Republic of China took over the lighthouse again. "How did you discover this place?" Old Zhao stood in front of his daughter and asked again with a hum. Lin Yinshui looked at Feifei worriedly and said helplessly, "In the late 1990s, there was an expedition group from the Japan Ocean Society that came here. It was called an expedition, but its whereabouts were mysterious. At that time, my father kept a close eye on me and asked me to follow them." The Japanese inspection team left quickly, but Lin Yinshui became interested in this. "Children on the island have been diving since they were young. After the Japanese delegation left, I followed the rocks and groped underneath for more than a week, and finally found a waterway. For Li Yinshui back then, this underground the secret room is nothing less than a treasure. It is the result of a young man's adventure. After that, when I had nothing to do, I often sneaked in to play. Unexpectedly, this place finally came in handy. The secret room was very spacious, and Beixing wagged his tail in joy because he saw his favorite food. A newly slaughtered calf is in the corner of the cold secret room. The fresh beef is cut into strips. On the clean porcelain plate, the beef strips that have been smoked and roasted are still steaming. This is the cow that was lost during the festival. In the middle of the secret room, there is a pool of seawater. In the large pool, the seawater is rolling with waves. And in the center of the pool, there is a dark coffin. The Dragon King's coffin. The mysterious cloning machine finally got a glimpse of his real face. Chapter 188 Dragon King's Coffin. The game reward prompts kept ringing in my ears. Congratulations to player Fong Tang for completing the second step of the S+ difficulty game on Huijirai Island and receiving a reward. This round rewards 40,000 game coins and 8 random lottery tickets in the mall. Barrage flying out. And various rewards are as brilliant as fireworks. Fong Tang directly closed the barrage and game prompts. His eyes were fixed on the dark Dragon King's coffin. The appearance of the Dragon King's coffin looks like black wood, but it is actually made of a dark synthetic metal. The tall coffin-shaped appearance is covered with three-dimensional lines with a faint light. They are all lines composed of straight lines and line segments. Complex and mysterious, and seemingly full of some strange laws. Fong Tang was shocked. This is the Bagua Code. After the Kunlun rubbing incident, Bai taught Fong Tang the Bagua Code almost step by step. The lines on the Dragon King's coffin immediately turned into Bagua symbols in front of Fong Tang's eyes. Straight lines represent Yang Yao. Line segments represent Yin Yao. That is the basic codes 1 and 0. But these lines are different from those on the Kunlun rubbings. The 256 hexagrams extended from the 64 hexagrams must have laws of mutual reinforcement and restraint. But the 8 hexagram symbols on the Dragon King's coffin are chaotic and disorderly. No real pattern can be found at all. Fong Tang closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and suddenly understood that this was a complex password. Of course, Infinite Company will not directly engrave the gossip code. It would be too easy to solve. The company scrambles the real symbols and relies on the disordered arrangement of these lines to hide the true meaning. The Bagua symbols on the Dragon King's coffin in front of him are divided into 2 layers. The lines on the surface are all black, and there are silvery white and another layer of lines under the black. The black coffin has 6 sides: front, rear, left, right, top and bottom. The upper and lower sides are divided into 4 pieces with a silver line. In total, that's 8 separate sides. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to touch it, and suddenly realized there are 2 layers inside and outside. The 8 gates of life and death are on the inside, and the 8 attributes are on the outside, including heaven, earth, wind and thunder. According to the Bagua knowledge taught by Bai, the symbols on the Dragon King's coffin began to be automatically classified. This is a mysterious feeling, with countless yang and yin being rearranged in front of my eyes. If these symbols are integrated, the 2 layers overlap and rotate together. A rotating double-layered Bagua disc seemed to appear in front of Fong Tang's eyes. There are 2 layers of plates. The outer layer is the 8 attributes of heaven and earth, wind and thunder, water, volcanoes and swamps. The inner layer is the 8 gates of death, death and death. The cycle of 8 attributes and 8 gates composes various hexagrams. But there is a confusing symbol on the inner and outer layers. The outer Bagua water attribute symbol is wrong. The inner gate of life is also disordered. The true locations of the 2 symbols must be uncovered before the code on the entire divine coffin can be unlocked. These 2 unknowns. Could this be a system of linear equations of 2 variables? Fong Tang's brain was spinning rapidly, and he had already found the key to cracking the code. You only need to use the substitution and elimination method to solve it. One of them represents the life gate, and the other represents the water attribute. Substitute the answers to the 2 unknown numbers into the Bagua plate for verification, and you can find the final key. Thinking of this simple the system of equations in 2 variables is immediately solved. Mathematically, systems of 2 variable equations are actually only difficult at the junior high school level. Fong Tang has got the key. He stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the lines on the Dragon King's coffin. After 8 consecutive moves, the Dragon King's coffin made a clicking sound. The inner and outer lines are perfectly integrated. There seemed to be a ding in Fong Tang's mind. The correct Bagua symbols were first converted into basic codes, and then a TXT text was generated. Finally, approximately 30k characters appear on the text. This is the instruction manual for the Dragon King's coffin. Fong Tang slowly exhaled. What an unexpected surprise. If all the machines from Infinite Company use Bagua as password, then you will make a lot of money. However, the password set by the company is also strong enough. Fortunately, this time it's just a 2-level password. If it is 3 yuan or 4 yuan, the difficulty of the password will increase by 1 level every time it increases by 1 level. Fong Tang, how are you? What did you see? The blonde old Zhao asked anxiously. Fong Tang patted the Dragon King's coffin inside. We all guessed wrong. This is not a cloning device. Even if it has the ability to copy, it is just a prototype product. Its real name is a medical device. Old. Zhao opened his eyes wide. Medical device? Well, a super medical device that can rescue the dying. But because it has the ability to transfer memories and replicate cells, it can also be used as a cloning device. That's just an additional ability. Read this manual. This machine was built in the late 1960s and is the earliest prototype. Fong Tang said this and opened the instruction manual in his mind. Its real function is to detect the healer's whole body tissue and repair the healer's damage. The organs and internal organs. The materials used for repair must be the healer's own replicating cells. He reached out and gently opened the Dragon King's coffin. So a machine with a 3-layer structure appeared in front of everyone. Each floor has enough space for one person to lie down. Fong Tang pointed to the first layer of the coffin. This layer is responsible for cutting the rotten tissue of the healer. But Hai Haoying made a mistake and used this layer as the operating table of the cloning device. So those poor sacrifices, it was cut into pieces directly inside. In the coffin of this so-called medical instrument, the first layer of the coffin is covered with sharp tooth-like blades, as small as hairs, which shine brightly in the torch, making people's backs feel cold. The second floor of the divine coffin is a material replication cabin used to repair the healer's injuries. This layer is filled with culture fluid, which can replicate the cells of the injured person, and is finally repaired through the third layer. The sad Hai Haoying never understood the principle of this machine. When he saw the culture fluid, he thought it was used to copy embryos. In order to copy the sacrifices that he cut into pieces, he used cells from dead corpses and other animals. Therefore, the tissues in the clone are not its own cells, and there will definitely be a rejection reaction. This is just like receiving the wrong blood transfusion, and is even more terrifying. Lin Yanshui was stunned. But because when Fei Fei was cloned, her mother was used. Therefore, the cells of close relatives will not be rejected and abnormally infected. Fong Tang sighed. This is also possible, but the probability of success is greatly increased. Hai Haoying himself is not like this. He was exposed to radiation, he was born and thrown into the sea as a monster. But he was resurrected because of his mother's sacrifice. In this world, only the mother who gave birth to you and raised you is the most selfless. Hai Haoying himself went astray and only believed in the cold data just can't solve this problem. When he realized it, it was the time when he woke up from the dream. He was filled with endless guilt and depression, and finally collapsed and committed suicide. Tong Fei Fei didn't know when she held Lin Yanshui's hand tightly again, and whispered, Aunt Fong is on the 3rd floor, and her last words are also in there, because she hadn't talked freely with humans for a long time. Tong Fei Fei, it is difficult for Fei Fei to say a word now. Fong Qingqing, who was silent on the side, let out a cry and fainted. Fong Tang tried her breathing, and after making sure it was okay, he skillfully pushed the lines outside the coffin. The Bagua symbols began to change, and the lines reorganized. The 3rd floor is open. A burst of cold air hit his face. In the 3rd floor of the Dragon King's coffin, Fong Lan, who had scaly scars on his body, lay quietly. The abnormal infection was not obvious, and she must have been frozen before the infection broke out. The 3rd layer is the most complex and magical structure of the entire medical instrument. Fong Tang saw fine needle points scattered around Fong Lan's body. The tip of each needle has a thread that cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. He can now imagine the shape of this machine when it is working. Countless needle tips spit out thin threads, which are microscopic biological threads. As the needle tip swings, various human organs and tissues are woven out. Between the 3rd layer and the 1st layer, there is a thin wire connected through the chip. This line is the device for transmitting memories. The reason why this kind of memory device appears on a therapeutic device is to treat amnesia and mental illness. It must be said that this treatment device manufactured by Infinite Company has taken into account almost all human diseases and injuries. Looking at the bottom of the Dragon King's coffin, connected to the seawater pool, is a flat structure covered with electrodes and metal wires. Fong Tangang read the manual and knew that this board was the power system of the machine. This thing does not use any new technology, but an underwater electromagnetic launch system. During World War II, the technology of undersea mines relying on magnetic field positioning and launch appeared. The only scary thing is that this plate can generate millions of seawater electromagnetic emission energy. The machine uses the decomposition of salt and seawater to form an ionized layer. After collecting it for a year, the machine can be started once. Now that the machine had gathered enough energy, Fong Tang gently picked up a letter from Fong Lan's body. He pinched Fong Qingqing's vagina. And when the girl woke up, he opened the letter in his hand and handed it to her. I think your mother must have a lot to say to you. Chapter 189 Final Process. Fong Qingqing took the letter tremblingly. And the first thing that caught her eye was the familiar Zhuanqiu font. Baby, when you see this letter... She looked at it slowly, tears falling one by one. Fong Tang stood up and waved to the others. Let's give her some time. Everyone walked aside. The blonde old Zhao kept staring at Lin Yanqui and Tong Feifei, frowning, and couldn't help but want to separate the two several times. Fong Tang smiled softly. I have to congratulate you in advance. This son-in-law is not bad. Lao Zhao's blonde hair shook and he sneered charmingly. I haven't passed this test yet. Just wait. We have to break it up. He was really honest. It was because he looked down upon Lin Yanqui. Fong Tang solemnly said, You must first judge a person's character. Lin Yanqui is a filial son, and he is brave and resourceful. You should be happy. The two chatted quietly, and they could finally relax after going through the office building checkpoint until now. Old Zhao began to comment on Lin Yanqui's appearance again, and then shouted rudely, Hey, Lin Yanqui, you kid, you haven't thought about taking Feifei out of this damn place in the past 19 years? Li Yanqui frowned. Of course I have thought about it, but Xiaofei doesn't want to leave, and the whole island is full of high-howling spies. Old Zhao snorted and said sharply, I think you did it on purpose. This is basically a prison. You imprisoned Feifei on purpose. Here, you can win her favor. Lin Yanqui also snorted. It has nothing to do with you. Over there. Fong Qingqing had wiped away her tears and looked at Fong Tang hesitantly. Fong Tang walked over quickly and comforted in a low voice. I probably already understand your mother's last wish. She would rather be frozen here for 19 years in order to cure your disease. I can operate this Dragon King coffin. All you need is just lie down for a few minutes, and you can get a healthy heart. Fong Qingqing touched her heart. Could it be my mother's heart? In a sense. Yes. Fong Qingqing exhaled. He finally nodded. The 3 layers of the Dragon King's coffin are unfolded at the same time, like a blooming lotus. After Fong Qingqing lay down, he slowly closed it. Electromagnetic energy spreads across those mysterious lines, then suddenly disappears. The Dragon King's coffin glowed as beautifully as the twilight, and bubbles appeared in the sea water below. Fong Tang pushed the lines, followed the changes in the Bagua code, and directly controlled the machine with code instructions. Next, you need to wait patiently. He sat down slowly, and across from him Lin Yanqui brought a plate of roast beef strips. Fong Tang waved his hand and pointed at Beixing. The little one can have a full meal. Fong Tang patiently watched the changes in the lines on the coffin. The treatment process was in progress, and on the top of the coffin, text composed of the 8 diagrams code appeared. Use record of the first generation therapeutic device. The first usage record turned out to be 60 years ago? Fong Tang couldn't help but wonder. Who would be the first user? Could it be that he is also a player of Infinite Company? Finally, I couldn't help it. Pushed the line, and opened the recording program. Familiar gossip characters appeared in front of me. Used by player Shauna 1. Used on October 13th, 1969 inch. The first user was also named Shauna. Fong Tang was shocked. Some of the data below seemed to be missing, leaving only intermittent words. Monitoring of vital signs. Infection with frozen fungus suspected of being in the Arctic Passage requires copying of 3 internal organs and 12 external injuries. They have the same name and the same surname. Tang exhaled secretly. It couldn't be Shauna's. In 1969, her mother might not even have been born yet. It appears that the first user was actually a player, and was infected with some kind of fungus from the Arctic Passage. Fong Tang touched his chin. That player may have used the therapeutic device near the North Pole. Then the device sank into the sea, moved with the ocean currents, and finally flowed near the East China Sea, and finally came to Huawu Island. As for that, and Shauna, what happened to the player with the same name can only be a mystery. While I was still thinking, the machine in front of me suddenly lit up with a flashing red light. Countless lines lit up like precious mirrors. Fong Tang quickly pushed the Bagua lines. At this critical moment, Fong Qingqing's hard copy was finally completed. The Dragon King's coffin was forced open, and he quickly picked up Qingqing, while Fong Tang continued to retreat. As he retreated, he shouted to the people rushing towards him. "Don't move!" The blonde old Zhao trusted him the most and immediately stopped Lin Yanjue and Fei Fei. The Dragon King's coffin was vibrating, and with the buzzing vibrations, the seawater pool below was quickly drained. Tong Fei Fei trembled. "I have never seen a coffin look like this before." At this moment, the Dragon King's coffin suddenly vibrated and sank into the sea pool. With a ray of glow, it rumbled through the chamber below the secret room. The waterway just disappeared. Lin Yanjue was shocked. "This pool is the exit for diving into the sea. The coffin must have floated away along the seawater. No, someone gave the order. Such a high-level order can directly summon the healing device." Fong Tang having said this, I suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but slap my head hard. Old Zhao was surprised. "What's wrong with you?" Fong Tang said in a serious tone. "Every time the Dragon King's coffin is used, it needs to be charged for a year, because it is very slow to collect electromagnetic energy from seawater." Old Zhao's expression also changed. Fong Tang took a deep breath. "And this machine has been hidden under the lighthouse, guarded by Fei Fei." Old Zhao's eyes shrank and he swallowed. "Then it is impossible for Li Haisheng to be resurrected with this coffin. Then how did his clone appear?" "No, it's very wrong. Now, there's only one explanation. That means Hanajirishima also has a treatment device." Fong Tang turned around and rushed to the door of the secret room, climbing directly onto the ladder. After a while, everyone came out. Lao Zhao arrived first, climbed to the second floor of the lighthouse, and directly picked up the telescope. Fong Tang had arrived a long time ago. Standing at a high place, he saw a ray of light from a lotus flower speeding across the sea towards the graveyard of the Eastern Pirates without the need for a telescope. Right at the pirate graveyard, the same ray of light immediately appeared again. Old Zhao looked up at this time and was shocked. "There is really another machine. And now the two machines are going to collide together." Fong Tang's heart trembled. Due to some kind of order, the two Dragon King coffins suddenly gathered to bury the pirate's corpse. On the grave slope, however, Lao Zhao was still exclaiming. "Also, the third one has appeared." 3 glowing lights flashed in succession. A total of 3 treatment devices. Fong Tang and Lao Zhao were watching attentively. Something happened again below, and there was a strange sound coming from Lin Yanjue's body. He hurriedly took out a small square instrument and quickly turned off the sound. However, when he lowered his head and looked down, Lin Yanjue screamed strangely. "What? What's going on?" The little girl under the cliff came to life. "She seems to have come out." Fong Tang turned around and jumped down, staring at him. "That's it. The little girl under the cliff you just mentioned?" Lin Yanjue nodded. "I always thought the little girl below was weird. So when I left a monitor behind." What he held in his hand was the signal receiver. This short-range monitor cannot transmit complex data and can only transmit some simple words and numbers. Lin Yanjue has been digging cliffs for 19 years and is very skilled in using these instruments. Now, he knew the activities of the little girl under the cliff only by the changes in readings on the receiver in his hand. "Look here. The readings 7 to 9 represent the distance the monitored object moves. The last number 100 represents the moving height of the monitored person. All the readings of the little girl yesterday were still 0. Just like a corpse." Fong Tang and he spat. "Have you seen the appearance of that little girl on the monitor?" Lin Yanjue nodded. "It's not very clear, but I can roughly see the appearance." Fong Tang breathed out. "Describe it." "Well, she is a little girl wearing a dress. She looks very petite. If it is a corpse, it is well preserved," Lin Yanjue murmured. "And the location where she appeared was inside the cliff, in a sudden crack." "Girl. Little girl in dress. Is there a floral pattern on the little girl's dress?" Fong Tang asked in a deep voice. Lin Yanjue rubbed his head vigorously. "I'm not sure. But as you said, in the black and white image, you can indeed see unknown patterns on the dress." Fong Tang was already sure. Sister, his heart was beating and his whole body was tense. The first game tip that the little girl from World Snake gave her was that the last boss of Hanajiri Island is a super monster. A super monster. But who would have thought that this boss turned out to be the sister of the company's special handling team? At this time, The damn game prompts also sounded in my ears. Attention player Fong Tang. S+ level difficulty. Legend of Huawu Island. The final game process has started. Final game process goal. Survive. This round of game rewards 60,000 game coins and 9 random lottery tickets in the mall. Chapter 190 Dilemma. Survive. The final game flow of the Hanajiri Island level has only this goal. But Fong Tang felt bitter and powerless in his heart. Sister from the Special Event Processing Team of Infinite Company can directly call the Sky Expedition satellite in space. Her whole body is composed of nanoparticles, and she has artificial intelligence-like computing power. Fong Tang will never forget what he saw at the resurrection level. The little girl who was hit by a shotgun in the chest had a complex mechanical structure in the blue blood inside the wound. The nanoparticle bug repaired the fatal wound in less than 10 seconds. How to fight against this boss? Lin Yanque and Fei Fei helped the weak Fong Qingqing aside and sat down. When they heard a series of creepy screams coming from outside. The strange screams came from the direction of the police station. With a bang, Lin Yanque closed the door of the lighthouse with a nervous expression. Has Hai Haoying been resurrected? He has brought someone here again? Tong Feifei held his hand. Brother Ashue. Let's go quickly. Hide below. Down below. It's not safe now. Lin Yanque calmed down at this time. The strange machine went out along the sea pool, and the secret waterway below was exposed. But relying on this fragile lighthouse, how long can we persist? Fong Tang had already managed to gather his energy, pulled out the telescope, and whistled. The North Star jumped up like lightning. Fong Tang touched the head of his pet dog, reached out, and picked up a piece of iron. After testing the weight of the iron piece, he suddenly waved it away. The iron piece rotated, and with a chirping sound, it fell directly to the rock platform on the other side of the police station. Good boy. Go check out the situation. Beijing jumped up like lightning and passed through the observation tower. After falling to the ground, he nimbly jumped over the mud pit in front and quickly disappeared on the mountain road. Fong Tang then set up his telescope and looked at the cemetery where the pirates were buried. On the cemetery, 3 treatment devices now appeared at the same time. They were all in the shape of black coffins and were placed on 3 falling slopes. The bright glow lit up crazily, and things kept crawling out of the 3 treatment devices. There is only one mountain path from the cemetery slope to the lighthouse, with the border police station in the middle. Fong Tang turned the telescope and saw groups of strange things gathering together on the path leading to the police station platform. At least 6 or 7 of them. On the north side of the mountain road is a smooth rock, and beneath the rock is the sea. The south side of this mountain road, the road where Fong Tang and the others entered the lighthouse, is now full of mud. Strange. If sister is coming for me, why did you attack the police station first? Those monsters are covered in scales and are agile in movement. They don't need to walk on the mountain road at all. They only need to climb the south slope and can rush over in less than 5 minutes. The blonde old Zhao clenched his fists. Those monsters were resurrected from the Dragon King's coffin. Maybe it was that bastard Hai Haoying who came to life. Just as he said this, all the lights under the lighthouse went out, except for the metal halogen headlights on the 3rd floor. All power was out. The mechanical structure holding the telescope also lost its electrical adjustment capabilities. Those monsters have nothing to do with Hai Haoying. We need to leave here immediately. Fong Tang did not hesitate and immediately began to dismantle the telescope. Turning around, he shouted again. Take everything you can get inside, especially food and drinking water. Also, you'd better find weapons that can fight. Tong Feifei's eyes widened, but she subconsciously followed a box was found on the wall behind. The box opened to reveal a nail gun, a pneumatic nail gun, and rows of threaded nails. Lin Yanque also found a harpoon over there. Fong Qingqing stood up holding on to the wall, although she didn't know what happened. Seeing this situation, she reached out and groped around, but she found an iron cylinder by the wall. At this time, I didn't care so much anymore. I raised the iron canister. It felt heavy. It might kill a few enemies. Fong Tang had already disassembled a large telescope, which was more than 1 meter long, and carried it on his back. Lin Yanque was stunned. He was familiar with this telescope. It had an old-fashioned metal structure and a huge lens. It weighed at least 300 kilograms. Fong Tang carried it so easily that he even jumped down from the high platform. Old Xiao also jumped down, grabbed a fish basket, and swept all the food and drinking water on the shrine into it. Fong Tang, what should we do? It seems like we can hide here for a while. Old Xiao wiped his sweat. and his blonde hair was tangled. Fong Tang immediately shook his head. We can't do it here in the lighthouse. We have no defensive capabilities. We have to go somewhere else. Where else can we go? Police station. Fong Tang kicked open the iron door. Everyone was about to rush out after him. But Fong Tang suddenly stopped again. At this time, he had accessed Beixing's perception system and could clearly see the situation near the rock platform of the police station. The mountain path was littered with monster fragments. And it was extremely tragic. 6 more monsters appeared along the path. Now I can finally see clearly. These monsters are covered in scales. Their skin is like dark metal. Their heads are swollen. And their cheeks are moving together like fish gills. A ripple suddenly appeared in the air. And then the mermaid monster at the front flew directly up. That was caused by the impact of anti-material sniper bullets. But the mermaid monster that was knocked away slowly got up. And a copper-colored bullet suddenly got stuck on his skin. In this case, the mermaid monster actually blocked a high-explosive bullet by relying on its fish scale SHL. This simply violates the laws of physics. That's an anti-material sniper bullet that can penetrate multiple layers of steel plates. Fong Tang soon noticed that there were bumps on the ground extending from the rock platform of the police station to the south slope. He exhaled, exited Beixing's perception system, and shook his head. Damn Yankees! The area has been filled with mines. We can't get past now. Li Nianxue immediately shouted with a harpoon. We can use headlights to follow them. Get in touch. This is the solution. Fong Tang pointed at the door. You are all waiting here. Remember, once you see some kind of blue light in the sky, don't hesitate. Run out immediately. Run as fast as you can. He put down the telescope and spoke again. Climbing up the high platform, we quickly entered the operation room on the 3rd floor of the lighthouse. In the narrow and hot operating room, Fong Tang turned on the headlights, and a bright light shone directly into the police station. The light started flashing. Long flashes. Short flashes. Fontaine used internationally accepted light signals, with different flashes of light representing different letters. SOS. The light signal for help is continuously emitted. He asked anxiously. Is there a signal on the other side? No. Lao Zhao yelled angrily. Damn Americans. Maybe our police officers have been beaten to death by them. Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. Extremely nervous. Without Shiro, it was as if he had lost an arm. Now how to do? The 5 elements pen fell from his sleeve. If he was alone, relying on the earth attribute ability of the pencil, he could directly detonate all the landmines. But that will cause the police station to lose its last line of defense. And the monsters will march in. What should others do? Especially in the police station. There may be a familiar girl. There is still no signal from the other side. Damn it! Did you think there was nothing I could do? You bastards! Fong Tang walked out of the operating room, his face darkening. The blonde old Zhao rubbed his head. I can stand high up. They should have some reaction when they see me. Right. His current appearance is that of an agent, Alice. Strictly speaking, he is an American partner. Fong Tang shook his head. It's too dangerous. You don't understand. Our biggest enemy now is not the Americans, but the little girl under the cliff. She has the ability to attack from a distance. If old Zhao is exposed at a high place, the result will be a dead end. At this time, on the hillside of the pirate cemetery, a strange phenomenon appeared again. 3 consecutive rays of light shone at the same time, and the hillside sank by more than half a meter again. Chapter 191 Latest Work. In the hillside where the cemetery collapsed, the mud and sand shook strangely as if they were alive. And then a petite figure slowly walked out. The little girl in a floral dress stepped barefoot in the mud, looked up at the shrinking storm circle in the sky, and muttered to herself. Threat analysis. A green data stream appeared in her eyes. The first threat is the police station building on Shanshur platform, 980 meters away in a straight line. The little girl first targeted the police station on Shanshur. This place has certain resistance capabilities, has combatants, priority level B, and defense capabilities. It is rated as D level, and the threat level is B. It needs to be solved immediately. Bright eyes turned again, this time looking in the direction of the lighthouse. The location of the target Fong Tang. Priority level S. Defense capability E level. Threat level level C. The little girl did some calculations in her mind. Shanshur Police Station. The overall assessment is BDB level. The target Fong Tang. The overall assessment is SEC level, based on priority and defense capabilities. Now adjust the attack target. Then the path ahead. The monsters on the mountain began to turn, crawl, and jump. and rushed up the muddy south slope. It is estimated that we will enter the lighthouse position in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. And enter combat contact in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The little girl's dress flew up in the wind, her face expressionless. The latest work. Sister number 20001 requested to activate the Sky Exorcist permission to use satellite number 1. Permission granted. The little girl who claimed to be the latest author closed her eyes. Then she frowned and opened her eyes again. The high-altitude tidal storm brings a lot of interference, and it is impossible to accurately locate the target. Use an indiscriminate attack, and the attack coverage is centered on the lighthouse, within a diameter of 3 meters. High in the sky, in the orbit of the Earth at one point, a sword-shaped satellite unfolded its blade. The sword blades on both sides are like wings, revealing an eye in the center of the sword shape. Dazzling blue light gathered in the eyes, and huge electromagnetic energy gathered. When this energy was concentrated to the smallest point, a blue light pillar suddenly shot out. Then, there is the second and third way. The 3 light beams passed through the clouds, and the powerful force of condensation and compression prevented any loss of blue light energy, hitting 3 points near the Huawu Island lighthouse in succession. The water on the ground evaporated instantly, and the muddy swamp suddenly turned into gray sand. A burst of scorching smoke rose, and all the plants near the swamp were burned. On the ground, 3 holes with a diameter of 20 centimeters were exposed. This power may be able to destroy a battleship in an instant, but its accuracy is unexpectedly poor. 3 more light pillars appeared, turning into countless light arrows in midair, rushing towards the lighthouse with terrifying power. Fong Tang glanced at the storm circle behind the lighthouse. His eyes flashed, and he immediately shouted, "Don't move. Don't move at all." Standing stiffly at the door of the lighthouse, everyone could only watch the blue light arrows come flying. A strange thing happened. The blue light arrows suddenly stopped and became chaotic. In the end, only 3 of them penetrated the lighthouse. The headlight above had been shattered. Cracks appeared on the wall, and flying sand was everywhere. But everyone is fine. Storm. There is a lot of electric charge in the storm, which is the best interference. Fong Tang's eyes lit up. The Sky Exorcist satellite is the most powerful weapon of Sister, but it loses its effect around the storm. It is really inexhaustible. The road of human beings. There was no more bright blue light in the sky, and the sound of gunfire from the direction of the police station also stopped. After a strange silence, the lighthouse creaked. The lighthouse finally couldn't withstand the impact just now, and was about to collapse. "Follow me." Fong Tang rushed out. Everyone ran wildly after Fong Tang, and there was a bang from behind, and the lighthouse was reduced to debris. In the latest work, Sister number 20001 appears between 3 treatment machines. The DNA extracted from countless bones under the slope of the cemetery was copied in the Dragon King's coffin. The dead bones of the East China Sea pirates 300 years ago have now become the core DNA of the replicating monster. The second layer of the divine coffin hung down like petals, and countless fine tentacles popped out from it, penetrating into the depths of the bay not far away. As a result, all kinds of fish and creatures deep in the bay were captured by these tentacles and turned into basic materials for replicating monsters. The little girl has turned on the quick first aid switch of the first-generation treatment device. The consequence of replicating at such a faster rate is that fish and human DNA cannot truly merge. All that appeared were monsters. The DNA and marine life of the Red Flag East pirates were quickly assembled. 3 monsters crawled out slowly. They are neither human nor fishy, and they are still connected to a transparent umbilical cord. Sister number 20001 pointed her finger on the chip of the treatment device. From her fingernails, a series of data was sent to the chip, and then to the brains of the new monsters. With this scary little girl can freely control the actions of monsters. Battle strategy update. The current best strategy is to stop attacking for 15 minutes. The possible calculation of stopping the attack shows that within 15 minutes, the priority target Fong Tang will have a 90% chance of entering the platform building. The little girl has double pupils. He started to zoom in and saw the police station on the platform clearly. If all threats are concentrated in one building, the probability of elimination will be doubled. Suddenly, the mermaid monsters on the mountain road stopped moving stiffly. The 3 Dragon King coffins also became quiet. The little girl looked up at the sky. Sky Expedition 1 consumed 60% of its energy. Changing the strategy and injecting the remaining energy into the first-generation treatment device can speed up the output of the soldiers by more than 3 times. Buzz! There was a strange fluctuation in the air, and 3 blue lights appeared in the sky again. directly injected into the 3 Dragon King coffins. The little girl's latest work slowly walked up a slope, and the mermaid monsters knelt down. Her small white feet stepped on the blackfish scales, and walked onto the shoulders of the monsters. A fat monster slowly stood up, and its thick fish scale SHL became flattened like iron armor. The little girl stood on its shoulder, looking forward with cold eyes. Then she raised a slender finger, and shook it gently at the shadow of a rock in the distance. Fong Tang stood in the shadow of the rocks, his eyes like those of an eagle, and he clearly saw the little girl's provocative actions. He closed his eyes, rubbed his sore eyeballs, and calmed down again. This is not a sister. At least, not the one in the Resurrection Pass. Compared with the sister he met last time, the one in front of him seems to be a bit clumsy. Her expressions of joy, anger, sorrow and joy are extremely stiff. Not like an intelligent cyborg at all. More like an unfinished machine. She can't use satellites to strike, and she doesn't have enough emotional reactions. This is something that can be exploited. Fong Tang took a deep breath. It can be defeated, as long as her weaknesses can be found. She must have a bug, Fong Tang thought. Directly picked up the telescope. Old Zhao, you take the back. Everyone moves in a straight line. Remember, you must follow my footsteps. Walking quickly along the rugged muddy path. Blue light was everywhere in front of me. The cave he walked through was filled with white smoke. Beixing was now lying under a sharp rock. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief, put down the telescope, walked over and stroked his pet dog's head. Beixing, thanks to you again this time. Standing here, you can see the whole police station, with a complete rock as a platform and a steel structure. The police station has only one room and looks very solid. Behind the house is the cliff. At this time, the black storm brought the sea tide to the cliff. The waves rolled up tens of meters high and crashed on the top of the cliff. Amidst the roaring sound, the police station seemed particularly lonely. Those monsters have stopped, Ling Yanxue whispered from the side. The Dragon King's coffin no longer shines, Lao Zhao added. Fong Tang said nothing and looked at the pale Qing Qing. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fong Qingqing was still holding the iron tube. Now she was very ashamed that she had become the biggest burden on the team. Let me use your phone. Fong Tang smiled. Qingqing hurriedly handed over the phone and kept it close to her body. But now only 10% of the battery was left. Fong Tang raised his cell phone and pointed it at Lao Zhao. Come on! Take a photo! Come on! Be gentle! Lao Zhao was annoyed and his face turned red. Are you still in the mood to take photos at this time? You want to post it on Moments. Fong Tang she hugged him directly, took several intimate selfies, and then said with a smile, You guys wait here. I'll go to the police station first. After saying that, he stood up. Beixing shook his silver white hair and barked fiercely. The 5 Elements pen fell into his palm. Fong Tang carried Beixing on his back and quickly climbed up the rock. Then, he jumped up from the sharp-edged rock like a ghost. The figure fell rapidly, and the 5-element pen in his hand stabbed out, hitting the opposite rock layer 3 meters away. The tip of the 5 Elements pen penetrated the rock, and Fong Tang hung on the rock wall. He shook his body and climbed up with Beixing. At this moment, he caught a flash of light in the corner of his eye. He suddenly hugged Beixing and lay down, then rolled directly under a big tree. There was a small crater where the body was just now, and the bullet bounced up. Sniper. Chapter 192 Messenger of God. On the top of Shurdai Police Station. On the police station sign, a disguised figure shook. The sniper is reloading. Fong Tang sneered, turning the 5-element pen in his hand and quickly sawing the big tree next to him. Squeaking, the big tree fell in the direction of the police station and hit the minefield less than half a meter away from the police station with a loud bang. Boom! Another big tree fell. Between 2 big trees, Fong Tang crawled quickly under the cover of branches and leaves. On the side of the police station, the sniper covered with a raincloth wiped his sweat lightly and took aim again. But all he could see was the branches. The infrared night vision was turned on directly, and the sniper held a cross in his mouth. Come on! You cunning little guy! More than 10 seconds passed, and he still didn't find the target. Feeling uneasy, his battlefield-experienced instinct made him immediately lift the raincloth and change his sniping point. With a swish sound, a ghostly hand stretched out from behind and pulled out the pistol from his waist. With a click, the pistol was loaded and pressed against the back of his head. The sniper raised his hands. Awesome! How did you get through the anti-infantry minefield? A mine package appeared in front of his eyes, followed by a bark. The sniper whistled. Your dog can smell the packaging smell of landmines, so it can easily avoid the hastily laid minefields. It's really amazing. As he said this, the well-trained sniper began to bite the top of the cross. He needs to send an emergency signal now. At this moment, a mobile phone was stretched out from behind, and clear photos appeared on it. Selfie group photo. The man holding Alice smiled happily. The sniper immediately let go of his teeth and breathed heavily. Alice, a CIA agent. This man is actually with his own agent. Fong Tang put down his pistol and suddenly asked, Have you arranged explosives in the police station? The sniper nodded subconsciously. Yes. If you send out a signal, the entire police station will be blown into pieces. Right. The sniper was shocked. You? How do you know? Fong Tang appeared in front of him with a calm expression. Don't waste time. Send a safe signal. I am Alice's friend. I want to talk to your commander now. The sniper tried to relax, but his hands were shaking. He was just a little bit away from blowing this place to pieces. I'm sorry, sir. I don't have the authority. My mission is to guard the last line of defense. The sniper shook his head. Fong Tang was speechless. If it weren't for the girl who might be hiding in the police station, he would have countless ways to completely destroy this place. He looked at the calm-looking sniper, an American man in his 30s. The man did not have any insignia representing his military rank or identity. Even the sniper rifle and other equipment he carries are all European products. Fong Tang smiled faintly. This operation of yours is top secret. In order not to reveal your identity, you don't even use your own weapons. It seems that you are also an elite, and you are a bit resigned to death. The sniper was a little confused. This enemy was following him. Chat by yourself? This young Chinese man speaks English very well and looks very handsome. But why does he make himself so nervous? The sniper subconsciously tightened his grip on the cross. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and the 5-element pen brought up an afterimage and cut the cross directly. Oh, no! The sniper reached out to grab it. With a bang, he was slapped on the neck and fainted. Fong Tang kicked the guy in displeasure. If it were a Hollywood movie, you would be a bit of a protagonist. But this is China's land. He pinched open the cross and revealed the precise components inside. After looking carefully, Fong Tang reached out and pressed a green button. There was a clicking sound, and the fence door under the police station rose directly. Fong Tang grabbed the sniper and brought Beijing down gently. Behind the fence gate, a group of 3 soldiers appeared nervously. 2 people were covering behind, one on the left and one on the right. The person in front held a gun with both hands, a standard triangle defense counterattack formation. However, all 3 of them saw a flower in front of them, and a figure suddenly rushed in with the moisture from outside. There were 2 stabbing sounds, and the soldiers responsible for covering the rear cried out in pain. Their wrists were stabbed, and they had no choice but to drop the rifles in their hands. The soldier in front turned his head in horror. His head suddenly hurt, and then his vision went dark, and he was dragged into the hall of the building, in the small Huijirai Island police station. The room is directly the hall where the reception is done. Now there are 4 or 5 people standing and lying in the hall. With a cry, they all jumped up. On the opposite side, a Chinese man dragged a soldier with each hand and smiled at them. Don't shoot! Soldiers, a majestic voice came immediately. I saw a heavily armed old man standing behind the police station in the lobby. He had gray hair, a well-trimmed beard, and a cigar between his teeth. He now looked at Fong Tang in shock. My God! You are? I am Fong Tang. The goal of your trip. The old man reached out and touched his forehead. My God! This is really unexpected. Fong Tang throwing the phone over. Alice is still outside, and there are a few of my people. I need a group of soldiers to cover them through the minefield. Time is running out. There are now a total of 8 soldiers in the room. 2 of them fainted, and their wrists 2 people were injured, and the remaining 4 were still capable of fighting. But they all looked at their commander in surprise. Mr. Douglas? Fong Tang looked at the silent old man. I hope you are a sensible person and don't waste my time. Douglas, the commander of this CIA operation, bit his cigar at this time and nodded directly. Okay, let's bring Alice and your friends in first. He turned around and said, Edward, Simon, John, take action. The 3 soldiers immediately put on their smart helmets and raised their guns. Fuck! Damn it! Don't move! Don't move! An angry voice came from the side. In the southwest corner of the police station lobby, a person climbed up on the sofa. The 40-year-old white man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, wiped his sweat. Damn it, Douglas. Although you are the commander of the operation, I am the leader of the operation, and I am the highest-ranking one here. Douglas shrugged. Dear Mr. Cooper, I think our current enemy is not Mr. Fong Tang, but the monsters outside. You have to understand that with one more friend, we have a greater chance of survival. The old man said patiently. He couldn't help but shook his head. I have to say, because of your command, we have lost 4 brothers. Cooper wiped his glasses with all his strength, put them on fiercely, and reached out to comb his greasy hair. No, Douglas. This guy is the meaning of our operation. I am directly responsible to the president. You have no right to accuse me. Douglas's green eyes narrowed, and the soldiers around him became more and more nervous. Mr. Cooper, however, is very confident. He knows that he has the highest level and must listen to himself in all overseas operations. Now! He turned to stare at Fong Tang. When the storm passes, the warships from the Yokohama base will arrive. You can't escape. Fong Tang frowned and looked at Douglas. Is he more senior than you? Douglas stretched out his hands helplessly. It looks like this. I'm really sorry. Fong Tang nodded and raised his finger. Cooper put his hands on his hips at this time, feeling extremely excited. As a civilian employee of the CIA, this action was obtained through his desperate self-recommendation. After all, it was a simple action, and this credit was enough to further his career. He walked towards Fong Tang proudly. For the sake of the United States, I have to ask you to give up your resistance. With a snort, Fong Tang laughed. Cooper's face turned red. Put your finger down. You are indeed an unqualified Chinese. He sneered again, but this time it was not laughter, but a whitewater arrow. Cooper froze on the spot for an instant. 2 seconds later, a terrible wound appeared between his eyebrows. When he fell, his whole face was still filled with disbelief and confusion. The soldiers all around screamed strangely and raised their guns with a click. But their legs were shaking, because this Chinese kid just raised his finger and killed a big living person 2 meters away. Fong Tang smiled at Douglas. Now that the person who is more senior than you is dead, you are the supreme commander. Using their souls, fill the river that flows to you, and never cease. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They are extremely religious. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he began to observe every soldier, including Douglas. The soldiers all raised their heads, waiting for his instructions. Do you all have tattoos? Fong Tang asked after looking at them for a long time. Douglas frowned and shouted, This is our privacy. Damn it. You bastards. Stand up. The other soldiers looked at the messenger of God in awe. We all have tattoos. Only the black man, the soldier, trembled. Sorry, Mr. Angel. I don't have any. Then do you have scars on your body? The kind of old scars on the battlefield? Fong Tang said coldly. The black soldier directly tore off his combat uniform, revealing a deep scar on his left shoulder. In Iraq, my arm was almost cut off by shrapnel. But I kept praying, and I didn't forget it on the battlefield. Fong Tang looked at the others. People. The soldiers showed their tattoos and scars in confusion. Fong Tang glanced at them and said solemnly, Stay where you are. Don't move. The soldiers were confused and embarrassed, keeping their clothes and revealing their breasts. At this time, Fong Tang untied his watch, threw it to the ground and crushed it with his foot. He closed his eyes slightly and completely turned off the game barrage. Since the sister of Infinite Company is the final boss, the watch and barrage are not safe and may be controlled by the sister at any time. Now, he is equivalent to playing against the GM of the Infinite Challenge game. Taking out Fong Qingqing's mobile phone, Fong Tang now took photos one by one, corresponding to the names of the soldiers, and made 8 files of their scars and tattoos. He held up the phone and finally looked at Douglas. Douglas bit his cigar, embarrassed and annoyed. Hey, although I am a devout believer, I will not believe that you are a messenger of God. Damn it. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Dear old gentleman, although I like Scarlet very much, I never believe in the nonsense of Americans are all saviors. That's nonsense. So please show your scars or tattoos. Douglas was stunned, suddenly smiled. Actually, my dear friend, the Black Widow in Marvel is not American. Of course, Miss Scarlet is really a beauty. The 2 men looked at each other, both showing strange expressions. Smile. Their feelings for each other have also become closer because of this common hobby. Douglas then revealed the Ranger tattoo on his shoulder and 3 horrific scars on his back. After Fong Tang took meticulous photos, he ordered 3 soldiers to rush out as a group, fully armed, to meet Alice and the others. Douglas had already lit his cigar and acquiesced to Fong Tang's move. Unknowingly, the commander at the scene had become Fong Tang. Fong Tang was very pleased that this old man was very wise. He smiled. "Mr. Douglas, don't be so polite. Just call me Douglas." The old man reached out his hand gently and lowered his voice. "In this case, the soldiers need faith to persevere. So I will treat you as become a military chaplain." Chaplains in the U.S. military mean the same thing as instructors. Fong Tang naturally understood. Shaking hands with the old man cordially, he asked again, "There should be a female police officer in this police station. I wonder where she is being detained by you." Douglas immediately pointed to the east of the hall. "There is a separate detention room over there. She is in the room. Unfortunately, she has been unconscious for a long time." Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat and his face immediately darkened. "Did you torture her?" Douglas waved his hands repeatedly. "How is that possible? Originally, I wanted to cooperate with her. She was a brave girl, but she went crazy and blew up the radio tower. That was our only hope for external communication. There was no way. We can only lock her up." Douglas looked aggrieved. "She fainted suddenly. We have injected her with aspirin and sedatives." Fong Tang ignored him and rushed eastward. There is also a layer of raincloth hanging on the metal fence compartment here. Fong Tang opened the raincloth and broke the spring lock with one punch. Behind the door, a girl in police uniform was lying on her side on a small wooden bed, motionless. Fong Tang was shocked and rushed over to pick up the girl. Her long hair was cut short, and she was much thinner. But her stubborn expression was still there. And even in a coma, her lips were still biting tightly. "Cailin Lin, you little fool. Why are you so careless?" Fong Tang shouted, taking out the 5 Elements pen and turning it to the wood attribute ability. The 5 Elements pen has wood properties, can detect vital signs, stimulate cell vitality, and has a pop-up emergency rescue needle. The pen tip pops up and the synthetic medicine is ready for direct injection. Cailin Lin still didn't move. Fong Tang was frightened and reached out to feel Cailin Lin's pulse. A strong pulse? The tip of the wooden pen showed a flickering green light and began to scan Cailin Lin's vital signs. The test result immediately appeared under the pencil tip. "Everything is normal, and all physical data show that the target is completely healthy." Fong Tang was still in a daze, but the girl in his arms was trembling. It's the trembling of holding back a laugh. "You?" Fong Tang was extremely depressed and was about to throw away his arms. Cailin Lin immediately hugged his waist. "Oh, I'm angry." Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned around and pulled up the raincoat, and then pulled Cailin Lin's police uniform away. You are so nervous." Cailin Lin began to be afraid. "How could you touch an old friend again? Hey, I'm going to scream if you do this again. Don't move." Fong Tang looked serious and held his hands directly. He felt the ribs under the police uniform. Cailin Lin gasped, and after stiffening, she slowly relaxed. In the Silence Town level, the girl's broken ribs almost killed her. She is recovering well now, but under Fong Tang's sensitive hands, she can still feel the abnormality in her ribs. This recent scar can confirm that Xiaolin is not a clone. Fong Tang then retracted his hand and patted her head. "Fortunately, you have not been cloned." Cailin Lin's big eyes blinked. "I just saw you in there tossing those American soldiers, with tattoos and scars, and taking pictures. Just to confirm this? Hey, it's still the Fong Tang I'm familiar with. Always be cautious." This is of course. Now there are 3 machines out there that can copy humans. Who can guarantee that there are no clones among the Americans here? Fortunately, there will be no scars from the past on the clone body, nor will there be any later tattoos. With these 2 things alone, you can easily judge. Chapter 194 Psychological Strategy. Fong Tang sat next to the little policewoman. "You seem to be in a good mood. You were not in this state when you secretly left the valley last time." Cailin Lin snorted. "Because I have figured out that I want to completely eradicate the dark organization of Infinity Company. So I might as well join the game. I want to level up and look for opportunities." Fong Tang was speechless. After the last death level, this child was still so naive. He looked at the short-haired Cailin Lin. "Why are you on this island?" Cailin Lin sighed. "In the last case in Silent Town, I escaped alone. But I couldn't explain it to the superiors, especially Captain Jiang. He died at the point of my gun. The Ministry of Internal Affairs came to investigate. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find anything about me. So they sent me to the police station. This Hanawa Island bird doesn't lay eggs. So let me come alone. It's considered punishment. Fong Tang was speechless. You are so stupid. Just tell a lie. Maybe you can get first-class merit. Kai Linlin was furious. What do you think of our police? I must be worthy of it. My uniform is worthy of the oath I swore back then. Fong Tang raised his hands and surrendered. Okay. I didn't say anything. You seem to have known that I was on the island for a long time? Kai Linlin reached out and knocked on him. Idiot. You haven't figured it out yet. I went to that office building and took the woman named Fong Qingqing out. That's when I saw Beixing. When I saw Beixing, I didn't know you were on the island? Fong Tang slapped his forehead. Yes. Beixing and Qingqing are together. No wonder you are hiding here and enjoying yourself. Kai Linlin pursed her lips. Those Americans don't know this is a challenge game. Look, they were all cannon fodder in the game. So I didn't bother to care about them. After completing the task of blowing up the radio tower, I pretended to be unconscious, and they helped me heal my injuries. Fong Tang touched her short hair. You are also a game now. Hit? Kai Linlin nodded and took out her mobile phone. Wawu Island. My new level game. Difficulty level E. The task reward is 10 million Chinese coins. Fong Tang frowned. What tasks have you done? Kai Linlin held her chin. Well, it's all some errands. First, I need to express a letter in a package to a woman named Fong Qingqing. Then I have to cast a mess of virtual light and shadow on the lighthouse. And then I have to steal a tube to hide it. The blood in the freezer. She shook her head. Go to the sewer of the office building and wait in a secret passage to get your new little lover out. Beixing had to follow me at that time. I thought Beixing was yours. As for the game strategy, I took it and the woman to the cliff. At this point, her bright eyes blinked. When the sacrificial ceremony started over there, I got a small boat and went to the cliff. Hiding. I wanted to say hello to you. But the mission came again and asked me to be on standby at the police station. Fong Tang sighed. Never would he have thought that the person behind the Wawu Island level was Kai Linlin. The novice level game has been merged into its own game line. This must be intentional by Infinite Company. Fong Tang asked again. Did you blow up the radio tower? As required by the mission. If you complete this, you will get half of the reward, which is 5 million, Kai Linlin said and laughed. Now I have fans. Not many. Just 5. All VIPs. Fong Tang looked at her phone, which is a game-specific phone. What is your ultimate goal in the novice level game? Kai Linlin shook her phone. I don't know. We have passed 6 levels and are still waiting for the final mission. Just as he said this, his phone buzzed. The game prompt appears. Dear player Kai Linlin, in the 7th and final level of the New Wheel game, you have 2 options. Kai Linlin let out a sigh, and Fong Tang also looked at it. Option A. Survive until the end of the storm, and you will receive a cash reward of 10 million and a special reward of 10 game coins. Option B. Join the game line of intermediate player Fong Tang and enter the S+ difficulty level of Wawu Island. Please note that as a novice players, your survival rate for this option is 0, and the reward is unknown. Fong Tang was greatly relieved when he saw this, and was extremely happy. You are not in my game line. Quickly choose A, and then go out immediately. Just find a house in Lighthouse Village to hide and wait. The storm will come soon. Before he finished speaking, Kai Linlin pressed option B without hesitation. With a buzzing sound, all the game prompts turned into blood-red warnings. Fong Tang groaned. Kai Linlin looked up at him, gentle yet stubborn. Ah, what? Do you think I will leave you and run away alone? We are comrades in arms. Fong Tang sighed, and after a long time, he gently hugged her. Fool! There are some things you still don't understand. My opponent in this level is the GM, who has extremely high authority over the game. Kai Linlin frowned and said, What do you mean? It means that the sister can control it at any time through authority. You will become a burden to me. But Fong Tang can't say this, and he doesn't want to say it. When Kai Linlin made her choice without hesitation, when she knew that the survival rate on S+ difficulty was 0, she still stayed like a moth to the flame. Besides, what's the point of that? I'm very grateful. I deserve it. Fong Tang sighed softly. I don't deserve this. Kai Linlin gently pressed his lips and blushed stubbornly. What are you thinking? I'm not I like you. But I just... She turned her head, and beads of sweat appeared on her white neck. Fong Tang was speechless. She seemed to have misunderstood something. But at this time, a dim light appeared, and the chip on Cailin Lin's neck flickered. Fong Tang stood up suddenly. Cailin Lin raised her head. Ah! What's wrong? It's nothing. You? Fong Tang's heart sank. And what he was worried about seemed to be happening. The pupils of the little policewoman in front of her began to dilate. The expression on her face gradually calmed down. And then she stood up like a zombie. Fong Tang was silent and stretched out his hand tremblingly, but dropped it weakly. Cailin Lin's eyes were completely glazed over. She started drooling, and then she made a mechanical sound from her mouth. Fong Tang! The 5-element pen appeared in Fong Tang's hand. At this moment, he suppressed negative emotions such as anger, frustration, and grief. The water attribute turned, and the tip of the pen touched Cailin Lin's forehead. Cailin Lin's voice was still mechanical. DNA copying has been completed. It's too late. Player Fong Tang. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. How many sisters are there in the company's special incident handling team? You look stupid. Cailin Lin put her hands on her mouth, stiffly curved the corners of her mouth, and made a smiling expression. She continued to speak in a mechanical voice. My number is 20,001. The company's latest product. And also the strongest sister. Fong Tang was silent. The chip behind Xiaolin's neck was as bright as a lamp. She was completely controlled. Sister 20001. Based on the existing game data, Fong Tang, you are the strongest player of the new generation. It's an honor to play against you. Fong Tang. You can already cheat. Since you can control Xiaolin through the chip, why not just control me? I also have a chip. Sister 20001. According to the rules of the game, my authority cannot directly control the players in the level process. She still maintained a smile and continued. But Cailin Lin voluntarily joined the Wajirai Island level. Yes, according to the rules of the game, she is not only a player, but also has the attributes of a game NPC. I just adjusted her new level game options. Fong Tang naturally cannot compare with his sister in terms of mastering the rules of the game. And it is this sister's privilege to exploit the loopholes in the rules of the Hanajiri Island level game. Damn. The seemingly harmless little girl is so scary even in terms of intelligence. Fong Tang took a deep breath and asked again. So, where is Alice? Is that the new player whose memory has been transferred? He is your subordinate. According to the rules of the game, he is your subordinate and cannot be controlled. Tang. Then stop talking nonsense. Do you want to threaten me now? Sister 20001. Player Fong Tang. You should know what I am going to do next. Fong Tang said bitterly. I have thought of a certain possibility. Sister 20001. Can you really guess my follow-up plan? Fong Tang clenched his fists. You can extract Xiaolin's DNA through the chip. Now you have 3 treatment devices over there, all of which have the ability to copy humans. So you can copy it as much as you want. He couldn't continue. Sister 20001. Yes, I can copy an army composed of Cailin Lin. Then you have to face a problem. Can you kill the copied Cailin Lin? Can Fong Tang kill him? He himself was doubting it. It would be Lich Sin, with Cailin Lin appearing one after another, and dying in their own hands one by one. 20001 Sister. I admire your IQ very much. You can fight against me with human stupidity. You are worthy of the strongest player. Fong Tang frowned. Are you engaging in psychological warfare now? Engage in such a conspiracy. 20001 Sister. There are 2 types of human strategies, conspiracy and conspiracy. What I am doing now is conspiracy. Conspiracy. Fong Tang's heart raced, and the 5-element pen in his hand suddenly popped out, and the water arrow pierced the wall of the detention center. Outside, there is a cliff. Above the cliff, dark storm clouds, carrying electric charges invisible to the naked eye, poured in crazily along the breach in the wall. The manipulated Cailin Lin fled outside as fast as lightning, but she still took a step slower. Her voice began to break out. I can do it if Fong Tang is useless. Cailin Lin's eyes began to blink, and her whole body was shaking. Fong Tang hugged her quickly. Outside, streaks of lightning lit up crazily. The storm circle was approaching the edge of the cliff, dancing on top of the police station. Chapter 195. Enjoy watching. Because of the interference of ionized particles in the storm, my sister's control over Cailin Lin was broken. But Fong Tang didn't feel relaxed at all. The situation has become extremely bad, and Sister 20001 has actually taken full control of the initiative. He carried the unconscious Cailin Lin out of the detention room. When he looked up, He found that Douglas was the only one left in the room. "Where are the soldiers?" Fong Tang asked sharply. Douglas frowned. "The monsters have stopped attacking. Now is the best chance. They go out to dispose of Cooper's body. There are 4 young men who died in the bay. No matter what, I will take their bodies and leave alive." "Here. Stupid." Fong Tang cursed in his heart. But it is useless to say more at this time. Douglas sighed. "Alice and your friends are now trapped on the hillside. The storm clouds have already approached here. Lightning is likely to detonate minefields. They can only choose a safer road. But they have to take some time." Fong Tang said nothing. It's already raining heavily outside, and it's the darkest hour before dawn. The black clouds and sky merged into one, and there was only lightning. At this time, there were footsteps outside. 5 soldiers handling the body rushed in panting, and made an okay gesture to Douglas. "It's done." Douglas closed his eyes and began to pray, and the soldiers also took off their helmets in solemn silence. Fong Tang glanced at them, carried Kai Lin Lin on his back, and took out his mobile phone with his left hand. 5 photos and 5 temporary soldiers' files were opened together. And then he pulled out Douglas's pistol with his right hand like lightning. "Soldiers, put down your weapons." Ah! These American soldiers were stunned. They hesitated for a moment, then put down their guns one by one and subconsciously raised their hands. Fong Tang looked at the black soldier coldly. "John, let's start with you. Let us see your scars." The black soldier could only tear off his combat uniform again, revealing the deep scar on his left shoulder. Fong Tang looked at the photos on his phone meticulously and nodded. "Pick up your gun and stand behind me." "John!" The black man raised his gun in confusion. "Now, Joseph, let me see your tattoo." The second soldier shrugged, and a tattoo of a beautiful woman's skull appeared. "Very well. Pick up your gun and get behind me." "Third." "Fourth." The last soldier began to retreat. "Michael!" Fong Tang stared at him coldly. "You have 2 scars on your back, both shrapnel scratches, and there is a cross tattoo on your shoulder blade. I took a photo of it. Show me now." Michael screamed. "That's ridiculous. You're not an angel. You're just a liar. I've had enough." His blue eyes stared at his comrades. "Are you still going to let this Chinese kid insult me?" "John." "Joseph. Beat to death." "Him." Joseph turned the gun hesitantly, but was stopped by the black man John. Everyone else is at a loss. At this time, Douglas picked up his rifle and rushed over, pointing the gun at the last soldier. "Michael." "Xiao Mai, why don't you show us your Medal of Honor? You are always willing to show your scars." Michael blinking. His face was as delicate as a baby's, and his hands were nowhere to be seen, as if they had just been cared for. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he threw up his pistol. The moment Michael subconsciously raised his head, the 5 Elements pin silently cut open his combat uniform. "Kick this guy over with one kick." Michael fell to the ground, and the soldiers around him screamed. He is old with thin skin and tender flesh, and his back is as smooth as a newborn. Even the cross tattoo is gone. "What the H.L. is going on?" The soldiers were still exclaiming, but Douglas had already fired directly. Michael twitched twice on the ground, and scaly scars appeared horribly on his body. Douglas took a breath and looked at Fong Tang. "Dear friend, now I finally know why you took those photos." Fong Tang looked outside. "You should have understood a long time ago." Douglas turned to the soldier. At this time they explained. "Boys, haven't you noticed? The monsters outside can be disguised, and the dead can be resurrected. So keep your eyes open." He was still talking, staggered, and was kicked over by Fong Tang. Fong Tang's figure with an afterimage, and Kai Lin Lin fell next to Douglas. The other 5 soldiers did not have such reaction speed. In a daze, bright thread-shaped fires appeared outside. Machine guns with tracer bullets fired wildly outside the minefield, covering the entire police station. The bullets used were still dumb bombs. The high-explosive bullets with special cracks in the warhead tore apart the 5 soldiers in the police station almost instantly. Boom! There was another sniper bomb blast. Douglas groaned, turned around, and pulled open the combat uniform, revealing the double-layered body armor underneath. The sniper warhead only pierced the first layer of body armor, but the impact caused him to break 3 ribs. "My dear friend, run away quickly." Douglas coughed. Fong Tang reached out and patted him, and the 5 Elements pin with attribute needle pierced the old man's arm. The synthetic drug mixed with morphine stimulates the old man's potential. Backwards, close to the back wall of the police station, where the storm ionization intensity is the strongest. Fong Tang whispered, "Help me protect this girl." Pushing Douglas to the wall, Kai Linlin put it down. And Fong Tang took the afterimage appeared and rushed out of the police station. Before the body landed, the 5 elements pin had already turned into earth attribute and stabbed hard into the earth in front of him. The ground covered with anti-infantry mines exploded together in resonant shock waves. 4 replicator soldiers wearing frogman diving suits were blown to pieces on the spot. After waiting for the smoke to clear, Fong Tang looked at the rocks on the side. Beixing's cry came. The 3 soldiers who went to rescue them lay quietly in front of the stone, each with horrific bullet holes in their bodies. Fong Tang whistled, and the sensing system was connected. Lao Jiao was fine, but Fong Qingqing's left arm was slightly injured. The harpoon in Ling Yin's hand was filled with blood, and he was breathing heavily. At his feet was a monster covered in fish scales. Tong Feifei leaned next to Beixing and looked over. But between the rock and the police station, a deep ditch appeared. In the ditch, 12 armored fish-scale monsters appeared, crawling there, with mucus flowing from their cheeks, waiting for instructions from the distance. Now, that ditch has become an impassable place. Ahead, a figure suddenly appeared strangely. It was a girl with long hair shawl. Her body was covered with silver-white fish scales, like a mermaid walking out of the sea, following the direction of the pirate graveyard. The girl passed through the monsters in the mountain road and appeared in front of Fong Tang. The fish scales shine like a silver dress in the lightning. Under the long hair, the face of Kai Linlin's clone is so beautiful. She looked at Fong Tang. Due to the influence of the storm, I lost control of the player Kai Linlin's body, but you know it is useless. Speaking softly, the mermaid-like Kai Linlin copy leaned over. He picked up a fragment of a mine, then smiled softly and held up the sharp piece of iron. No! Fong Tang yelled. The iron piece in mermaid Kai Linlin's hand had pierced her neck, tearing her entire neck apart bit by bit in pain. Her head dropped in horror. You can watch it slowly. The mermaid clone fell down. Another girl appears. Fong Qingqing's copy maintained the beauty of the original body, walked quickly, naked, then laughed ferociously, and jumped directly into the monster. The murlocs tore at her flesh. Behind the rock, the real Fong Qingqing screamed, holding her head, and fainted. Then, the second clone of Kai Linlin appeared again. You can watch it slowly. Sister 20,001's mechanical voice was so clear in the lightning. Remind you that the next copy will bring the complete memories of both of them. Fong Tang stood frozen in the heavy rain. Fong Tang! Save me! Tang! I don't want to die like this! Kill me! This time 4 clones appeared at the same time. Kai Linlin and Fong Qingqing could no longer tell whether they were themselves, because they retained all the memories of their original bodies. They were screaming. Shut up! Fong Tang roared feebly. The 4 clones stopped screaming at the same time. Their pupils dilated together, and they uttered a mechanical voice in unison. Player Fong Tang, do you admit that you lost? Fong Tang's face was pale, and without any blood. In Chapter 196, the 4 clones whose bug was finally manipulated wore triumphant smiles. Player Fong Tang, your biggest weakness is that you are easily affected by emotional projection. In fact, you can completely ignore these clones. From a rational analysis, these clones are not themselves, but you just can't stand it. Sister number 20001's tone had began to change, and there was a human emotion like ridicule. I have read all your files. You have rare EQ and IQ, but you have been in a state of lack of maternal love since you were a child. Based on Freudian psychoanalysis, you are that kind of person? The personality most easily affected by emotional projection. Among the wishes you once wrote before your death, the first one was to travel to Tibet. Maybe you didn't realize it yourself. This is a kind of escapism. When faced with the threat of death, you would rather die alone and not be seen by anyone. Because even if you die, you are not allowed to be sympathized with by others. In the second level of the game for beginners, you kill by man with your own hands. In the silent level, you once again tried to kill Zhu Chuanjing, who was manipulated by the game. Because in your subconscious, you want these girls to rest in peace instead of being tortured. So now I can torture the girls you care about to your heart's content. Oh, now comes the interesting part. I found the DNA of a player named Shauna in the record on the first generation treatment device number 1. Remind you, the DNA of the Shauna player shows that she is not the same name. A player with the same surname is the real Shauna. As completely incomprehensible. But Fong Tang couldn't concentrate on thinking about Xia Na 60 years ago. He closed his eyes and used all his strength to calm himself. Don't be affected by her. Don't be affected by her. She is analyzing my personality. She wants me to collapse. But something is wrong. Yes, something is wrong. Why is she doing this? As the game boss of this level, isn't the ultimate goal to directly eliminate me? Sister 20,001's words were like a sharp scalpel, cutting into Fong Tang's soul, personality, and consciousness in front of him. Fong Tang was thinking, if all emotions were put aside, all the actions of Sister number 20001 from the time she appeared to the present flashed through Fong Tang's mind like lightning. It seemed that countless confusing clues gradually became clear. Contradiction. Sister number 20001's behavior contains logical contradictions. It seems like an unexplainable bug. Fong Tang thought quickly in his mind. The position I am standing at has left the storm area. It is within the direct attack range of the Sky Exorcist satellite. The monsters around me now also have enough opportunities to directly attack Sister number 20001. She also, what are you waiting for? In front. Sister number 20001 controlled 4 clone girls and continued. According to the game records, player Fong Tang and player Shauna seem to have a deep attachment. The tone of number 20001 has become increasingly serious. More like a real person. She is evolving. From the original mechanical data analysis to the current psychological offensive. In the confrontation with Fong Tang, the speed of her evolution was so amazing. Now, Sister number 20001 shows her final move. If I copy Shauna and let those monsters ravage me in front of you, well, you probably have a mental mysophobia in your emotional projection. Can you accept that kind of scene? This is an absolutely vicious killing move. Silence. A flash of lightning suddenly lit up in the sky, and the storm had shrunk to the center of Wajirai Island. This was when the thunder was at its most violent. The lightning made the night as bright as day. Fong Tang also opened his eyes at this time and smiled strangely. Huh? All 4 clone girls shouted. Why are you laughing? Fong Tang walked forward step by step, walked through the deep ditch after the mine exploded, and walked straight past the monsters. The 4 clone girls, carrying the consciousness of number 20001, now began to retreat subconsciously. Hey, you've been analyzing me for so long. Now it's my turn. Right. Fong Tang's smile stimulated Sister number 20001 in the deep darkness. I have no personality. You can't analyze me. The 4 clone girls began to scream. Fong Tang continued. Of course you have no personality. Poor cyborg. But your behavior is full of bugs. Ridiculous bugs. Sister number 20001 was angry. Evolved human emotions are increasingly evident. The 4 clone girls exploded on the spot and turned into a mist of blood. Fong Tang slowly wiped away the blood on his face and was already standing at the edge of the pirate graveyard, less than 2 meters away from the little girl in a floral skirt. Now, they can face each other. From behind, Alice carried Fong Qingqing on her back and rushed over desperately. Fong Tang. Beishing barked. High in the sky, 3 blue light pillars were still pouring into the Dragon King's coffin. Fong Tang waved to Lao Zhao and the others behind him, and looked at his sister again. Then he relaxed and spread his arms. Please! Sister number 20001's eyes flashed with crazy data streams. What? Please kill me! Fong Tang said calmly. The blonde old Zhao and the others behind them all screamed. Fong Tang! No! Fong Qingqing had already woken up, screaming and smashing the iron tube in her hand at her sister. The iron cylinder was shattered by a light arrow in midair, and all the metal fishing lines inside fell to Fong Tang's feet. The younger sister looked at old Zhao and the others. The blue electromagnetic energy in the sky turned into hundreds of light arrows, turning wildly and piercing straight. Fong Tang dodged, but still stretched out his arms to block Lao Zhao and the others. The light arrow began to stagnate, turned unwillingly, and fell towards the sea. Lao Zhao and the others were all shocked. What the hell is this? Could Fong Tang be able to control those light arrows? Fong Tang suddenly walked towards the Dragon King's coffin and rushed directly towards the 3 blue electromagnetic energy that could melt everything. The younger sister began to retreat, and the data stream in her eyes flickered again. But this time, there were countless garbled codes. With a hiss, the blue electromagnetic energy in the sky began to dissipate. In order to avoid the suicidal Fong Tang, all super electromagnetic signals from the satellite were forced to dissipate. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. The 5 elements pen appeared, and he stabbed hard. The 4 major attributes of water, fire, metal, and earth are activated continuously. Boom, boom, boom. 3 coffins were shattered on the spot. The treatment device also carried accumulated energy. which produced uncontrollable shock waves and high temperatures when it exploded. But something strange happened. Sister number 20001 appeared desperately, hugging Fong Tang and forcibly avoiding the explosion range. Lao Zhao and Fong Qingqing rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The data stream in the eyes of the little girl in the floral skirt is already full of garbled codes. Fong Tang raised his fist and hit her in the face with all his strength. The little girl staggered back, half of her face sunken, and clear blue blood flowed out. The nanoparticle bugs frantically repaired her injuries. Boom! Another punch came. Now! You, a cyborg, can feel what pain is. Hey! A water arrow penetrated my sister's neck. The metal pen tip finally pierced her heart. The nanoparticle bugs repaired the injuries again and again. But number 20001 actually showed no resistance and uttered a mechanical and chaotic voice. Bug! 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 At this time, in the secret room in the far north, the deep man was silent. Then he let out a self-deprecating smile. Oh my god! I made such a stupid mistake! The special attention list appeared in front of him. Among the 99 special attention players, Fong Tang's image is flashing. A line of prompts appeared below the flashing image. The player's special attention permission has a bug conflict with the Hanajari Island game level. Please note that this is a serious SSS level bug. The Black Queen sighed. Master. The man shook his head. Any player that I pay special attention to automatically has a special authority. Heiran said. This authority is equivalent to the right of amnesty. That is, only I have the right to decide their life and death. The Black Queen knew without calculation the seriousness of this bug. Sister number 20001 must abide by this authority. She cannot kill Fong Tang, and she cannot let Fong Tang die in front of her. Because you, the master, did not give the order. So, Fong Tang seems to have discovered this, damn it. He is actually using his own life as the ultimate weapon. Number 20001 can't do anything about it. Black Queen. Master, do you want to modify Fong Tang's permissions? The man frowned. If you do that, isn't it equivalent to me and sister number 20001 taking action against Fong Tang? The Black Queen was silent. The man proudly raised his glass. No, I won't do that. Now, turn off the live broadcast. Don't let the VIPs see such a shameful scene. And then immediately change the final process of the game and inject new instructions into Sister 20001. Black Queen. The instructions have started to be updated. The man hummed. New instructions. Kill everyone on the island except Fong Tang. And then complete the game by default. Sipping the hot wine gently, his eyes were full of excitement. I just want to see if this little guy can have any more surprises. Chapter 197 Return. It was raining heavily on Huawu Island. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, but the cloudy storm in the sky is slowly dissipating. At this time, the air is filled with electromagnetic energy that cannot be detected by the human eye. The rain hitting my face seemed to sting. The eyes of sister number 20001, the little girl named Latest, suddenly became extremely clear, and those garbled characters were no longer visible. The nanoparticle bugs had also completely repaired her injuries. Her skin was still as tender as milk, but a thin layer of defensive field composed of electric charges appeared around her body. The fist that hit her body seemed to be stuck in needles, numbing and burning. Fong Tang held his numb fists and screamed in his heart. Player Fong Tang, you have won this level of the game by default. I have received the latest instructions to kill everyone on the island except you. The latest player said crisply. Fong Tang's eyes shrank, and he subconsciously stood in front of everyone. The latest girl tilted her head and smiled. At this moment, she looked more and more like the sister in the Resurrection Gate, full of human emotions, with the innocence and purity that a little girl should have. The instructions given to me by the master are free to use. The latest one clapped her hands happily. I am different from other sisters. I have the ability to evolve myself, and I can modify my body parameters as the surrounding environment changes. Great. She is wasting time. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to send a signal. The blonde old Zhao understood immediately. Staying here at this time will only drag Fong Tang down. He forcibly picked up Bei Xing and pushed Li Nianjue hard. Let's go. Take them back to the police station. We are all a burden here. Fong Qingqing turned back 3 times, and Tong Feifei was also hesitant, although they had known each other for a short time. Feifei clearly felt that the young man standing in front was everyone's savior. They walked faster and faster and quickly disappeared into the heavy rain. A star has appeared on the eastern sea. It is the morning star. and the morning sun is about to rise. The storm will eventually pass, and the latest work is still thinking about itself. Since I can choose my favorite way to carry out this massacre, then I must have a sense of art. This is also the difference between me and other sisters. Fong Tang licked his lips. Wait, how many sisters do you have? The latest one chuckled. You want to delay time with such a boring question? Fong Tang didn't want to give her a chance to think. You said you were different from other sisters. Are you a new model? The latest one was still smiling. I can't answer these questions. I don't have the authority to say it. And you don't have the authority to listen. Fong Tang's mind suddenly changed. You are a cyborg. Emotions are all simulated. Right? Can you eat human food? What do you like to eat? The latest work bit his finger. Fong Tang, don't waste your energy. My massacre plan has just started. Okay. Now I'm actually delaying your time. Fong Tang became increasingly uneasy. The latest work looks at the sky. There are 568 humans on the island, scattered all over the place. When the sun rises, the massacre order must be completed. Even for me, it is difficult to complete this task under normal plans. 568 humans. They are scattered all over the island. And 2 boats can be easily found near the police station and can quickly leave the island. Fong Tang's heart skipped a beat. What exactly is your massacre plan? After the plan is completed, it can kill all the creatures on the island instantly. No one can escape. Only you can avoid this under my protection. A disaster? Fong Tang knew that he had been fooled. And the 5 Elements pen appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to lift it, his wrist went numb, and he sat on the ground involuntarily, his whole body stiff. Player Fong Tang, I have delayed you for enough time, and you have lost the opportunity to play the best game. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. You have only one possibility of gambling, which is to threaten me by committing suicide. Leda said coldly. So I have been quietly gathering electromagnetic energy on the ground and sending it to your feet through rain. You are not very smart. Huh? Fong Tang was so weak that he couldn't even speak. The little girl raised her hand again and pointed to the sky. Electromagnetic energy is a type of energy, and it is a very general term. In fact, there are various forms of energy expression. But if these energies are gathered to a certain extent, they will emitting lethal radiation. Fong Tang closed his eyes. He now felt as if his scalp was being pricked by thousands of needles at the same time, and waves of dizziness came to his brain. It felt like there was energy roasting my brain. The latest work exclaimed. Your body temperature is normal, but your brain temperature and brain pressure index have reached dangerous levels. Even the rain in the sky could not cool down Fong Tang's brain. At this time, the rain is already carrying stronger and stronger radiation. In the latest work, the little girl's murder plan is indeed full of art. Looking at it now, the flying raindrops seem to be fluorescent, and the entire island is shrouded in this beautiful shimmer. The lethal amount of radiation will cover the entire island through rain. Even if you hide in the house, you cannot avoid it. As for escaping from the island, you will only be exposed to the rain and die faster. In this situation, it's not actually how smart the little girl is. It's just that she has better resources. Give anyone a controllable super satellite, and they can create this kind of godlike killing ability. Fong Tang's head hurts more and more. The brain now seems to be beating like a spring. He could already feel that the folds of the brain, the amygdala, and even the new and dead brain cells were jumping. The black virus and the blue light flow had completed the second fusion, and now the original gray-white color of the brain had been restored. Bai's consciousness, which was originally blue, now became brighter, and finally turned into pure white. And every brain cell seems to have a strange structure. Fong Tang's consciousness was completely separated now, and he could clearly see his brain again, when the brain cells are infinitely enlarged. The double helix structure of DNA is being bitten by black virus bugs, and the bitten double helix structure is rebuilt and supplemented by a pure white light particle. Finally, the virus, light particles, and its own genetic material completely formed a new double helix DNA. Normal human DNA has 23 pairs of chromosomes, but Fong Tang's newborn chromosomes have 24 pairs. The last pair of chromosomes, one black and one white, looks like swimming fish fused together. ZZB? Fong Tang yelled and opened his eyes. The little girl's latest work was riding on him, and a pair of small hands with electric current patted his heart again. She actually used her hands to simulate the hospital's defibrillator and give herself first aid. You won't die. And you can't die. The little girl is still strictly carrying out her mission. Now that I have restored your heartbeat, just quietly follow me and watch a meteor shower composed of radiation. The rain has slowed down. The faint whiteness in the eastern sky became more and more obvious. Above the island, only the last dark cloud remained. The autumn storm on Huijirai Island formed this black cloud with lightning, like a flashback. Fong Tang let out a breath. In his brain, the familiar and intimate call sounded. Master! I'm back! Chapter 198 Little Idiot. Bai's voice sounded so sweet now. The strange thing is that Fong Tang no longer needs to use his brain power to talk to Bai. Because Bai's consciousness was completely integrated into his brain. It feels like I have a second personality. No need to talk. No need to think. Bai's ability and voice blended seamlessly with his consciousness. Fong Tang breathed out again and looked at the little girl riding on him. Your art massacre plan seems to be missing an important link. The latest work frowned. Don't try to influence me. All my plans have passed. We have made the most rigorous calculations. Fong Tang was now extremely relaxed. Yes. Very careful calculations. Your lethal radiation requires 3 conditions. The first is the energy of the Sky Exorcist satellite. And the second is the lightning in the dark cloud in the sky. And the third is sunlight. The most important thing is the third condition. Sunlight filtered by the atmosphere only contains trace amounts of harmful radiation to humans. But it is the necessary and most critical radiation for you to create massacres. The latest one's eyes widened. Fong Tang was completely different. Before just now, he was at best a human being with a superior IQ. But now, this person seems to have the same supercomputing power as himself. No, it seems to be stronger than his own. Fong Tang smiled. Now, I'm afraid you are missing the most critical link of solar radiation. The latest work sneered. You still want to confuse me? Even if there are dark clouds blocking it, the sun's radiation will still reach the island. Even if you can use an infinite curtain to cover the island, and solar radiation can still penetrate. Ha ha. Can you stop the sun from rising? Fong Tang didn't need to think. Bai's calculation results had already appeared in his brain after the upgrade. He even patted the latest work's little head wildly. Of course, I can't stop the sun from rising. This is not my problem. But your calculation error. The latest work ignored Fong Tang's wanton behavior. You? Please make it clear. Biochemical girl. Your lethal radiation requires the Sky Exorcist satellite, cloud lightning, and solar radiation to reach the island at the same time. The 3 types of radiation energy must be gathered together at the same time to be successful. Right. The latest work smacked his big hand away. Humph. I thought you had any insights. It is true that the 3 arrived at the same time. So I repeated the calculation 100,000 times. After 3 minutes and 12 seconds, the Earth rotates. The orbital results show that Huawu Island has just entered the range of the sun. At this time, the Sky Expedition 1 satellite, which has gathered enough energy, will emit 3 beams of energy. At the same time, the dark clouds above will also emit a bolt of lightning. Just like 3 ingredients are put into the pot at the same time. The expected deliciousness is about to appear. Fong Tang laughed heartily. The latest work is now like a silly little girl, screaming, What are you laughing at again? Sorry. The sun will not appear in 3 minutes and 12 seconds, but in 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Little idiot. You will miss the opportunity for 3 kinds of radiation to gather. And now you have no time to readjust the timing of releasing satellite energy. The latest work has recalculated in an instant, and finally knows where it went wrong. She burst into tears. Blue tears fell one by one. Fong Tang laid down holding his chest. You made me laugh to death. You calculated the Earth's rotational orbit, but you forgot the speed of light and the distance between the Earth and the Sun. The distance between the Sun and the Earth is 149,597,870 kilometers, and the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Simple math problem. Little idiot. It takes 8 minutes and 18 seconds for the sun's radiation to reach the Earth. The latest work made her cry even harder. This is the only human-like emotional reaction she can make. Fong Tang closed his eyes and opened them again, and his voice had a faint tone. Crying will not solve the problem. If you want to complete the lethal radiation plan, there is a second option. The little girl opened her eyes wide. Why do you want to tell me this? Blue tears were still swirling in her eyes, but she withdrew them in surprise at this time. Fong Tang hesitantly said, I'll say whatever I want. It's up to you whether you listen or not. The latest work became silent. Fong Tang flicked his fingers on the ground. The fine metal fishing line coming out of Fong Qingqing's iron tube seemed to be attracted by a magnetic force and moved silently towards the little girl's feet. The latest work is now staring at Fong Tang. full of surprise and uncertainty. The second option is to forcibly trigger the lightning in the clouds above. If the energy of the lightning is large enough, it can supplement the missing part due to solar radiation. Combined with your satellite energy, you can superimpose the lightning through 3 points, so it can still cause lethal radiation. Your mission can be completed. Fong Tang turned his fingers, and the metal fishing line bent like an iron ring, turning around the little girl's naked feet. In the latest work, powerful data flow appears in the eyes again. Surprise! Shock! Fong Tang's second plan turned out to be feasible. It's so much faster than my own calculations. The latest work was repeated quickly. As long as the 3 energies of the Sky Exorcist satellite passed through the last cloud in a triangle shape, they merge with the energy of lightning to create 3 superpositions and complete an exponential increase. She started to execute it uncontrollably. This plan, because this is the last chance to complete the order. Now! With 10 seconds left, the Sky Exorcist satellite will begin to release the set energy. The latest one finally asked, "Why are you helping me? This is completely contrary to your goal and inconsistent with your logical behavior." Fong Tang said nothing, only wagging his fingers. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 4 seconds. With a roar, 3 bright blue light pillars penetrated the sky and went straight into the clouds. After being fully charged, Sky Expedition Satellite 1 released 100% of its energy. Then lightning appeared. The blue and white light turned into a complete ball of light at this moment, falling towards Wajirai Island. With a ding sound, the metal fishing line around Fong Tang also shot up. One end of the fishing line turned into a triangle and flew high into the sky, while the other end was firmly tied to the little girl's feet. 2 seconds. Sorry. Fong Tang chuckled softly and rolled around suddenly. 1 second. Prick! There was just a slight pop, like the sound of a needle popping a balloon. Fong Tang held his head in his hands and his body bounced like a rubber ball. Countless indescribable lightning bolts appeared on the ground where the little girl was. Blue and white light illuminates the entire island, brighter than the day. The energy of lightning raged around, from the pirate graveyard to the cliff, and all the surrounding land was turned into scorched earth. After Fong Tang landed, he was hit by the subsequent shock wave and flew more than 50 meters like a ball. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. But the most deadly heat and burning have been successfully avoided. The little girl's latest work absorbed almost all the radiation and explosions, and is probably now turned into a pile of ash. Fong Tang gasped and could finally lie down completely relaxed. Lethal radiation based on electromagnetic energy will be quickly absorbed by the Earth. After 1 minute, this place will be absolutely safe. However, within 1 minute, you must not get close to the area within 50 meters in diameter. Otherwise you will suffer damage from super strong radiation. Chaoyang, from the east the sea rises, and the sky is as clear as blue. A reminder that the game is complete came to my ears. Congratulations to player Fong Tang for completing the Legend of Wajirai Island on S+ level difficulty. In the final process, the game rewards 60,000 game coins and 9 random lottery tickets in the mall. Player attribute file updated. It is detected that the player has enough game currency. Will it be automatically promoted to a senior player? Special mission update. The prompts kept ringing, and Fong Tang felt the warm sunshine. For a moment, he was mentally exhausted and just wanted to have a good sleep. All confirmed. Congratulations to senior player Fong Tang. You have achieved the senior player achievement in the shortest time and with the highest difficulty. You will be rewarded with 100,000 game coins. You will automatically qualify as a game VIP. Numbered 100. Special mission update. Novice player Kai Lin has successfully changed her identity. Congratulations to senior player Fong Tang for getting his second subordinate. Player Fong Tang has obtained 2 subordinates. He only needs to obtain 1 more subordinate to get a reward. A guild building token. The player attribute interface automatically expands. Player name, Fong Tang. Level, advanced player. Title, VIP number 100. Mall permission, advanced. Game assistant, Skylark exclusive. Level tip. The next level is an expert player. Please follow prompt to accept the expert level trial and upgrade as soon as possible. Fans follow 11,000 people, of which 10,208 are VIPs. 2 people are super VIPs. Game currency balance, 185,900. Pet, North Star. Subordinate 1, Zhao Zhongqing, blonde hair form, is an F-class subordinate with weak strength. Other attributes are unknown. Subordinate 2, Kai Lin, an E-level subordinate, a beginner in strength. Other attributes are unknown. Customized weapon, 5 elements pen, upgradable. 20 random lottery tickets in the mall. The attribute interface is very bloated. And there are several very obvious changes. With the title of VIP, ranking 100 is very amazing. Just one short of being a super VIP. Expert level missions require trials. You have known this for a long time. Skylark, on the other hand, unexpectedly became his assistant. No longer a game instructor. But it is still exclusive to myself. Fong Tang closed his eyes. Hide the attribute interface and simplify the display. Okay. Player Fong Tang's attribute interface only displays the main data and hides everything else. Fong Tang stood up slowly. The air on the island has become so sweet. In 10 minutes, the company's logistics department will arrive. Fong Tang's brain automatically turned white. Master, I have something to ask of you in these 10 minutes. Bai's consciousness felt light, and she seemed to have human emotions. What? Fong Tang immediately sensed Bai's request and was shocked. Why do you do this? I never agree. That little girl is a devil. Please, please. Bai's consciousness actually began to get entangled in nonsense. Tell me the reason. Master, now I am you and you are me. We have the same consciousness. Will I still harm you? Fong Tang frowned and walked towards the center of the black scorched earth. That's what I said. But Resurrection 20001 sister, no. It's a bit creepy to think about it. In front of you is a deep pit. In the smoking pit, the little girl had long since disappeared. But there was a drop of light shining like water. Chapter 199 Oil Bottle. Fong Tang jumped down into the pit and leaned over to pick up the drop of light. Frowning, the light spot danced happily in his palm, and then began to copy. It turned into 2 water droplets. Then 4. Then 8. Fong Tang felt increasingly creepy. The water drops began to become more elastic, and 8 of them were combined together, and finally turned into a square. It feels like a candy. It really looks like a crystal candy, even with a hint of sweet smell. Bai. Master, we don't have enough biological nanoparticle bugs. If you want to resurrect this little guy, you have to buy some nanoparticle bugs. Fong Tang had already opened the mall with a frown. On the last page of the mall under advanced permissions, you can see the option of nanoparticle glue. Master, we need 17 units of nanoparticle glue. Fong Tang almost jumped up when he saw the unit price of 17 units. 10,000 game coins per unit. This nanoparticle glue is too expensive. I worked hard to save 10,000 game coins. Bai ignored him and said cheerfully, then we also need the product number 2011. Fong Tang looked at it. Desire Mall. Product number 2011. The same replica dress of the sister of the company's special affairs handling team. This trendy product. New brand. Perfect one-to-one imitation. Fans of my sister are in luck. This floral dress has a variety of colors. You can match it according to your own preferences. Order now, and you will get 10:1 sister as a gift figure one. Fong Tang was speechless. You can choose high-waisted, A-shaped, ultra-short, and other styles, as well as star engraving, light snow filament, and other high-end materials. All styles are self-cleaning and will never wear out. Became more and more speechless. This product is the best-selling product in the entire mall. It is invested by Yonhua Bank, one of the 4 major banks. Its reputation is guaranteed. It has sold 76,400 units in the World Game Zone. Such shameful sales volume. In order to welcome this year's expert trial, a special discount price of 5,000 game coins is launched. I don't want to buy it. Fong Tang shook his head repeatedly. I don't want to buy anything. Now I will crush this thing. Master, this is the core of sister number 20001. You can't crush it. Humph. You don't, are you obedient? Master, I'm going to crush you now. What can you do? Bai sighed. I can't do anything. But after your daughter is born, I will tell her what you did today. Why? Fong Tang was stunned, and then shocked. Wait, how did you know that Yashin was carrying a daughter? Baiamo said. The word Su is a daughter, stimulated Fong Tang. He hesitated again and finally asked, will the resurrected sister number 20001 rebel? Master, there is no such thing as rebellion, because I will transform my consciousness into some kind of genetic factor and inject it into the new little girl. In the body. Believe me once. The benefits you will get in the future cannot be exchanged for tens of thousands of game coins. If there is a master or above player standing here at this time, facing this opportunity, he will not hesitate even if he loses everything. Then I will believe you once. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and spent the 170,000 game coins with great distress. The chip behind his head buzzed, and he received 17 units of nanoparticle glue directly from the mall. I closed my eyes and bought the same imitation floral dress for 5,000 game coins. Master, I chose the color of star black, the smallest size, and the material for star engraving. Well, this product will arrive together with the logistics department. Fong Tang looked at his game currency balance. It was originally worth 100,000 yuan to upgrade, and I got an achievement reward of 100,000 yuan. It was considered a free upgrade to the advanced level, and I made a lot of money. Good thing now, there are only 10,900 game coins left. He sat down helplessly, feeling that he had been deceived. At this time, 17 water droplets popped up from the chip on the back of his head, flew up, and landed on the candy cube in his palm. The candy bar bounced up uncontrollably and flew into the pit again. A star-like light appeared in the far north. In the secret room, there was silence and embarrassment. It took a long time for the long-haired man to come to his senses and slap the table hard. Damn Fong Tang! The Black Queen fell into silence to avoid the host's embarrassment. The long-haired man took a long time to hold a chess piece. The latest work number 20001 is my hard work. It has the ability of self-evolution that other sisters do not have. Although it has failed on some levels, it is definitely my favorite at the moment. A daughter was deceived like this? He used the word deceive. The Black Queen could only remind. Number 20001 has failed. It melted under the radiation and high temperature just now. It seems that Fong Tang wants to use nanoparticle insects to copy one. We just need to activate the self-destruct device. The man touched it. He lifted his chin, and there was a hint of beard. It's incredible. I was completely immersed in the level of Huawu Island. The small levels of S+ are so exciting. Fong Tang deserves this unexpected reward. The Black Queen surprised. Master, are you going to let Fong Tang get the core of sister number 20001? You know, this is very dangerous, and Fong Tang is not qualified. Before she could finish, the man had already ordered. Cancel the core of sister number 20001. With all the permissions, she will not be able to share the company's database, control satellites, and will not be able to receive future upgrade support. The Black Queen began to execute the instructions. I'm just curious. The man's eyes flashed. What kind of existence can number 20001 become with Fong Tang? The Black Queen made a buzzing sound. Master, this has violated 2 of the company's highest orders. Destiny plan. The man stopped talking. On Huawu Island, Fong Tang slowly saw a small figure appearing in the deep pit. I feel something is wrong. There was more than just nanoparticle glue popping up in the chip behind my head. Right. Fong Tang's consciousness instantly communicated with Bai. Yes, Master. In order to better resurrect number 20001, I used a little bit of your DNA. Damn it. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. What is going on? Master, strictly speaking, it is your and my genetic factors that together form the body of this child. In other words, Bai and I gave birth to a child together. Child. Fong Tang almost fainted. At this time, a group of people were rushing towards me from the direction of the police station. Kai Linlin, Blonde Old Zhao, Fong Qingqing, Ling Yanjui, Douglas, and Fei Fei all saw Fong Tang from a distance and immediately cheered together. Fong Tang subconsciously blocked the pit and shouted to the people rushing towards him. Stop! Everyone stood there in fear. I need a blanket now. Fong Tang turned around and glanced. Get some fresh water. Let Kai Linlin do this. And everyone else returns to the police station. Then he looked at the haggard blonde girl. Old Zhao, you also stay and guard in front. No one, including Fei Fei, is allowed to come near here. Now, Fong Tang's words are an imperial decree and an unquestionable order. Douglas's Chinese was poor, but he understood Fong Tang's meaning and was the first to turn his head while rubbing his wounds. The others had no choice but to go back. Kai Linlin soon got a blanket and a bucket of pure water, while Lao Zhao stood there confused, curious and wanted to come over. But he didn't dare. Fong Tang threw the blanket into the pit and smiled at the 2 of them. The logistics department will be here in a moment. If Fei Fei and the others are still there, they may have their memories erased or even be killed directly. This is no joke, he said and waved his hand gently. You'd better stay away. The logistics department is terrible. For the 2 game novices, Fong Tang's words were unquestionable. Kaylin Lin hesitated for a moment. And thinking of Fong Tang's strength, she could only avoid it. At this time, in the deep pit behind, the blanket began to bulge. And then a babbling voice came. Dad? Dad? Fong Tang's whole body trembled. And a flash of consciousness flashed in his mind. By his side, the little girl in the pit behind changed her name. Brother. I want to eat. I'm hungry. Fong Tang frowned. By. What should I feed her? Human food? Bai's consciousness responded instantly. Come! What? You must replenish 1 unit of nanoparticle glue every month. Fong Tang rubbed his face vigorously. Does that mean you need to spend 10,000 game coins every month to support this little idiot? He looked under the blanket. What I saw was a bottomless oil bottle. After transferring out 10,000 game coins, I still have a pitiful balance of 900 in my pocket. Snort. Fong Tang showed his true nature as a devil to the little girl in the blanket. Because you have so many fans among gamers, I will consider letting you come out to perform in the future. Your mission is to make money for me. Under the blanket, there was a murmuring sound. The voice then became serious and earnest. Load. Dance and singing programs. Load. Classic performance techniques. Load. 108 tips on how to please the audience. Shut up. Fong Tang rubbed his hands speechlessly. Face. Voice a little weak. This matter does not seem to be urgent. However, the voice under the blanket continued seriously. Load. Protection of minors law. Reject the above unreasonable request. In the name of the law. Please, brother. Respect yourself by avoiding jail. You bastard. At this awkward moment, the sound of a helicopter came from the sky. The logistics department finally arrived. Chapter 200. Even though it is ruthless, it is moving. The Asian Logistics Department received the instructions from the headquarters before sunrise. In the Infinite Challenge game, logistics cleanup tasks are so rare, and direct instructions from the headquarters are even rarer. But the strangest thing is that the headquarters actually sent 2 completely contradictory instructions in succession. The first instruction came half an hour before sunrise. At that time, Skylark had just finished using the beauty spa that comes with employee benefits. She was still lying in the warm collagen skin care pool when she received an SSS-level order to comprehensively clean up the radiation of Wajirai Island. Logistical tasks. She jumped out of the pool immediately. It's already terrifying to change the level of Hanajiri Island from S difficulty to S+ difficulty. And now it has to carry out a 3S level logistical mission. This can only mean one thing. That is, the entire Huawu Island has been transformed into AHL. Skylark quickly entered the game live broadcast system, but only saw a snowflake. Is there something wrong with the company's live broadcast? After watching the barrage, I realized that the entire island is now shrouded in electromagnetic radiation, and the data can no longer be broadcast live normally. Before the live broadcast went wrong, Fong Tang seemed to be confronting the final boss of the game. Now all the distinguished guests are discussing the final result. Skylark was panicking and was sweating all over. At some point, Fong Tang, a little player, had grown into a giant and became the most important person in her heart. Fortunately, within a few minutes, the headquarters sent a second instruction, completely contradictory to the first instruction, a level logistics cleaning task, while carrying the mall package purchased by player Fong Tang. This shows that Fong Tang won a complete victory and the Wajirai Island level ended perfectly. Hibari let out a long breath and almost collapsed to the ground. Concern leads to chaos. Eagerness leads to hurt. Not a good mentality for a game instructor. The logistics department's helicopter finally landed on the island. Skylark opened a mirror before stepping out of the helicopter. She specially changed into a new white shirt before coming here, and the buttons were misaligned downwards. Now gently unbutton the second button, revealing the highest level of sexiness. The skirt also changed color. No longer a dazzling purple, but a sexy and ambiguous pure black. Through the contrast of color, her white skin that has been cared for can be further highlighted, and with a sense of coolness. All along, Skylark's seduction strategy seemed to be perfect for Fong Tang. Ruojirili didn't resist completely, but he couldn't let the man succeed easily. Not getting what you want is a deep human desire. Once you get it, it's like cabbage in the mud, and men won't look at it again. Especially Fong Tang, who has been merciful recently, must maintain a state where he cannot leave her, and will have fantasies about herself all the time. Sighing softly, a hateful communication message appeared in front of Young's eyes. When she saw the news, she shook her hair in annoyance. Damn it. That guy is at it again. Outside, the logistics department has begun cleaning up the scene. Skylark slowly fastened the second button and wrapped himself in the windbreaker. The windbreaker was made of special fabric and stuck to the body very naturally, completely highlighting the figure. Then she aimed at the top of her left breast and punched her hard. Because the first button was still undone, a blue mark appeared under the beautiful collarbone. Skylark looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction, picked up the shopping mall package on the side, and gently got off the helicopter. Fong Tang was already walking towards the side, looking very haggard. The man's shirt and trousers were dirty, and his face was covered with stubble. He had only been there for 3 days and 3 nights, but he had aged a lot. Skylark stretched out her hands to comb her long hair and stood there, under the golden morning sun. Her whole body seemed to be shining with a goddess-like light. Fong Tang walked quickly and shook his head tiredly. This damn Huawu Island level has finally passed. To be honest, I miss you quite a bit. His face slowly darkened and he stared at Young's shirt. Who hurt you? Young immediately stretched out his hand to tighten his windbreaker and smiled. It's okay. Just a slight injury. Fong Tang frowned. Aren't you quite powerful? How come you can't even protect yourself? Young smiled hoarsely. Why are you staring at me? Do you think she is plumper now? I just went to a beauty spa. She straightened her body deliberately as she spoke, smiling charmingly. No matter who hurt you, I will definitely destroy him. Fong Tang snorted. Skylark lowered his head and rubbed the hem of his skirt with his fingers. You couldn't beat me last time. What big talk are you talking about now? Today is different from the past. Fong Tang, who has been promoted to a high-level player, naturally has the confidence to say these words. He scratched his head. If you like to solve it yourself, just pretend I didn't say anything. Skylark's eyes were like stars. Fool! Of course I am very happy if you say that. This is your promise. A man's promise. She with great satisfaction in his heart. He gently handed the package to Fong Tang. I'll handle the logistics, and I'll treat you to a drink tonight. He turned around, walked towards the helicopter, closed his eyes, and entered communication mode. The security supervisor of the Asia Data Department appeared in the communication mode with a lustful look. Skylark, this time the Data Department is on holiday. I begged the supervisor, and she has agreed. You have to stay with me for the whole night no matter what. This man coveted Young has not been around for a day or two, and now he is even more aggressive. We have already booked a room at Chang'an Hotel. Unfortunately, the best suite has been reserved by a bastard. But I will make you satisfied. Ha. On the power list of Asian companies, the security director ranked 7th, second only to the 6th-ranked data department director. Although Skylark's power has increased now, he can't even make it into the top 10. Faced with the shameless demands of the company's powerful people, she had never been able to resist in the past. But this time it was different. Skylark said coldly. I am now the exclusive assistant of player Fong Tang. Come on! The security supervisor sneered. Do you think Fong Tang will care about a small role like you? There are thousands of people in the company who are 10,000 more beautiful than you. Female players like him wanted to throw themselves on his bed. But Fong Tang killed a younger sister. Damn! I'm so strong! So damn strong! Young coldly played out the conversation he had just had with Fong Tang. No matter who hurt you, I will definitely destroy him. This sentence echoed repeatedly in the communication system. The security supervisor was shocked, angry, and scratched his head. He blushed. Bitch! I never beat you. Young. So what? Now my Fong Tang only needs a name. Do you want me to tell him your name? Remember, my Fong Tang just passed a very unpleasant level, and now he is worried that no one will come to die. With a swish, the security director exited the communication mode in embarrassment. Hibari took a breath. Her back was already feeling cold. In an unlimited company where authority is king, it is really difficult for a small role like her to remain intact. Having a man to rely on is Skylark's true dream. However, Fontana was out of the question. I am completely unworthy of him. My heart is sad, but my smile is getting brighter. She suddenly noticed something and turned around. Why are you spying on others? Fong Tang held the package in his hand and leaned against the helicopter. Sister Young, why did you lie to me? Young was stunned. Fong Tang jumped directly onto the helicopter and sat next to her. The blue scar on your chest has clear fingerprints, which are 100% coincident with the mark of the clenched state of your right fist. Judging from the degree of bruises on the scar, it seems that it was not long ago. Do you want me to continue talking about what happened before? Young turned to look outside. The weather is really nice today. Fong Tang frowned and turned to her. What kind of friendship are we? Why did you lie to me? Young struggled. You have to hold back the tears in the corners of your eyes. Otherwise, the man will definitely feel that he is soliciting sympathy. But now she doesn't want to let the man continue to misunderstand. Fong Tang let go of his hand, looked at the tearful woman, and said slowly, I really treat you as my sister. Sincerely. He stood up. Skylark stretched out his hand to hold him, and trembled. Game ID Crow, the security director of the Asian region's data department, has been pestering me for a long time. Fong Tang hummed. The security director of the data department. Crow. Skylark lowered his head, his hair disheveled. He was embarrassed again. It will be the vacation for the data department employees soon, and this bastard wants me to stay with him at the Chang'an Hotel for one night. Fong Tang smiled. What a coincidence. He gently pushed away Skylark's messy long hair and laughed in a low voice. Right. Crow. That's good. I'll give you that guy's head.